Volume 2. Chapter 101, Martial King vs. Martial King, 3. Chapter 101, Martial King vs. Martial King, 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. However, Gu Ruoyun narrowed her eyes slightly and spoke inside her soul. Zixi, if General Luo or Luo Yin are in danger later, then just take action. Saving their lives is more important. Although I want to use them to delay the Martial King expert, I don't want them to be in danger because of me. Thus, when the time comes, I'm leaving it to you. Gu Ruoyun did not intend to use Zixi in battles, unless she had no other choice. Within her soul, after a moment of deep silence, that man's devilishly charming voice came. All right, I understand. Ha ha. General Luo laughed out loud. Actually, this general doesn't want to make an enemy of you either. As long as you go with me now, and after I've checked your identity thoroughly, I'll definitely let you go. Humph. The eyes of the man in black cooled down and he said sinisterly, it looks like you've decided to disregard my warning and protect her. Then, I can only choose to send you on first. Swoosh. The man's figure flashed towards General Luo like a ghost. That eerie voice sounded as if it was by his ears. A low-stage martial general dares to be this wild in front of me. I'm going to see how you're going to take me away. However, before he reached General Luo, he was blocked by the Imperial troops. A bunch of ants. Get out of my way. Bang! That angry roar resounded from the man's mouth and struck the chests of the troops. As if they had been struck by rocks, all of them were thrown out fiercely. Following that, fresh blood flowed from their noses. It looked extremely terrifying. Although he had already known of a martial king's strength, upon seeing how one shout from his opponent had caused something of this extent, General Luo couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. However, the circumstances didn't allow him to retreat, nor would he let himself do so. Gu Ruoyun's brows knitted together even more deeply, and she lowered her eyes and said, Zixi, prepare for battle. Relax, I'm already fully prepared. If he's in danger, I'll definitely come out at once. That man's devilish voice slowly entered her ears. Upon hearing that, Gu Ruoyun's heart miraculously calmed down. She knew that with Zixi around, there definitely wouldn't be any problems. Kid, did you think that you'd be able to stop me with this trash? The man in black sneered, and with a sinister expression, he said, no one's able to stop me when I've decided to kill someone. Thus, I'll give you another chance, scram now. Ha ha. General Luo's laughter was extremely open, and held the formidable might of a military man. This general has met countless dangers on the battlefield. If I were afraid of death, then I wouldn't be standing in this position today. I'm not that old man from the Gu family. That old man became the general of a nation thanks to his ancestors' blessings and his genius son, Gu Tian. However, I got here by walking step by step on my own. Thus, did you think that this general would be a coward who would leave his troops behind and run away from the battlefield? At this moment, the middle-aged man's presence was extremely lofty. Compared to that cowardly weak old General Gu, this was the air that a famous general should have. Fine, since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Bang! A great wave hit him with a loud rumble, making General Luo abruptly back up a few steps. A mouthful of blood came up and his face turned deathly pale. However, he still stood his ground, not letting his legs bend even a little. As a hot-blooded male, he would rather die standing than show a bit of weakness in front of an enemy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102, Martial King vs. Martial King, 4. Chapter 102, Martial King vs. Martial King, 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Dad. Luo Yin's expression changed and she hurriedly let go of Gu Ruoyun's hand to move to General Luo. Dad, are you alright? Following that, she turned towards Lingyu, speaking coldly. Lingyu, you've conspired with outsiders to plot against Azure Dragon Country's imperial court. You've even injured the general who's the protector of the nation. You're guilty on all counts. Luo Yin, you dare to mention that? If it were not for all of you, my family wouldn't be destitute and dead. You wouldn't even let off my handicapped brother. So all the retribution you're going to receive today is well deserved. Lingyu sneered as she spoke, killing intent and hatred thick in her eyes. They were the ones who had killed grandfather and let granduncle take over the family, causing her to lose the position and pampering she had enjoyed in the Ling family. This debt, she absolutely would not let it go. That's because your grandfather was too shameless. Luo Yin stood up, saying angrily, Ruoyun and Lingxi had already signed the life and death contract. Their fates were left to the heavens to decide. Don't tell me that if he had killed Ruoyun, then it would have been what she had deserved and she's not allowed to retaliate? However, your grandfather moved against a junior because of that, and even tried to use someone else's life as a bargaining chip. This matter had already spread throughout Azure Dragon Country, and there was not a single person who didn't know of it. After hearing Luoyi mentioning it again, the gazes directed towards Ling Yu carried disdain. That's right, if it hadn't been for the Ling family committing wrongs first, then their opponent wouldn't have killed Ling Yi in self-defense. Ling Yu turned red in anger. Mr. Sai, kill this damned woman for me. Hearing this, the man in black frowned. Although he clearly wasn't happy with Ling Yu's order, he didn't say anything and flashed in front of Luoyin. Iner, watch out. Watching this terrifying spectacle, General Luo no longer cared about anything else. He reached out and pulled Luoyin into his embrace, exposing his back to the enemy's strike. Zixi was about to act, when an extremely strong strike burst out from 100 Herb Hall, and without giving him a chance to react, it landed on the chest of the man in black. The man in black backed away a few steps, and cast his sinister gaze in front. Dressed in white robes, the old man was resting his hands behind his back as he walked out slowly from within the medicine hall. His elderly face carried anger. Who's so daring as to cause trouble in front of my 100 Herb Hall? The familiar and elderly voice finally allowed Gu Ruoyun to stop the anxiety in her heart. Elder Yu's appearance proved that he had already broken through to Martial King. Martial King? The man in black had an expression as gloomy as murky water, a profound look shone in his deep black eyes. However, he didn't continue attacking, but looked at the elderly man walking towards him slowly with a cold gaze. He hadn't thought that a tiny Azure Dragon country would actually have a Martial King expert. He had been too careless. But what did it matter? It seemed like the old man in front of him had just broken through to Martial King, while he had already been a Martial King for 3 years. No matter what, the old man wouldn't be his match. Elder Yu, you've come? Gu Ruoyun smiled as she looked at Elder Yu. Looking at the situation, it seems like you've succeeded? Elder Yu smiled lightly and nodded as he looked at Gu Ruoyun. His gaze shifted over to Ling Yu. Little girl, I warned you not to come back to 100 Herb Hall. It looks like you've taken my words for naught. Humph. Ling Yu harumphed dismissively. If I didn't have a guarantee, I wouldn't come back to this place. Do you think that you can win over a Martial King with your strength? Although I don't know your strength, at most it's at the mid-stage of Martial General, you're just nothing in front of a Martial King. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 1. Chapter 103, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valeronovels. Actually, Ling Yu was completely guessing at Elder Yu's strength. Since General Luo's rank was early-stage Martial General, and even he treated Elder Yu respectfully, she thought that Elder Yu was surely stronger than him. Since the top expert in Azure Dragon Country was a late-stage Martial General, but Elder Yu did not share the position of number 1 with him, she thought that Elder Yu was weaker than that expert. Thus, this old fogey was surely a middle-stage Martial General. What Ling Yu didn't know was that, since 100 Herb Hall did not belong to Azure Dragon Country, Elder Yu naturally wouldn't be ranked alongside the experts of Azure Dragon Country. Elder Yu was angered to the point of smiling. He replied with rage, did you think that I would be afraid of you just because you found a single person to back you up? Gu Ruoyun belongs to my 100 Herb Hall. If you want to touch her, then you'll have to see if I'll let you or not. Ling Yu was so angry that her face turned red. She glared at him fiercely. You damned old fogey, you're not going to live long yourself. You're still trying to protect that bastard at this time. Having said so, she sneered as she looked at Gu Ruoyun. In the whole of Azure Dragon Country, who doesn't know that her mother was someone of unknown origin? Didn't she seduce Gu Tian to become a daughter-in-law of the Gu family for the sake of the status of the Gu family in Azure Dragon Country? Thus, the daughter that she birthed must have the same morals, shameless. This Gu Ruoyun even disgraced Gu Tian so much. If I were her, I would have long jumped into the river to save my ancestors from being shamed. Elder Yu's expression turned cold. The rage in his body could almost light the entire area on fire. Of all the people that Ling Yu could have chosen to insult, she had chosen the Dongfang family's precious jewel. His family's miss was of such noble birth, and the Gu family was just a little general's household. If she hadn't loved Gu Tian so deeply, why else would she have chosen to leave the Dongfang family to marry him? However, for someone as heroic as Gu Tian, how many girls admired and loved him? Those girls were so jealous that Miss had won Gu Tian's love that they had spread slander about her. In the eyes of everyone, Miss was someone who had stooped to all sorts of ways to climb into Gu Tian's bed. However, Miss had always been indifferent to what people had thought of her. No matter what everyone thought of her, she wouldn't come out to explain herself at all. Rumors were scary. No matter how much Gu Tian protected her, even he couldn't stop the idle mouths of gossipers. Good. Very good. Elder Yu laughed out loud, and stared dead on at Ling Yu with rage. Ling Yu. This name isn't bad. Unfortunately, you're not worthy of it. In this lifetime, there's only one person worthy of being called Yu. And you, for that name alone, should die 1,000 times over. Bang! The elderly man's punch was like the wind. He quickly moved in front of Ling Yu. In the same instant, the pressure of a martial king expert burst out. That formidable aura encircled his body, compressing the air so that she couldn't breathe. However, before Elder Yu's strike landed, a hand reached out suddenly from the side, and easily stopped his fist. In the slight breeze, with his black robe swaying gently, the man stood with his whole body encased in darkness. He spoke eerily, "Move aside." His words were directed to Ling Yu. At this time, Ling Yu still had not come back to her senses after the shock. That delicate little face had turned pale, and cold sweat was dripping from her forehead. She looked as if she had just escaped from the gates of hell. Martial King. The man in black moved his gaze towards Elder Yu and smiled coldly. I didn't think that there would actually be a martial king in this tiny Azure Dragon country. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 2. Chapter 104, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Martial King? Like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, Ling Yu was struck dumb again and she couldn't regain her senses. She blinked and suspected that there was something wrong with her hearing. Elder Yu was a martial king? Then why hadn't she heard of that before? Furthermore, only those places would have martial king experts. Even if Azure Dragon Country wasn't too weak, there definitely wouldn't be someone of that kind of strength appearing here. Mr. Sai, you said that he's a martial king? Ling Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva fiercely and turned her head to look at Elder Yu stiffly. The man in black didn't say anything, but his gaze was frightfully sinister, like a venomous snake. You old fogey, a new martial king has no way of beating me. However, I don't want to battle you, so scram. I'll leave this place right after I kill this woman. Elder Yu sneered, since she belongs to my 100 herb hall, I won't let anyone touch a single hair on her head. You want to kill her? Sure, but only if you step over my dead body. The man in black narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke coldly, since that's what you want, I'll grant your wish. Suddenly, the man's body disappeared like a ghost, and when he appeared again, he was already behind Elder Yu. His speed was too fast, he definitely wasn't giving his opponent any time to react. Following that, a sinisterly glowing sword appeared in his hands. Be careful! Luo Yin shouted in fright. Elder Yu was currently their only hope, nothing could happen to him. From start to finish, General Luo had not said anything. He seemed to be pondering something as he sized up Elder Yu. It was at this moment that Elder Yu avoided the man in black right before the sword landed, as if he had a pair of eyes growing on the back of his head. With a quick flash, his elderly body abruptly appeared a few meters away. So what if I just broke through to Martial King? The only thing I'm lacking compared to you is the control over this power. I'm not weaker than you by much. However, I want to know, why are you trying to take her life? As far as I know, a tiny Ling family doesn't have enough to hire an expert like you. A frosty aura encased the body of the man in black. He didn't reply Elder Yu's words, but started a new wave of attacks. A battle between two martial kings. TSK, we might not be able to see such a huge battle in an entire lifetime, but quickly, take the chance to watch. Who knows if their battle will bring us some benefits later on. The crowd had recovered their calm after the earlier uproar. Everyone backed up several meters, leaving the two people enough space to battle. They then watched this once-in-a-lifetime battle quietly. Bang! Bang bang bang! They collided in midair, the battle becoming fiercer and fiercer, and it became even harder to determine a winner. General Luo frowned slightly and turned towards Gu Ruoyun. Ruoyun, what do you think? Gu Ruoyun caressed her chin, and seemingly mumbled to herself, Elder Yu just broke through and hasn't stabilized his strength, and he lacks the experience of battling against martial kings. He's going to be on the losing end soon. It was at this moment that Elder Yu was slowly losing the strength to go on. No matter what, someone who had just broken through to Martial King was still unable to fight with someone who had already been a Martial King for a few years. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and his body flashed as he tried to attack the person in front of him again. This is bad, we can't go on like this. Gu Ruoyun's pupils darkened. As if making a huge decision, she took a deep breath and said, Elder Yu, I'm going to lend you this sword. While saying so, she took out the spiritual weapon directly and tossed it to Elder Yu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 4. Chapter 105, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. TL note A. After Gu Ruoyun passed Elder Yu the spiritual weapon, the author fell sick and somehow missed on posting a chapter. I couldn't find the chapter, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 3, anywhere, so I'm going to skip that chapter and reorder the chapter numbers, W. This will be the order V. Chapter 104, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 2. Chapter 105, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 4. The results of the battle are pretty clear in this next chapter. Spiritual weapons. This was the fearsome power of spiritual weapons. Someone who had been on the losing end had completely increased his strength by a few times after receiving a spiritual weapon. He gritted his teeth fiercely and cast a sinister look at Elder Yu's wrinkled face, his unwillingness to accept the loss clear on his face. He said coldly, "Are you sure you want to make an enemy of me by protecting this girl?" "That's right," Elder Yu sneered, "she belongs to my 100 herb hall, so I must protect her." "Good, very good." The man in black said eerily, "Then, do you know what kind of person I am?" "I don't know, nor do I need to know." Elder Yu raised his head and spoke dismissively. "Humph. Then I'm going to tell you. With everything that you've done today, no matter who your backer is, he won't be able to save you. The organization that I belong to is something that you should never have provoked. You're fated to pay the price for your actions today." The man in black gritted his teeth. That hoarse voice sounded like crackling dry leaves. It was extremely unpleasant to the ear. "That's right, 100 Herb Hall can't afford to provoke the organization you're in, but there's one person who can afford to." A devilish voice slowly resounded through the crowd. Perhaps out of curiosity, everyone turned their heads to look. Thus, that sedan being carried by a group of beautiful girls appeared in front of their eyes. A man was holding a feather fan in his hands, lying indolently on top of that sedan. He was wearing a pink robe that set off his face, the face that was as seductive as a woman's, and as stunning as 10 miles of cherry blossoms. He was so beautiful and alluring that he didn't seem to be real. However, when a man was beautiful to this degree, it really made people tremble in disgust. At this moment, the aura on the man in black abruptly changed. His hidden face changed from his earlier shock to astonishment, then was filled with the intention to retreat. "Zhuo Shangshan, why would this guy be here? If he were here, then, that person must surely know. It looks like my master has really underestimated you, Gu Ruoyun. However, just you wait, you're not going to live for long. You can't blame anyone else, just blame your lousy fate. Farewell." Although Elder Yu had a spiritual weapon in his hands, since he had come from that organization, there was no way that he wouldn't have some aces up his sleeve. However, with Zhuo Shangshan here, he wouldn't be able to kill Gu Ruoyun no matter what. Thus, he could only return and report his failure. If Master found out that Zhuo Shangshan had interfered, he probably wouldn't be scolded too harshly. Thinking up to here, the man in black crushed something in his hands, and his figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. A teleport stone? Gu Ruoyun's pupils shrank. She seemed to have guessed the identity of this man in black. Mr. Sai, wait for me." Seeing that the man in black had disappeared, Ling Yu became anxious. She hurriedly shouted, but unfortunately, the sky remained silent and no one replied her cries. Her face turned pale in an instant and her body started trembling lightly. "You're called Ling Yu?" Zhuo Shangshan smiled. "Tell me, how should this prince take care of you?" Ling Yu couldn't help but let loose a mournful wail. She looked at Zhuo Shangshan's smiling eyes, and for some reason, fear filled her heart. "You, what do you want to do? My aunt is the imperial concubine, you can't touch me." Ling Yu had heard the rumors about Zhuo Shangshan before. It was rumored that this fourth prince of Vermilion Bird Country not only looked like a woman, but was extremely lecherous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept so many beautiful female servants by his side. Thus, from Ling Yu's point of view, the fourth prince surely wanted to ravage her. No. Her heart belonged to the crown prince. Before letting someone else touch her, she would rather die first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 5. Chapter 106, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 5. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. The direction of Ling Yu's thoughts was so obvious that Zhuo Shangshan could see it reflected in her eyes. His elegant brows furrowed, and disgust flashed through his own pair of eyes. Then, sneering, he said, "Aren't you thinking too much? This prince has always had mysophobia, so an ugly girl like you isn't even fit to grace this prince's eyes. Ling Yu's face turned red from rage, and completely forgetting the situation she was currently in, she angrily said, "What did you just say? Do you think that you look handsome? A man with a woman's face, it's a complete disgrace. You're not even fit for this lady's eyes." She was done for. In her heart, Qingyi cried out in surprise and looked at Ling Yu with sympathy. The biggest taboo for her lord was other people saying that he looked like a woman. Of course, Gu Ruoyun was an exception. She was the only person who had ever done so and gotten away with it. However, that was because that fellow's brother was the close friend who had been through life and death with her lord. How could he bear to harm Gu Xingxiao's little sister? Thus, the others weren't as lucky. What did you just say? Zhuo Shangchen's smile disappeared bit by bit, and an unspeakable darkness seemed to show on that beautiful face. Zhuo Shangchen, you're the fourth prince of Vermilion Bird Country, and I'm the niece of the imperial concubine of Azure Dragon Country. What can you do to me? So what if I said that you look like a woman? Don't tell me you're going to kill me? Not unless you wish to incite a war between our two countries. Ling Yu fiercely gritted her teeth, still holding that insufferably arrogant expression on her face. If the one speaking had been Elder Yu, she might have been afraid since Elder Yu was a martial king expert. She didn't dare to make enemies with a martial king. Unfortunately, Zhuo Shangchen was just the fourth prince of Vermilion Bird Country and wouldn't be able to touch the niece of the imperial concubine of Azure Dragon Country, otherwise the two countries would definitely go to war. Gu Ruoyun shook her head. This Ling Yu had really been spoiled beyond saving. If Zhuo Shangchen was merely a prince, could he have scared away a martial king expert with just a single sentence? He. Zhuo Shangchen's laugh was dark and low. His red lips only slightly moved when he spoke two words. He's alone enough to press down on Ling Yu's body like a heavy rock. Kneel down. Bang. As if her legs suddenly weighed thousands of kilograms, Ling Yu plummeted to her knees in front of Zhuo Shangchen. She raised her head and stared at the man's beautiful features with fright and shock. She tried to raise her legs with all her might, but it was as if her body was stuck to the ground. She couldn't even move. The niece of imperial concubine Ling? Zhuo Shangchen smiled and raised a hand to brush off his pink robes. He then sat down on his sedan again and gently waved his fan, sneering as he said, "Even if it was imperial concubine Ling herself, is there anyone who dares to stop this prince from killing who he likes? This prince will do as he likes. Who dares to stop this prince? The Emperor of Azure Dragon Country? Apologies, he's not even worthy of this prince's notice. That domineering spirit. That crazy arrogance." The man held a smile on his lips and had an indolent and undisciplined air. However, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate this man who looked like a woman again. General Luo. Ling Yu hurriedly looked towards General Luo, saying, "As the general of a nation, are you going to stand by as I get killed? I'm an imperial relative, the emperor is my uncle, you have to stop him." General Luo looked coldly at Ling Yu. Only the nieces of the empress can call the emperor uncle. You're merely the niece of an imperial concubine, you don't have the right to call yourself a member of the imperial family. Furthermore, you were the one who first conspired with external powers to harm others. That's different. Ling Yu was anxious. Gu Ruoyun used to be a general's granddaughter, but she was abandoned by the Gu family. Even if she died, it wouldn't matter. However, my aunt is the imperial concubine. My lineage is noble, how could it possibly compare to a lowly commoner? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 6. Chapter 107, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 6. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. General Luo harumphed once. Everyone in Azure Dragon Country knew that the most precious thing to him was his daughter. Ling Yu's grandfather had almost killed his precious darling, so why would he stand there and try to save her at this crucial point? He'd be a certified idiot if he did so. Ener, it looks like we're done here. Let's go. Hearing General Luo's words, Luo Yin's gaze landed on Gu Ruoyun's pretty face. She gripped the girl's hand and said, "It looks like there's nothing left to do here. I'll go back to the general's mansion with my dad. Remember to find us if anything else happens." "Thank you." Gu Ruoyun didn't say much, but all her gratitude and feelings were conveyed in those two words. This time, the Luo family had made enemies with an expert on the mainland for her sake. They had pretty much thrown their lots in with her, so she was going to remember this favor. Friends weren't rare in good times, but it was hard to find someone who would stick around during the hard times. "Dad," Luoyin smiled as she walked towards General Luo, "let's go home." "All right." General Luo waved his hand and announced, "Ling Yu of the Ling family conspired with outsiders to bring harm to our dynasty. Luckily, Vermilion Bird Country's fourth prince managed to foil her plans. This general is going back now to report to His Majesty. Soldiers, follow this general back to meet the Emperor. After the man had finished speaking in his domineering and rough voice, the last shred of hope in Ling Yu's heart died. Her body folded, falling onto the ground, and her delicate face showed absolute despair. It was over, it was all over. Thinking of her grandfather's horrible death and how she had fallen from being a noble, honored miss to this point, her heart was filled with wrathful hatred. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, she laughed out loud. Her hair was messed up just like a lunatic's. A vicious, hostile light shone in her eyes. Gu Ruoyun, why is there a woman as cruel and merciless as you in this world? You destroyed our entire Ling family. I, Ling Yu, once again swear that I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Frost flashed across the depths of Zhuo Shangshan's eyes before he smiled. Become a ghost? Apologies, in the hands of this prince, there absolutely won't even be a chance to become a ghost. Having said so, he waved his hand and a burning red flame shot out from his sleeves, igniting Ling Yu's body in an instant. It hurt. This kind of pain, it was as if her soul was being torn apart. Ah! In the red blaze, Ling Yu's face contorted as if she was suffering the most extreme pain. That pain lasted for a very long time. It was only when everyone reached a point where they couldn't bear to continue watching that the body in that red blaze finally turned to ash, disappearing without a trace within the flames. Even her soul hadn't been spared, her entire person had been erased from this world. As for the man that had just killed a person in such a brutal manner, his face was still the same as before. He held a loose and elegant air, an indolent and seductive smile hanging on his lips, gently waving his fan as if nothing had happened. This prince said earlier that you wouldn't even have the chance to become a ghost. Zhuo Shangshan's lips raised, and under the stares of the crowd, he motioned for Gu Ruoyun to come closer. With a face full of smiles, he said, Xiao Yuner, you really made this prince wait for a whole month. Come here quickly and let this prince hug you, so this prince can finally stop missing you. Gu Ruoyun rolled her eyes as the corner of her mouth twitched. She said, Fourth prince, could you be a little more decent? Why? Zhuo Shangshan raised an eyebrow, his almond-shaped eyes holding a mesmerizing smile. My Xiao Yuner thinks I'm not decent enough? Then, how would you like me to be decent? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 7. Chapter 108, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 7. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Gu Ruoyun was a little speechless. Couldn't this guy just act a bit more normal? However, it wasn't like she held bad feelings towards Zhuo Shangshan. She could feel that the man in front of her was simply teasing with his words. Alright, then let's talk about proper business. Did you recognize that person just now? The girl's words made the devilish smile on the man's face slowly disappear. His almond-shaped eyes slightly narrowed and a sneer formed on that perfect face. However, very quickly, he restrained the storm swirling within his eyes and took a deep breath before he said, Xiao Yuner, let's talk somewhere else. Okay. Astonishment flashed across Gu Ruoyun's eyes, but she didn't say much more than, then let's go to my territory. Within the courtyard, a spring breeze blew, causing the leaves of the willow tree to sway with the wind. Ignoring the gazes of onlookers, Wei Yi busied herself with serving Gu Ruoyun, fetching her water and pouring her tea. Those not in the know might have even assumed that she was Gu Ruoyun's servant girl. Zhuo Shangshan retracted his flabbergasted gaze and smiled, Xiao Yuner, I didn't think you had the skill to bring the legendary ghost Dr. Wei Yi under your wings. It looks like I've really underestimated you. Who was it that had called her a good-for-nothing? Even if you were a genius, could you make the ghost doctor serve you willingly and wholeheartedly? Furthermore, this girl was Gu Shenxiu's little sister. How could that fellow's sister be a good-for-nothing? It was impossible if you simply thought about it. She wanted to follow me. Gu Ruoyun took a small sip of her tea before putting down her teacup. Furthermore, Wei Yi isn't one of my subordinates, she's only here to help me out with some business. She only has one master, and that's her Shifu's medicine order. It looks like you know about the medicine order. Zhuo Shangshan slightly smiled as he said, then you should know about her situation. Wei Yi is currently a criminal wanted by the medicine order. Although the medicine order isn't as large as the weapon refining sect, they're still roughly equal in terms of strength. Right now, the people of the medicine order know that she stole away the treasure encyclopedia of medicine, so she can no longer return to that place. Furthermore, Wei Yi was once poisoned. Although the poison has already been purged, if you compare her before and after, her strength was significantly reduced because of it. If you're with her, you'll definitely incur a lot of trouble. Gu Ruoyun was a little startled. The medicine order doesn't even know about the ghost doctor's situation. How did you know that she's the Wei Yi that the medicine order wants? There's nothing in this world that this prince doesn't know about. However, he paused for a moment before smiling and saying, those people would probably be able to guess the ghost doctor's identity anyway. Who else could have such superb medical skills other than the person holding onto the treasure encyclopedia of medicine? As for why the medicine order hasn't come looking for her yet, it's because they've been in trouble these past few years and they can't spare the men to find her. Wei Yi sunk into deep silence for a while before asking, you just said that I'm a wanted criminal, what's going on with that? That year, that wretched couple had wanted to take her life. In the end, she escaped and left that place to come to Azure Dragon Country. She had no knowledge of anything that had happened after that. The previous order master's daughter has turned into an idiot, and it was supposedly your handiwork, so you've been put on the wanted list by the medicine order. The one who did so was your junior, and the current order master of the medicine order. What did you say? Wei Yi became extremely agitated and shook her head in disbelief. That's impossible. How could Xiao Tong become an idiot? That's absolutely impossible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 8. Chapter 109, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 8. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. That bitch Tianyin had acted against her for the sake of the treasure encyclopedia of medicine, but Xiao Tong was Shifu's only daughter. How could she bear to harm her? Back when they were little kids, if it had not been for Shifu, they would have died at the hands of bandits. Zhuo Shengchen cast a sideways glance at Wei Yi. It's the truth that she became an idiot. I can even tell you that it was your junior who did it. In this world, there's nothing that this prince doesn't know. Hatred. An endless amount of hatred gnawed at Wei Yi's heart like a colony of ants, filling her eyes with a reddish glow. Actually, even more than hatred was the self-blame that filled her heart. That year, when she had been captured by that wretched couple, it was Xiao Tong who had secretly listened in on their conversation and found out what had happened to her. It was also Xiao Tong who had then made a plan and rescued her, otherwise, it would have been impossible to escape. However, Xiao Tong couldn't bear to leave the medicine order and had refused to leave with her. Back then, she had even promised Xiao Tong that once she had recovered her strength, she would definitely return to the medicine order and they would expose everything those people had done together. Who knew that 10 years would pass, and still she could not return? She had thought that that wretched couple would remember what Shifu had done for them and wouldn't do anything to Xiao Tong. She hadn't thought that she had underestimated them. Xiao Tong had met such a bad end, but because of what happened that year, her strength had declined by so much that she could no longer return to the medicine order. Tianyin, I'll never let you off. Shifu treated us so well that we could never repay our debts of gratitude. Xiao Tong was the most precious thing to him, yet you've made her into a fool. The day will come when I will return to the medicine order and bring her away. However, it's not the time now. Wei Yi took a deep breath, balanced the guilt in her heart, and gritted her teeth as she spoke word by word. Since Tianyin hadn't killed Xiao Tong, that meant that she wasn't in danger for now. It was even more likely that Tianyin was trying to use Xiao Tong to lure her out. The only thing she could do now was to increase her strength and return for revenge as early as she could. Zhuo Shengchen smiled in admiration. Xiao Yuner, this ghost doctor isn't too bad. She has some brains and she's not impulsive. She knows her limits and won't act recklessly, so she's suitable for you to use. I'll rest assured like this. To be honest, he had spoken of that matter to test Wei Yi. If she was going to bring danger to Gu Ruoyun because of her impulsiveness, then he wouldn't let her off so easily. If anyone brought danger to Gu Ruoyun, then he would definitely kill that person. Wei Yi didn't know that her choice had saved her life. Otherwise, no matter how dangerous it would be, Zhuo Shengchen would never let her stay. Zhuo Shengchen, shouldn't you tell me about the identity of that man in black now? Gu Ruoyun's eyebrows raised and she turned towards Zhuo Shengchen. Don't tell me you didn't recognize him. Hearing this, Zhuo Shengchen's smile disappeared again and his expression cooled down. That person came from the Spirit Sect. Spirit Sect. Gu Ruoyun's heart trembled for an instant, and she looked at that man's delicately devilish cheeks in astonishment. You said that he's from the Spirit Sect? Did something happen to brother? If not, why is someone from the Spirit Sect trying to kill me? Zhuo Shengchen bitterly laughed. There's no difference between the Spirit Sect and the secular world. The fight for power and position, it's the same everywhere. Those people couldn't deal with your brother, so they would of course look for his weaknesses. And you are his only weakness. Gu Ruoyun clenched her fists tightly. In her past life, she had been unable to protect her family. In this life, she was definitely going to protect the only kin she had in this world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 9. Chapter 110, The Expert from Spirit Sect, 9. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Xiao Yun'er, you don't have to worry too much. Zhuo Shangqian was filled with staunch resolution and trust towards Gu Shangxiao. If it's him, there won't be any problems. Furthermore, if it was possible for him to be in danger, those people wouldn't come looking for you. The only thing that can make him temporarily leave Spirit Sect is something happening to his precious baby sister. Gu Ruoyun nodded, I understand. I have to grow strong enough so that I'll no longer be his weakness. However, Zhuo Shangqian, you're acquainted with my brother? We're sworn friends for life. With one sentence, he named the relationship between the two of them. Gu Ruoyun finally understood why Zhuo Shangqian wanted to help her, and why she could hear caring in his words. It was all because he was sworn friends with her brother. Zhuo Shangqian, I trust you. She raised her head, her gaze firm and completely devoid of suspicion. Someone that he trusts, I'll trust even more. This was clearly telling him that she believed him only because of Gu Shengxiao. Xiao Yun, I'm back. I've brought the things you wanted, too. Suddenly, the voice cut off abruptly. Qianbei's bloodthirsty, red pupils stared at the man who was even more beautiful than a woman. His silver hair instantly rose, in this instant, as if he had met his love rival. That enormous, unstoppable power of his came bursting out. At the same time, Zhuo Shangqian saw Qianbei. To be honest, before meeting Qianbei, Zhuo Shangqian had always thought that his looks were unrivaled. However, he now knew that there was a man who could somehow meld the two words God and devil into one body, and anyone by his side would only serve as a foil to his beauty. With that head of silver hair, he was like a god standing high above everything, impossible to sully. However, that red robe gave him the appearance of one who had just crawled out of hell, dyed red in the fresh blood of mortal men. Strong. That's right, towards this man, Zhuo Shangqian only had this thought in mind. Why would there be such a strong man by Gu Ruoyun's side? It looked like he had to get Qingyi to check his identity. Xiao Yi, you're back? Upon seeing the man appear, Gu Ruoyun looked over in astonishment. Although it was a matter of an instant, the enormous and heavy power on the man's body abruptly dissipated, and the air seemed to return to its normal state. Following that beautiful face turned towards the girl, an aggrieved look in his red pupils as he asked like a little wife, Xiao Yun, who's this woman? Woman? Gu Ruoyun almost choked on her own saliva, violently coughing against her own will. Zhuo Shangqian was too beautiful, and it was the soft and gentle kind of beauty, too. No wonder Xiao Yi would mistake him for a woman. Other than his body structure, this fellow was absolutely no different from a woman. Zhuo Shangqian's face immediately darkened. He glared at Qianbei with the corner of his lips raised. If I'm a woman, then Xiao Yun'er is a man. Xiao Yun'er, since you have such a strong personality, I see that we're rather matching. How about we form a pair? At this moment, Gu Ruoyun could feel the power radiating from the man by her side. She knew that she had to quickly say something, or else this guy would start a massacre right in her courtyard. They definitely weren't playing around. I'm sorry, fourth prince, I'm not interested in women who are too beautiful. Gu Ruoyun dryly coughed twice as she spoke. Why? Zhuo Shangqian raised an eyebrow and asked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111, The Man's Desire for Revenge, 1. Chapter 111, The Man's Desire for Revenge, 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Haven't you heard of femme fatale? Gu Ruoyun rolled her eyes. The more beautiful the woman, the more trouble she'll cause, especially one who's extremely wanton like you. Extremely wanton? This woman was actually saying that he was extremely wanton? Zhuo Shangqian gritted his teeth in rage. If she wasn't Gu Shengxiao's sister, if she had been someone else, then that line would have been enough to grant her 100 deaths. Master. Right at this time, Xu Wenfeng walked into the courtyard. He cast a glance at Zhuo Shangqian and Qianbei, then turned to Gu Ruoyun and said, The Crown Prince is here. Him again? Without waiting for Gu Ruoyun to speak, Zhuo Shangqian's brows knitted together. A sneer rose on his delicately beautiful face. Is this guy an idiot? He's still trying to cling on, even though the lady has already expressed her disgust with him. The corner of Gu Ruoyun's mouth twitched, although Zhuo Shangqian had put it a little crudely, what he said was true. As they were speaking, Long Yanfeng walked into the courtyard, dressed in luxuriously rich clothes. Impatience flashed across his coldly handsome face when he caught sight of Zhuo Shangqian standing there. However, he didn't say anything, but simply looked frostily at the girl with an indifferent gaze. Have you considered the matter? Matter? Gu Ruoyun smiled and leaned against her chair as she spoke. I wonder what kind of matter your highness has to come here uninvited. Lang Yanfeng raised his handsome face, his black eyes staring at the smiling girl without moving. You know what I've come for. Gu Ruoyun, I'm only giving you one chance. If you marry me, even though I won't give you my favor and affection, you'll be able to have the identity of the crown prince's consort of a nation. You won't have to be afraid of the Gu family, and you can even have them at your beck and call. Isn't that enough? Gu Ruoyun laughed in a low tone, her clear pupils carrying ridicule and mocking. When have I ever been afraid of the Gu family? Having said so, she sat up and paused for a moment, before continuing to speak. Not too long from now, I'll make the Gu family regret everything they've done, and without borrowing anyone's power. Honestly speaking, the position of a crown prince's consort is really nothing in my eyes. What did she want? She wanted to rise above the common people. Even if they wanted to offer her the throne, she wouldn't even want it, let alone the measly position of a crown prince's consort. To her, Azure Dragon Country was too small. It was so small that it wasn't enough for her. What she wanted was an even bigger mainland. Gu Ruoyun. Lang Yanfeng clenched his fists tightly, and the breath passing between his lips cooled down. Even the people around him could feel that icy cold air. Are you looking down on the position of the crown prince's consort, or are you thinking too highly of yourself? You're not Junior Shiryun. For her, there's nothing that she can't do. However, you don't have her talent, power, or background. You're just someone on the lowest rung of the mainland. Even if you have the protection of 100 Herb Hall, you don't belong to 100 Herb Hall. If you want to obtain all of my favor, that's absolutely impossible. Giving you the position of crown prince's consort is my limit. From Lang Yanfeng's point of view, Gu Ruoyun had said all that to obtain his love. However, he had already given all his love to Shiryun, and he couldn't let anyone else into his heart. When the sound of his words had faded, the air suddenly turned stiff. It was so stifling that they couldn't breathe. However, even under this tense atmosphere, a snort of laughter abruptly sounded, breaking the grim air. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112, The Man's Desire for Revenge, 2. Chapter 112, The Man's Desire for Revenge, 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. I've never seen someone so shameless. I've really experienced something new today. Wei covered her lips and smiled lovably. Her face held contempt as she said, she's already said that the position of your wife isn't worthy of her. What she means is, she doesn't like you. Why do you have to be so brazen and assume that she actually wants your love? Is your love worth any money? Wei couldn't help but want to roll her eyes. She had met so many people, but she really had not seen anyone this shameless. Especially since this shameless fellow was the crown prince of a country. She really didn't know how he had become the crown prince, since he was this bad at reading people. Why would Gu Ruoyun covet the position of a crown prince's consort? A genius like her who could refine beauty rejuvenation pills would be fawned over in any organization. Especially since she had a mysterious Shifu behind her. Thus, where did this guy's ego come from? Although Lang Yanfeng was an inner disciple of the weapon refining sect, he didn't have Zhou Shengchen's experience and was naturally unable to recognize that Wei was the ghost doctor. He only thought that she was a female servant. It looks like you're being treated rather well in 100 Herb Hall, otherwise you wouldn't have a servant girl, and you wouldn't be able to buy such a large residence. However, Gu Ruoyun, 100 Herb Hall still doesn't belong to you in the end. If you become the crown prince's consort, you'll be able to be the mother of a nation. Furthermore, you used to appear in front of me quite often. Now that I want to marry you, you're playing hard to get with me? Gu Ruoyun's expression cooled down while the faces of Qian Beiyi and Zhou Shengchen were starting to turn ugly. Especially Qian Beiyi, but he didn't do anything. With his bloodthirsty red pupils, he seemed to be thinking of something. It looks like the crown prince doesn't understand human speech, Gu Ruoyun sneered as she stood up and looked at him. She spoke word by word, I don't like you. I have no interest in being the crown prince's consort. Since you like that Junior Shiryun of yours so much, then just go marry her. As for me, honestly speaking, Lang Yanfeng, in my eyes, you're no different from some bystander, eh? If you want to mention our relationships, there's only one. That is, you're someone from the weapon refining sect, and I'm fated to be enemies with the weapon refining sect. There was no other reason. Towards those who wanted to kill her, she didn't have a favorable impression. Furthermore, if it hadn't been for the weapon refining sect that day, Luoying wouldn't have ended up in the hands of Ling Yi. Lang Yanfeng didn't say anything. His black pupils were affixed on that girl's pretty face from start to finish. She had changed. That's right, she had indeed changed. The timid and weak girl from before had become this strong, this brilliant, at some point. Unconsciously, Lang Yanfeng thought of Gu Ruoyan's battle with Ling Shi that day. The battle that was destined to remove her title of good for nothing. Xu Wenfeng, send our guest out. The imperial family isn't welcome here. Gu Ruoyan tossed her sleeves and sat down, before speaking with an indifferent expression. Seeing the dismissal in her eyes, Lang Yanfeng felt discomfort in his heart. Although he didn't like Gu Ruoyan, but to him, having a loving admirer boosted his vanity. However, right now, he was no longer in her eyes. Don't tell me she really didn't want to marry him? No. He had to marry Gu Ruoyan. Firstly, because of the promise to Junior Shiyun, secondly, for revenge. To take revenge on her for everything she had said to him today. Thinking up to here, Lang Yanfeng had nothing more to say, so he said directly, this crown prince is leaving now. I'll continue visiting in the future. Having said so, he didn't tarry any longer. He tossed his sleeves and left, disappearing from the eyes of those present in the blink of an eye. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113, The Man's Desire for Revenge, 3. Chapter 113, The Man's Desire for Revenge, 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Xiao Yuner, you really wouldn't have fallen in love with him in the end, right? Zhou Shangchen raised his elegant brows slightly, looking at Gu Ruoyan with a face full of smiles. Gu Ruoyan immediately rolled her eyes at him. Do you think my taste would be that bad? That's true, Zhou Shangchen caressed his chin and smiled. With a man as outstanding as me by your side, how could you possibly like some rubbish like that? Suddenly, 3 black lines appeared on Gu Ruoyan's forehead. Actually, you're not so different from Lang Yanfeng. You're both equally shameless and narcissistic. Xiao Yuner, that's where you're wrong. Although I'm narcissistic, I have the right to be that way with looks like these. What does Lang Yanfeng have? He has nothing to show for himself, and yet he thinks he's everything. It was clear that Zhou Shangchen was extremely dissatisfied with Lang Yanfeng. If I wasn't trying to stay low-key for now, I wouldn't have let him leave just like that. How could that kind of trash be fit to match Gu Xingxiao's precious baby sister? If he still dared to come and trouble her, he would discipline that guy in place of Gu Shangxiao, and let him know his place. The next day. In the morning, Gu Ruoyan woke up because of the sounds of a battle. She had just opened her eyes when she saw Zixi and Qianbei fighting in her room. Immediately, her expression turned dark. What are the two of you doing? Hearing her words, the two of them stopped for the moment, and they walked to her side, matching each other's speed. Girl, he tried to barge into your room while you were sleeping. He definitely harbored bad intentions, but... Zixi slightly narrowed his eyes, enmity written all over the devilishly charming face. He had never forgotten what this guy had done in the past. Even if the girl trusted him, he couldn't help but guard against him. You're just a little phoenix. The day will come when I'm going to burn off all your feathers. Red light flashed through Qianbei Ye's eyes as he looked expressionlessly at Zixi's darkening face. Then we'll see who dies first. Zixi sneered as he spoke. Seeing that they were about to start fighting again, Gu Ruoyan couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, Enough! Are you guys done? Can't you let me have some peace and quiet this early in the morning? Xiao Yun. While looking towards Gu Ruoyan, Qianbei Ye's beautiful face was full of aggrievement. Those bloodthirsty red pupils had also turned pitiful. He started it. Wasn't that because you tried to sneak in while the girl was sleeping deeply? Zixi coldly looked at Qianbei Yi. With me here, don't even think about hurting her. Qianbei Yi felt wronged. He had only wanted to kiss Xiao Yun on the sly while she was sleeping. That's right, just a single kiss. Xiao Yun's lips were so soft, and he had already wanted to do this so much earlier. Who knew that this little phoenix would come and ruin his plans? Zixi, go back first. Gu Ruoyan rubbed her temples to ward off the growing headache. Oh, right. I got Xiaoyu to pick up some more from 1,000 miles away yesterday, so you can start laying down the formation now, to prevent outsiders from entering. While she had been in closed-door cultivation, Zixi had mentioned that he could set a formation around the residence, so that those who entered without someone leading them in would be trapped. Thus, she had gotten Qianbei Yi to help her find the materials needed for the formation. It was because the location of the materials was way too far, and only Qianbei Yi had the power to come and go fast enough. Good, then I'll start setting up the formation now. Once the formation is set up, no one will be able to enter and we can guard against assassinations. Zixi cast a sideways glance at Qianbei Yi, but did not say anything more. Those violet pupils were still full of enmity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114, The Man's Desire for Revenge, 4. Chapter 114, The Man's Desire for Revenge, 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valera novels. Shifu, great news, I have the best news in the world. At this moment, the door was pushed open with a bang, and Wei Yi charged in excitedly. However, at the moment, just when she was about to step inside, she unconsciously shivered. Cold. So cold. Wei Yi couldn't help but rub her arms, as she looked at the two people standing inside the room with astonishment. What was Qianbei Yi doing in Shifu's room at this hour? And why was there another devilishly handsome man? Girl, when did you accept a disciple? Zixi raised his brows and smiled faintly at Gu Ruoyun. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders, she shamelessly signed herself up for it. Wei Yi had indeed brazenly signed herself up as a disciple. Gu Ruoyun had only wanted to take her in as a subordinate, but after finding out that Gu Ruoyun had refined that pill, she had ignored all protests and started calling her Shifu. Finally, Gu Ruoyun had just let her do as she liked. Hee, Wei Yi chuckled, Shifu, who's this? He's the one who taught me how to refine pills. Her pill refining techniques had been taught by Zixi, so there weren't any lies in that statement. Then isn't he my grand Shifu? Wei Yi's eyes lit up as she cast a measuring gaze on Zixi. Normally speaking, shouldn't Grand Shifu be a white-haired old man? Why was he so young? Unless he was one of the legendary old monsters who lived for thousands of years with an eternally youthful face? Moreover, the man before her looked extremely mysterious, his power was like a whirling vortex, she couldn't see through it no matter what. It was obvious that Zixi had been given a high position in Wei Yi's heart. I'm not this girl's Shifu, so you don't have to call me Grand Shifu. Having said so, Zixi turned to look at Gu Ruoyun and said, Girl, I'm going to set up the formation for you now. I'll be able to worry a little less when I enter hibernation. Alright, then go ahead. Gu Ruoyun nodded her head slightly as she spoke. Watching the man's figure as he left, Wei Yi turned towards Gu Ruoyun, Shifu, this. Zixi doesn't like to get close to humans, you don't have to call him that. Right, what good news did you have for me, Dot? Upon mentioning this, Wei Yi started getting excited again. Her charming eyes were full of smiles as she spoke, taking full delight in someone else's misfortune. Shifu, did you know? Someone had set the imperial study on fire, and the crown prince Lang Yanfeng has been crippled. He's been crippled? Gu Ruoyun was startled. That is, he can't do it anymore. Gu Ruoyun coughed fiercely. Laughter gathered in her eyes bit by bit. So what you mean is that Lang Yanfeng can no longer reproduce? What happened exactly? I don't know, I heard from outside that the imperial palace should have kept this under wraps, but somehow, everyone knows all about it. What's even funnier is that the crown prince didn't even get a glimpse of the culprit. Don't you think this is such pleasant news? I was already unhappy with that guy, I would have crippled him on the spot if I didn't want to avoid causing trouble yesterday, but... Wei Yi spoke rather energetically, feeling as though she had gotten rid of any resentment from the day before. It probably isn't a coincidence that Lang Yanfeng was crippled. Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow, then subconsciously turned towards Qianbei Yi. Xiao Yi, where did you go last night? Qianbei Yi's face turned red and he lowered his head, not daring to look at Gu Ruoyun. It wasn't me. The way he was speaking showed that he had absolutely no confidence. He had simply wanted to teach Lang Yanfeng a lesson last night. Coincidentally, he had caught Lang Yanfeng in the midst of pressing on a girl, so he just cut that off. He hadn't thought that Xiao Yun would find out about this matter. How was Xiao Yun going to see him now? If Xiao Yun found out that he had witnessed Lang Yanfeng in bed with a girl, would she be angry? The more he thought, the more nervous he got. Qianbei Yi was deathly afraid that Gu Ruoyun would ignore him because he had seen something he shouldn't have. Author's note, I'm going to clarify this first. Xiao Yi has only lost his memory, he's not mentally retarded or an idiot. Thus, he does know about that side of things, huh? TL's note, Wei Yi is assuming that Zixi is Gu Ruoyun's Shifu. In the same way that your father's father is your grandfather, your Shifu's Shifu becomes your grand Shifu. I could also use Grandmaster, but since we were already using Shifu, I thought Grand Shifu was clearer. Let me know if it isn't. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 1. Chapter 115, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valera novels. However, Gu Ruoyun did not say anything else. She quickly turned her gaze to Wei Yi. After a moment of deep thought, she said, Wei Yi, help me find Elder Yu and bring him here. I want to discuss something with him. If she wanted to stand firm on this mainland, it was important to have an organization behind her. However, if she didn't have enough gold as her backing, she would never be able to develop her power base. Thus, right now, she needed to earn a lot of riches for herself. At this moment, on a gold couch, Lang Yanfeng's face was weak and pale. His thin lips were curved into a cold and hard grimace. The cold air on his body was enough to freeze everyone around him into ice. Lang Yanfeng, you didn't see the person's appearance? Han Fei asked with his brows knitted tightly together. Lang Yanfeng shook his head. That person moved too fast, I couldn't even see him clearly. However, although my father gave the order to keep it a secret last night, somehow, everyone in Azure Dragon Country already knows what happened. Bang! A fist landed heavily on the table. Lang Yanfeng's expression turned even colder, and his eyes carried undisguised killing intent. If I find out who that person is, I'll make him regret that he was ever born. For a man, the most important thing was carrying on the family line. Now that he had been completely crippled, how could he bear it? What was worse was that the entire Azure Dragon Country knew that he had been crippled. Fomer, this injury isn't untreatable. Han Fei glanced at Lang Yanfeng. There's only one person in this world. Even if your limbs were broken, she would be able to help you put it back together, let alone your family jewels. Who? Lang Yanfeng's breathing tightened and he stared at Han Fei. The ghost doctor. Han Fei stated calmly before he creased his brows, this ghost doctor has always been eccentric in her ways. She won't save someone she doesn't like, no matter how many treasures you offer. Most importantly, the ghost doctor's whereabouts have always been a mystery. No one knows where she is unless she's willing to let them know. Hearing this, astonishment flashed across Lang Yanfeng's eyes. Shifu, is even weapon refining sect unable to find her? Han Fei shook his head. The ghost doctor has never stayed in a single place for more than 2 days. Thus, even if you find out where she's staying at right now, by the time you reach there, she's already left. Furthermore, the ghost doctor and the medicine order have a tenuous relationship. Shifu, I can't go on like this. No matter what, I have to find the ghost doctor and have her help me return to normal. Lang Yanfeng's pupils darkened, and that coldly handsome face showed resolution. Rest assured. No matter what, I'll help you find the ghost doctor. When the time comes, remember to check your attitude. The ghost doctor isn't someone normal, even our weapon refining sect wouldn't want to offend her unless we're forced to. Otherwise, we'll offend a lot of people. The ghost doctor had been around for so many years, and had saved countless people. If they really threatened the ghost doctor, there would be a lot of people coming for them. However, what Han Fei didn't know was that Lang Yanfeng had already offended the ghost doctor much earlier. He had even offended her to the worst point possible. It was impossible to get the ghost doctor to save him now. When that time would come, Lang Yanfeng would feel utmost regret for his actions he'd made just a few days ago, to the point that he would want to erase his past self from existence. Yes, Shifu. Lang Yanfeng lowered his eyes, a dark glow flashing by his black pupils, seemingly thinking of something. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 2. Chapter 116, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Young master, I've finished the tasks you've entrusted to me. At that moment, within the courtyard, Xingyi respectfully stood in front of a man in pink. Through our information network, we've spread the news that Lang Yanfeng was castrated by someone last night. Right now, everyone in Azure Dragon Country knows of this incident. Good, very good. Zhou Shengchen merely smiled, and it seemed as if 10 miles of cherry blossoms had just bloomed. It was a sight mesmerizing beyond words. That fellow only castrated Lang Yanfeng. That's far from enough. I have to add fuel to the fire from the shadows and tear Lang Yanfeng's reputation to shreds. After this, he won't have any excuse to get near Xiao Yuner. Thinking up to there, Zhou Shengchen's smile grew even more pronounced. It was more beautiful than anything anyone could ever imagine. Actually, he had had the same thoughts as Qian Beiyi last night and had wanted to go teach Lang Yanfeng a lesson. He didn't think that fellow would take action first, and he even very satisfyingly castrated Lang Yanfeng. Of course, from Zhou Shengchen's point of view, since Lang Yanfeng cared so much about his reputation, wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't destroy it to bits? It was his own fault for trying to pester his Xiao Yuner anyway. Was his Xiao Yuner someone that Lang Yanfeng could even match? What's going on in the Crown Prince's household now? Zhou Shengchen sneered. From what I know of Lang Yanfeng's personality, he definitely won't give up on himself, but... Xingyi lowered her head and answered respectfully, reporting to my lord, it seems like the people from Weapon Refining Sect and the Crown Prince's household have been commanded to find the whereabouts of the ghost doctor, Wei. Hee, Zhou Shengchen chuckled, and his slanted eyes were laughing in mockery. They're actually trying to get the ghost doctor to treat him? If Lang Yanfeng found out that the girl he called a servant yesterday was actually the ghost doctor, won't he feel the urge to cry? Qingyi, continue monitoring the situation there. If there are any changes, inform me. Yes, my lord. Qingyi retreated after receiving her orders. After she left, Zhou Shengchen slightly raised his devilish face, watching the sky with unfocused eyes. Xiao Yuner, how will you thank me for helping you this time? The people from Weapon Refining Sect were highly efficient. In just half a day, they managed to narrow down the ghost doctor's location. She had appeared in Azure Dragon Country to save someone's life just a few days ago. However, Mr. Liu obeyed the ghost doctor's orders and didn't dare to reveal her whereabouts. He only said that she had left after finishing the treatment. This was also the ghost doctor's usual style of doing things, so they weren't suspicious at all. Just as the people from Weapon Refining Sect and the Crown Prince's household were out searching for the ghost doctor, a shocking piece of news was spreading throughout the four nations. It was none other than 100 Herb Hall holding a once-off auction, to which people from all countries would be invited to attend. It was even rumored that the legendary pills that had long disappeared from the mainland would appear there. Although it was just a beauty rejuvenation pill that was useless for cultivation, it still brought about a huge wave. Countless organizations sent their experts sprinting to Azure Dragon Country from thousands of miles away, all for one reason alone. That is, pills. If they managed to get this pill in their hands, they might even able to find out its components and then refine that pill. Since there wasn't even a single pill formula left on the current mainland, this was an extremely valuable chance for them. Thus, Azure Dragon Country was bustling with activity after a long period of peace. They were even more boisterous than the time when the four nations held martial arts competitions for their youth. Despite being the place where the auction was going to be held, 100 Herb Hall was strangely quiet. No matter how many organizations tried to scout out the situation, they didn't reveal even the tiniest bit of information from start to finish. From the number of pills to the source of the pills, no one knew anything. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 3. Chapter 117, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Everyone's eyes were on 100 Herb Hall, and the Gu family wasn't an exception. At this moment, within the main hall of the Gu household, Second Master Gu glanced at the old man sitting on the chair above and said, "Father, although this beauty rejuvenation pill isn't very important to cultivators, many people are already eyeing it right now. Even the Plum faction isn't an exception. Yesterday, an elder from the Plum faction came looking for me after hearing that Gu Ruoyun was working in 100 Herb Hall. We only have to help her ask for some news, and she'll give me a low-grade spirit stone." On the mainland, there were a few grades for spirit stones: low, medium, high, and premium. The veins of spirit stones had mostly been divided between the few large organizations on the mainland and used to raise their disciples. The spiritual power contained within one low-grade spirit stone could instantly raise a martial warrior from early stage to mid-stage. Thus, those large organizations could raise plenty of talents. The Plum faction only had 20 or 30 low-grade spirit stones in their possession, yet they were actually willing to hand over one in exchange for information. It was clear that they were setting down a heavy investment. The Plum faction? The old man was deep in thought for a moment before saying, although the Plum faction isn't as large as the Weapon Refining Sect, they aren't weak either. In particular, the disciples and elders of the Plum faction are all women. However, I've heard that the faction leader of the Plum faction is extremely ugly. No wonder she wants to get the beauty rejuvenation pill to the point of investing such heavy capital into it. What a pity that Gu Ruoyun no longer recognizes our Gu family. How am I to get the information we need from her? The eyes of Second Master Gu darkened for a moment before he smiled and said, "Father, Yuner is too young. It can't be helped that she's a little stubborn. Her temper should have run out by now. If you personally visit her, she definitely won't be able to bear seeing her grandfather labor without reward. Furthermore, Yuner has always placed family highly. We can use Gu Tian and his wife to influence her and guide her back to the right path. I'm sure that she'll definitely understand our painstaking efforts." All right. The old man decisively rose and said, "This general will personally visit her then. Surely she'll at least give some respect to her grandfather?" When all was said and done, the allure of that low-grade spirit stone was too much. It was so tempting that he couldn't resist it. The only thing to be done was to get off his high horse and plead with her. At this moment, within 100 Herb Hall, Gu Ruoyun was currently discussing some important matters related to the auction with Elder Yu when an announcement sounded from outside the door. "Elder Yu, the Gu family requests an audience." "The Gu family?" Elder Yu frowned and said impatiently, I've already ordered that we are not to entertain anyone from the Gu family. There's no good to be had by coming here at this time. But, General Gu said that he has an important matter and needs to meet Miss Ruoyun. He said that it's regarding Gu Tian and his wife. Immediately, Gu Ruoyun's eyes narrowed and cold flashed across her face. She sneered and said, let him come in. I'd like to see what he'll say. In her heart, Gu Tian and his wife were her weak spots. She absolutely wouldn't let anyone speak any nonsense about that. It was clear that Old Man Gu had baited the tiger in its den this time, and had completely enraged Gu Ruoyun. Elder Yu helplessly shook his head and forced a smile. I really don't know if all these people from the Gu family have grown any brains. Even after all that's happened, they're still trying to come and claim family relations with you. They really shouldn't have dragged Gu Tian and his wife into this. Eldest miss, what do you plan to do? Gu Ruoyun smiled, and that smile contained an eerily cold air. I'll give them hope, then send them crashing to the depths of despair. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 4. Chapter 118, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Novels. Under the guidance of the servants, Old Man Gu appeared in front of Gu Ruoyun with a haughty expression. However, upon seeing Elder Yu sitting by her side, he froze in surprise for a moment before the arrogance on his face changed into a flattering smile. Elder Yu, so you were here. It was obvious that the old man had a lot of reverence in his heart for the martial king Elder Yu. Elder Yu harumphed once and didn't even glance at Old Man Gu, as if there was a pile of trash in front of him, polluting his eyes. Speak, for what reason have you come looking for Ruoyun? Elder Yu's tone was cold and detached, clearly unwelcoming. This. Old Man Gu looked at Elder Yu with some hesitation. Elder Yu, could I speak with her alone? Why? Is it something that I can't listen to? Elder Yu finally looked at Old Man Gu. However, the look in his eyes was like the freezing tundra, so it turns out that this old man will be turned away even on his own territory. You're the first one who has tried to chase this old man out from his own place. Old Man Gu, I wonder who gave you such daring. In an instant, Old Man Gu's expression changed. Although he wanted to pander to Elder Yu, he didn't know what to say. With Elder Yu there were many things he couldn't say to Gu Ruoyun. However, from start to finish, he couldn't understand what the relationship was between Gu Ruoyun and Elder Yu that he would protect her like this. Yuner, thinking up to here, the old man turned towards Gu Ruoyun with an expression full of familial affection. You've already left home for so many days. Grandfather misses you. You haven't gone to look at the place where your parents stayed when they were alive. I let the servants clean it up every day. Even if you stay there won't be any problems. Furthermore, your parents didn't cause a ruckus like you did, straining our relationship to this point, but... Suddenly, a knife-like cold pierced Old Man Gu's body, even he couldn't resist the urge to shiver. Shocked, he raised his head and saw Gu Ruoyun, whose eyes glinted with the same level of severe chill he felt. Was this still that good-for-nothing granddaughter of his? That look in her eyes made even the battle-hardened him feel panic and fright. When had she changed so much? It should have been after he had beaten her to death. Unconsciously, Gu Ruoyun's every action since then flashed through his mind. He realized that the girl standing before his eyes was no longer the little girl who was so easy to bully. Unfortunately, he had discovered it far too late. It was too late for regrets. Stop beating around the bush. Aren't you here for the beauty rejuvenation pill? Gu Ruoyun sneered and said, sure. I can get 100 herb hall to give you a pill, but you must find the corpses of Gu Tian and his wife for me. Otherwise, I'll never give you this chance. Old Man Gu's face had initially been filled with pleasant surprise. The Plum faction only wanted him to get news of the beauty rejuvenation pill. He hadn't expected that he could get the pill itself so easily. The Plum faction would surely be extremely grateful to him in that case. However, upon hearing the ultimatum that came afterwards, Old Man Gu froze. The corpses of Gu Tian and his wife? How was that possible? They had been dead for so many years. How would they be able to find their corpses? Yuner, aren't you making things difficult for me? Old Man Gu awkwardly spoke up. Their corpses might have long been devoured by spiritual beasts and may not even exist anymore. How am I to find whole corpses for you? Could you change your request? Even if you want me to hand over the Gu family to you, I won't reject it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 5. Chapter 119, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 5. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Gu Ruoyun curled her lip. If her condition was easy, she wouldn't have even mentioned it. Then I don't have any other way, Gu Ruoyun shrugged. Although I'm under 100 Herb Hall, I'm only a little errand girl. I don't have any authority, so I'm afraid I can't help you. No authority? The old man hated that he couldn't spit in her face. If she had nothing to do with 100 Herb Hall, why would Elder Yu continuously leap out to save her, heedless of the dangers? Although this girl didn't have a face that could cause the downfall of countries, she still looked rather pretty and refreshing. Elder Yu might just have that sort of taste. If Elder Yu knew what sort of thoughts old man Gu was harboring in his heart, he'd be so enraged that he would keep whipping his corpse even after he killed him. The old man hesitated for a moment, but finally fixed his resolve and said, "Fine, I agree to your request. We'll trade the pill for the corpses then." "Fine," Gu Ruoyun smiled, "come to me after the auction ends. I'll give you what you want." Hearing this, joy rose within the old man's heart. He was even more sure of his guess now. It looked like this girl was indeed involved with Elder Yu, otherwise, how could she even touch the treasures within 100 Herb Hall? He had wondered why 100 Herb Hall had accepted such a good-for-nothing. He hadn't expected that there would actually be this sort of relationship going on. You really couldn't read books by their covers. If Gu Shengxiao returned to see this, he would most likely die of anger. As for why the old man didn't even think that Gu Ruoyun's position could be higher than Elder Yu, it was all because Elder Yu's position as a martial king expert was extremely intimidating. Even if Gu Ruoyun had broken away from her good-for-nothing name, what qualifications did she have to be ordering around a martial king expert? Looking at old man Gu's quickly disappearing silhouette, Elder Yu frowned. "Eldest miss, you're really going to give him a beauty rejuvenation pill?" Gu Ruoyun shrugged. "Of course, not. That old fellow shouldn't have brought her parents into this farce, otherwise she wouldn't stab him in the dark like this." "Eldest miss, you," Elder Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. He looked at the girl's smile with a completely flabbergasted expression. Suddenly, he laughed out loud and exclaimed, "You're really too sneaky. It's like you were made from the same mold as your father. That temperament, that personality, it was completely just like Gu Tian. If anyone said they weren't father and daughter, no one would believe it." In the main hall of the Gu household, Second Master Gu held his hands behind his back as he paced around anxiously. Right at that moment, he suddenly spotted old man Gu striding in. Upon seeing the undisguised pleasure in the old man's face, delight sprung up in his heart. "Father, you did it?" The old man's arrogant expression showed how pleased he was with himself as he said, "How could anything end in failure once this general personally takes action? Gu Ruoyun has already agreed to give me a beauty rejuvenation pill, however." Second Master Gu had been overjoyed upon hearing the first few words, but following that, his expression instantly changed into one of dismay. "She wants the corpses of Gu Tian and his wife." The corpses of Gu Tian and his wife. Over a decade had already passed since then. Where were they going to find the corpses? Even if they found them, they would most likely just be rotten skeletons at this point. "Father, isn't she making things difficult for us? Where are we going to find 2 corpses for her?" Old man Gu replied with a treacherous smile, "I never said that I would find the real deal for her. Just go to the mass graves and bring back 2 bodies. As long as we keep our actions secret, she won't even know. Furthermore, which father would let some unknown corpse be entombed within their ancestral graves? Gu Ruoyun will never suspect the origins of those 2 bodies we give her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 120, The Shocking 4 Nations Auction, 6. Chapter 120, The Shocking 4 Nations Auction, 6. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Second Master Gu had initially thought that he was rather malicious, but he hadn't thought that this old fellow would be even more malicious than he was. He would actually let someone else impersonate his son to be entombed within the ancestral graves. However, they only had that one method left. "All right, father. I'll send my trusted aide to look for one. Before the auction, we'll definitely look for 2 corpses that match what we need." Within this period of time, groups led by martial generals would appear from time to time on the streets of Azure Dragon Country. Even the rare martial king experts had suddenly become more common. Normally, in Azure Dragon Country, there would only be 2 or 3 martial generals around at any given time. However, their aim was clear: 100 Herb Hall. The Emperor of Azure Dragon Country lost his spirit and recalled the one sent to look for the culprit who had harmed the Crown Prince, afraid that they might accidentally offend some martial king and bring trouble upon him. Those were experts that even the Emperor couldn't afford to offend. With just a wave of their hands, they could easily destroy the empire he so painstakingly built up. At this moment, at the entrance of the auction's location, Gu Panpan sat by a young man's side. Her limpid eyes curiously gazed upon the crowds of people, and her small face was filled with yearning and reverence. Normally, her background wasn't enough to admit her into an auction like this. However, she was lucky and managed to attract the Qin Order's young master, Qin Luo. Borrowing this chance, she came out to broaden her worldview. However, at this moment, a voice sounded from nearby, trickling into her ears. I didn't think that 100 Herb Hall would host such an imposing gathering. That's right, Gu Ruoyun, is it really okay if you don't go and help? Won't Elder Yu scold you? Gu Ruoyun? Gu Panpan was stunned for a moment. Turning her head over to look, that face that made her grind her teeth in hatred appeared in her view. Why was this woman here? She should be helping out at the auction, that was what a little errand girl like her should be doing. Luoyin was chattering about something by the girl's ear, but the girl kept a faint smile on her face from start to finish. She was wearing a light green dress with green leaves sewn on, looking fresh and refined like she was isolated from the dirtiness of the world. Seeing the girl's pretty face, Gu Panpan clenched her lily-white hands. She didn't understand, it had been only a short time since they had last met, so how did Gu Ruoyan change so much? That air of hers made Gu Panpan unbearably jealous. Panpan, you know her? Qin Luo followed Gu Panpan's gaze and looked towards the faintly smiling girl. A peculiar look flashed across his eyes. Even though the girl wasn't particularly beautiful, her air was undeniably the most outstanding he had seen among women. While looks would easily wither with age, only their auras would continue growing through the years. Gu Panpan had clearly noticed the peculiar look in Qin Luo's eyes. She gripped onto the edge of her clothes and said, "She's my uncle's daughter." Unfortunately, she was too rebellious and didn't know how to respect the elderly. After breaking off ties with the family, she became a little errand girl in 100 Herb Hall. She purposely emphasized the words errand girl. Errand girl? Qin Luo was a little disappointed. She was just an errand girl. In the end, that was no different from a servant girl, they belonged to the lowest levels of 100 Herb Hall. That feeling he had just now was mostly like a hallucination. Oh. Luoyin had spotted Gu Panpan, and she gasped in surprise, "Gu Panpan, you little bitch, how are you not dead? You even came here today. Don't tell me you were pretending to faint the other day?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 7. Chapter 121, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 7. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. You're the one who should be dead. Gu Panpan's face turned red from anger. Luoyin, look in the mirror. Your entire face is full of freckles, how disgusting. No wonder not a single man has ever taken a liking to you after so many years. You're not even embarrassed to be unmarried at such an old age. Don't tell me that you're so anxious to get hitched that you're here for the beauty rejuvenation pill? I advise you to give up. Even if you get the beauty rejuvenation pill, no man will like you. Gu Panpan's gaze was full of contempt as it swept over Luoyin's freckled face, and she spoke mockingly. Put. Luoyin spat on the floor and sneered, the man that this lady takes a liking to won't be that shallow. If he only likes me for my outer appearance, then I'll just be thrown away when my looks wither away from age. This lady is only here to check out the commotion. I don't even need any beauty rejuvenation pill. However, Gu Panpan, you do look rather beautiful. If I were a man, I might even be moved by you. Hearing this, Gu Panpan raised her snow-white chin proudly. She looked at Luoyin with arrogance. However, Luoyin continued speaking, however, you have no personality, no cultivation, no power, and no talent whatsoever. If I were a man, I would definitely kick you out and find another wife when you turn old. At that time, you can just spend the rest of your life with your cucumber. You. Gu Panpan's face turned even more red. Her eyes seemed like they would spit out fire at any moment. She held in her anger for a long while before finally spitting out two words, "You're shameless." How could a woman speak such wicked words so nonchalantly? She was too shameless. Luoyin rolled her eyes, I heard that cucumbers are good for your face, so I was just advising you to eat more cucumbers for the rest of your life. I was just trying to help you out of my good intentions, yet you scolded me for being shameless? Do tell me how exactly I'm being shameless here? This time, Gu Panpan couldn't breathe due to her overwhelming rage and almost choked to death from having restrained herself. Qin Luo looked at Gu Panpan with suspicion on his face, also wanting to know why Gu Panpan had scolded Luoyin for being shameless. Qinji, Gu Panpan finally recovered her senses after a long struggle. She bit her lip and turned to look at Qin Luo, I just said she was shameless because she was comparing herself to a man. There's no other reason for it. Hearing this, Qin Luo retracted the suspicion in his heart and turned his gaze towards Luoyin. Frowning, he asked, "Who are you?" "This lady is named Luoyin, the daughter of the great General Luo. However, my worldview has really expanded today. I didn't think that there would be a man so stupid as to believe that kind of explanation." Luoyin laughed with contempt, and her gaze swept over Qin Luo's face as if she was looking at a pile of garbage. "Humph. Qin Luo harumphed, just the daughter of a general of Azure Dragon Country. I wonder who gave you the right to attend the auction this time. Do you have an invitation from 100 Herb Hall in your hands? Did you think you could enter just because you've curried favor with someone from 100 Herb Hall? What a shame, the woman by your side is just a little errand girl. She doesn't have any power. I advise you to leave this place before 100 Herb Hall chases you away. It won't look so good for you when that happens." From start to finish, Qin Luo didn't even look at Gu Ruoyun. With Gu Panpan's identity, although it wasn't enough to become his legal wife, he could still take her as a concubine. As for Gu Ruoyun, since she had already been struck off the family register of the Gu family, she wasn't even qualified to warm his bed. A little errand girl like her was nothing in his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 8. Chapter 122, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 8. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. What's going on here? Just as it was getting noisy outside, an elderly voice resounded from within the auction hall. Dressed in a flax robe, shopkeeper Zhao strode outside under the gazes from the crowd. Upon seeing Gu Ruoyun's expressionless face, he froze for a moment before frowning and turning his gaze towards Qin Luo and Gu Panpan. "Tell me, what are you trying to do by causing such a ruckus outside my 100 Herb Hall?" Qin Luo's expression changed. No matter how haughtily he acted, that was only in front of those he could intimidate. In front of 100 Herb Hall's shopkeeper Zhao, he didn't dare to continue to act as such. "Shopkeeper Zhao, there's nothing going on. We're heading in right now." He. The sound of escaping laughter rang out. Luoyin couldn't help but laugh even louder. "Nothing's going on? TSK, who was the one just insulting Gu Ruoyun and calling her a little errand girl? Who was the one who dared to say that 100 Herb Hall would chase us away? So anyone who has relations with Gu Panpan is always this shameless? They'll disavow whatever they have just said in the blink of an eye." Shopkeeper Zhao's expression was extremely ugly. On the outside, although it seemed like Elder Yu called the shots, it was actually Gu Ruoyun who was the real owner. Even Elder Yu had to follow her orders. This fellow, he even wanted to get 100 Herb Hall to chase her away? Gentleman Qin, haven't you gone overboard with your words? So this is how the Qin family raises their children. It looks like my 100 Herb Hall is too small to entertain big shots like yourself. Please go away. Gu Panpan's expression had changed from one of astonishment into an unsightly one. She sneered and said, "Shopkeeper Zhao, you're just a little shopkeeper. Even Elder Yu hasn't said anything. Who are you to chase us out? Is this how your 100 Herb Hall treats guests? You'll make enemies with the Qin order for a little Gu Ruoyun. Do you think that's worth it? You want me to leave today? If I just refuse to go, what can you do to me?" Gu Panpan had clearly forgotten that Elder Yu had gone against the weapon refining sect and had even battled against a martial king just for Gu Ruoyun. Why would he care about offending a single Qin order? From Gu Panpan's point of view, this was simply shopkeeper Zhao's personal decision. The one who called the shots in 100 Herb Hall was Elder Yu. Elder Yu had not said anything yet, so what right did shopkeeper Zhao have to make such a decision? Pan. Qin Luo's face changed instantly. He was now starting to regret bringing Gu Panpan to the auction. Who would have known that this woman would be this brainless? Although shopkeeper Zhao wasn't the highest ranked person in 100 Herb Hall, he still had enough authority over matters like these. Offending him wasn't the best move. Qin Ge. Gu Panpan still wanted to say something more, but upon seeing Qin Luo's terrible expression, she swallowed her words and instead fiercely glared at Gu Ruoyun and Luoyin. "Shopkeeper Zhao, while I admit I wasn't completely in the right, they also had some part in this matter." Qin Luo said somewhat angrily, "They insulted Panpan, clearly not respecting me at all. Furthermore, I came all the way from my Qin order to attend this auction. Shopkeeper Zhao, it wouldn't look too good if you prevent me from entering outside the door." Used to being arrogant, Qin Luo wasn't willing to plead with others. However, he didn't want to offend shopkeeper Zhao either. As long as shopkeeper Zhao judged this incident fairly, he would forget about it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 9. Chapter 123, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 9. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Shopkeeper Zhao harumphed coldly and said, "Do you need me to say it again? Get out of 100 Herb Hall right now, or else I won't mind calling someone to throw you out." After hearing this, Qin Luo's expression turned ugly. He knew that shopkeeper Zhao would do exactly what he said. However, if Qin Luo returned home empty-handed, his father would surely blame him. This was all because of that bitch Gu Panpan. If it hadn't been for her, how could he have been chased away in public and with so many people watching? At this time, everyone's gazes were turned towards them. With so many people watching, Qin Luo was feeling a little ashamed. We're leaving." As he couldn't stay any longer, Qin Luo led the men of the Qin Order away from 100 Herb Hall in a hurry. As for that troublemaker Gu Panpan, it was clear that she didn't deserve to stand by his side any longer. Qin Ge. Gu Panpan anxiously stomped her foot, then glared at Gu Ruoyan with resentment. "Just you wait. One day, I'll make you kneel in front of me and beg for forgiveness for your mistakes." Having promised so, she no longer had the face to continue staying there any longer. Before shopkeeper Zhao could call for someone to throw her out, she hurriedly walked out and disappeared from sight. Seeing that the two people involved had left, the crowd watching the spectacle also quickly dispersed. Shopkeeper Zhao strode towards Gu Ruoyan and smiled as he said, "Eldest miss, Elder Yu has already prepared your seat. Please follow me." "Eldest miss?" Luoyan stared at the scene blankly in a daze. Why did shopkeeper Zhao call Gu Ruoyan eldest miss? What was going on? Gu Ruoyan didn't expect that shopkeeper Zhao would address her as eldest miss directly, but since Luoyan would have found out sooner or later, she didn't say anything to correct him. She simply nodded, "Lead the way." "Yes, please follow me, eldest Mississippi." The sects attending this auction were at the very minimum third-rate and above. Although they were called third-rate sects, their power was at least a tier above a country. Thus, the arrogant lordlings who usually liked to boast of their many connections to powerful people could only keep quiet and squeeze into the crowded hall without complaints. Suddenly, a stunning figure stole everyone's attention. He was dressed entirely in pink. Carrying a fan in his hand, with a face like peach blossoms, eyes like the moon, and his lips carrying a smile, his slightly narrowed eyes swept through the crowd. Upon seeing Gu Ruoyan follow shopkeeper Zhao into a private box in the auction hall, he showed a sweet smile. "Chengij, wait for me. It wasn't easy for me to come here from Vermilion Bird Country. Why won't you talk to me?" Suddenly, a rebuking voice sounded from behind the man, making him wrinkle his good-looking brows unconsciously, his face carrying obvious impatience. "This isn't a place for you. Hurry back to Vermilion Bird Country and stop disturbing me." Zhou Shengchen glanced at the girl who was also dressed in pink behind him, his tone clearly expressing his unhappiness. Chengij, Susu reached her hand out, thinking of grabbing onto Zhou Shengchen's lapel. However, before she could even touch him, the other had already pushed her hand away with disgust. His voice was cold and held no warmth at all. "Susu, you know that I don't like people touching me." Susu was stunned. Her large crystal-like eyes held tears as she pitifully said, "Chengij, I heard that you were protecting a woman here in Azure Dragon Country and that she is just some early-stage martial warrior trash. How is it that Susu is unable to compete with her? That woman can't match up to me, whether in family background or in power. I even came all the way to Azure Dragon Country for you, Chengij. Why won't Chengij look at Susu?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 10. Chapter 124, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 10. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. There wasn't a single trace of humor on Zhou Shengchen's face. His eyes swept across the girl's figure coldly before he spoke indifferently, "Susu, she's not someone you can match up to. You better not offend her, because I won't be able to protect you." Susu's gaze carried astonishment. She looked towards Zhou Shengchen in disbelief, eyes carrying grief and sorrow. "Chengij, you've always been protective of me since we were young. But now, you're warning me because of some other woman? If I've done anything wrong, can you tell me? I'll change." "No, you're not in the wrong at all." Zhou Shengchen shook his head and put away his feather fan as he said, "But in my heart, you'll always be my little sister. Even if I treat you as a little sister, I hope that you won't get too close to me. Right now, I'm thinking of your safety. Don't provoke her, you wouldn't be able to bear the consequences." "Little sister? No." She didn't want to be his little sister, she wanted to be his wife. After so many years, did Chingij not understand her heart? Why was he able to talk so cheerfully and easily with everyone else? Why did he only treat her so cruelly? Susu swallowed her bitter complaints and raised her eyes that had become blurry with tears. Her cute doll-like face carried a smile. Chingij, Susu understands. I just want to follow beside Chingij, I don't have any other motives. Zhuo Shangchen looked at Susu's obstinate face, but didn't say anything else. However, he didn't walk towards his own private box, but towards Guru Oyun's. Xiao Yuner, I want to squeeze in with you for a bit, could you let me in? Hearing that seductive voice, Guru Oyun paused for a moment before raising her head to look. The annoying smile on that man's face made her want to punch it. Fourth Prince, I see that your feet are on the ground today. Where have your servant girls gone? Guru Oyun raised an eyebrow. Every time Zhuo Shangchen appeared, he was always sitting on top of a sedan carried by beautiful servant girls. This was the first time she had seen him walk in front of her. I even thought that you were handicapped and couldn't walk. Zhuo Shangchen shrugged uncaringly. He already knew that Guru Oyun had a sharp tongue that was merciless when it came to scolding people. However, that didn't mean that Susu was going to tolerate someone else humiliating the person she revered the most in her heart. Who are you to say that? Why are you humiliating Chingij? Even if Chingij gets carried around, that has nothing to do with you. Susu was so angry that her face flushed red. She glared at Guru Oyun with anger. However, her glare didn't have much power behind it, she seemed more like a child throwing a tantrum. Humiliate him? Guru Oyun raised her lips in a smile. Her gaze swept across the man's face. Zhuo Shangchen, am I humiliating you? Cough cough. Zhuo Shangchen coughed really, the humor in his eyes became even more pronounced. Xiao Yuner, honestly speaking, you're not humiliating me at all. If this is humiliation, then this prince wouldn't mind getting humiliated a few more times by you. While saying this, Zhuo Shangchen blinked innocently at Guru Oyun a few times, his expression was as if he was completely begging to be ravaged. Chingij. Susu stomped a few times and glared at Guru Oyun unhappily. She didn't understand how this disrespectful woman could be better than her and could make Chingij, who had grown up together with her, abandon her without hesitation. Furthermore, that woman's power was too weak. A 15-year-old early-stage martial warrior might be considered good in Azure Dragon Country, but if she was thinking of standing by Chingij's side with this kind of power, then she was completely delusional. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 11. Chapter 125, The Shocking Four Nations Auction, 11. Everyone, thank you for coming from so far away. Welcome to our 100 Herb Halls auction. It was at this moment that Elder Yu's elderly voice sounded from outside the private box. His tone carried obvious excitement. You know what we're auctioning off today? That's right, the legendary pills. Even now, we've only discovered a few pills in the tombs of experts from tens of thousands of years ago and the rest have disappeared in the flowing rivers of time. However, this time, our 100 Herb Hall has been lucky enough to find a few beauty rejuvenation pills. The breathing of the crowd tightened as they stared without blinking at the elderly man standing in the center of the auction hall, afraid that they would miss a single word. As everyone knows, the famous ghost doctor's face carries numerous scars. She couldn't even cure them herself. However, our 100 Herb Hall tested the pill on the ghost doctor and successfully healed all the wounds on her face. As Elder Yu continued speaking, he got even more excited, as if he had seen a wondrous future ahead of him. The ghost doctor? The ghost doctor who can treat anyone on the brink of death and bring them back to life? Heavens, the ghost doctor actually used the beauty rejuvenation pill? I was skeptical about this pill at first, but if the ghost doctor serves as a living example, then I'll have to get this pill even if I have to spend my entire family fortune. Just as the crowd was bursting into discussion, Wei Yi appeared, all dressed in red. Before the audience's stunned gazes, she walked towards the center of the hall. Her oval-shaped face looked extremely lovely. With her red lips curved in a slight smile, her fair skin seemed translucent and clear, completely flawless. Her every expression held a slight hint of flirtation. What a charming woman! Upon seeing Wei Yi, the crowd was filled with surprise. Their gazes could no longer move away from the woman's face. Even though she didn't have a single scar left on her face, those who had seen Wei Yi before could tell that she was the ghost doctor. That attitude wasn't something that could be emulated. The scars on the ghost doctor's face really were removed. Back then, the ghost doctor's wounds were severely poisoned, and adding on the amount of time that has passed since then. The time limit to completely heal a wound is 2 years. Seeing that she has recovered to this degree, it looks like the beauty rejuvenation pill is real. My wife is so vain, if I give this beauty rejuvenation pill to her, she might even recover her youthful looks. Pills were categorized into primary and secondary pills. Normally, pills used by cultivators for cultivation and battle were called primary pills, whereas those that had nothing to do with cultivation were called secondary pills. However, the power of secondary pills shouldn't be underestimated. The stronger the woman, the more vain she would be. Some women were willing to spend their family fortunes for their face, so Gu Ruoyun hadn't been worried at all about the market for the beauty rejuvenation pill. Chingej, it's the Empress Dowager's birthday in a few more days. If we give this beauty rejuvenation pill to her, she'll surely be happy. Susu looked at Elder Yu with shining eyes. In her heart, she quietly had the determination to obtain the beauty rejuvenation pill. Zhuo Shangchen raised an eyebrow and smiled at Susu. Susu, if you want this beauty rejuvenation pill, you don't have to get it from any other channels. There's someone right here who can get it for you. What? Susu froze for a moment and looked at Zhuo Shangchen in confusion. Zhuo Shangchen shot a glance at Gu Ruoyun, and a peculiar glint flashed across his eyes. Xiao Yuner is the boss behind 100 Herb Hall. If you want, you can ask her for it. If she's in a good mood, she might even sell you one. Susu's eyes widened comically. Gu Ruoyun was the boss behind 100 Herb Hall? Impossible. From what her subordinates had investigated, this woman was just an errand girl in 100 Herb Hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, Heaven City and the Xia Family, 1. Chapter 126, Heaven City and the Xia Family, 1. Luoyin froze in shock. She cast a disbelieving gaze towards Gu Ruoyun, her eyes filled with amazement. No wonder shopkeeper Zhao had called her eldest miss, she was actually the boss behind 100 Herb Hall. However, Luoyin wondered, why was it that she didn't know about this? Furthermore, when 100 Herb Hall was founded, Gu Ruoyun wasn't even born yet. Gu Ruoyun frowned. It was clear that she was unhappy about Zhuo Shangchen exposing her identity. Her indifferent gaze swept across that man's devilishly charming face. If it weren't for the fact that you're my brother's friend, based on what you said just now, I would have gotten Elder Yu to chase you out. Zhuo Shangchen rubbed his nose, his smile bitter. Wasn't he just worried that Susu would do something to Gu Ruoyun after underestimating her? However, no matter what the reason behind it was, he had exposed her identity without her permission. He was indeed in the wrong. Susu opened her mouth and looked like she wanted to say something, but she was too embarrassed to spit it out. At this moment, within the auction hall, Elder Yu's voice resounded again. Everyone, if there aren't any questions, let's proceed with our auction. This time, we have a total of 5 beauty rejuvenation pills available. Each person can get at most 1 pill. The first pill starts bidding at 10,000 gold coins. Following Elder Yu's words, the entire hall turned silent. Then, the noise of a frantic bidding war exploded in the hall like a crash of thunder. 100,000 gold coins. Bang! Everyone was shocked by this confident bid. 100,000 gold coins was enough for a middle-sized family to live for 2 years. However, it was the starting bid for this pill right now. Bajentian, your wife is already old and wrinkled, what are you wasting so much money on her for? Why don't you just get a new wife and leave this pill to us, huh? A middle-aged man dressed in green burst out into loud laughter, completely ignoring the angry glare tossed his way by Bajentian. Humph. Bajentian harumphed, I must get this pill. Then I'm sorry, but I'm also interested in this pill. Thus, I'm bidding 200,000 gold coins. Within the private box, Zhuo Shangchen was smiling as he leaned against his seat. That face that was more beautiful than a woman's wore a languid and contented smile. He appeared to know that Gu Ruoyun wasn't very knowledgeable on the mainland powers, so beside her, he lightly explained the following. That man with a scar on his face is the underground leader of Black Turtle Country's Heaven City, Bajentian. In Black Turtle Country, Heaven City is even stronger than the country itself. You can imagine how powerful Bajentian is. However, this Bajentian is a famous wifecon. Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow. Her gaze landed on Zhuo Shangchen. Zhuo Shangchen flipped open his fan and smiled as he continued to speak. I'm guessing that Bajentian is here to buy the beauty rejuvenation pill for his wife. As for the person fighting him for it, that's the shopkeeper for Heaven City's largest medicine hall. He's probably aiming to bring the pill back and display it as a treasure in his hall in order to drum up trade for himself. Heaven City, Gu Ruoyun sunk into silence for a while before she asked, what kind of power is this Heaven City? How come I've never heard of it before? In Black Turtle Country, Heaven City is the organization with the most authority. If the royal family of Black Turtle Country wants to change dynasties, it's impossible with just the support of their courtiers. Rather, they have to get the approval of Heaven City. Even when choosing the crown prince, the royal family needs Heaven City's approval. Thus, Heaven City is the greatest existence in Black Turtle Country. TL note, Ba Jintian has a really intimidating name. His surname Ba means tyrant, while his name Jintian means shaking the heavens. What an amazing name. Remember that the countries carry the names of 4 mythical beasts? We had Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and now we have Black Turtle appearing. Black Turtle represents the north, so Black Turtle Country is presumably to the north. You can read up more about the 4 symbols here, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/4_symbols_China. Also, I finally updated the glossary up to the latest translated chapters, so you can go look up any characters you've forgotten about over here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127, Heaven City and the Xia Family, 2. Chapter 127, Heaven City and the Xia Family, 2. Gu Ruoyun was a little astonished. Even though there were organizations stronger than the royal family in Azure Dragon Country, letting those organizations decide who the position of Crown Prince would go to was unheard of to her. What kind of place was this mysterious Heaven City like? Could you continue explaining the situation in Heaven City to me? Gu Ruoyun asked excitedly. Sure, Zhuo Shengqian's eyes held a hint of a smile. The city lord, the Xia family, controls the entire Heaven City. Supposedly, their young master has been extremely weak and sick since he was young. It was assumed that he wouldn't live past 15 years old. However, just a few months ago, that young master suddenly got better and his cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. His situation is rather similar to yours. As he finished speaking, Zhuo Shengqian's pupils narrowed as he cast a measuring gaze towards the girl before him. Based on Xingyi's information, Gu Ruoyun had also been a cowardly weak good-for-nothing, but that had changed after her near-death experience. That young master from the Xia family, what's his name? Gu Ruoyun's heart skipped a beat against her will. She took a deep breath and asked. Xia Linyu. Bang! It was as if a thunderbolt had struck Gu Ruoyun's heart. Her whole body started trembling. She hurriedly covered her face with her hands as tears slowly leaked through the cracks between her fingers. Was it him? Could it be him? Could he still be living in this world? In her previous life, she would have given her life to protect him. In the end, his limbs had been torn off in front of her as he died miserably. What level of heart-rending pain was that? The only regret she had after her previous life was being unable to protect the ones precious to her. Ruoyun, what happened to you? Luoyin asked, confused as she stared at Gu Ruoyun. From what she could remember, Gu Ruoyun had never left Azure Dragon Country. How would she know the young master of Black Turtle Country's Xia family? Why was she so agitated after hearing Xia Linyu's name? I'm fine. Luoyin's voice brought Gu Ruoyun back to her senses. It was only now that she realized that everyone was staring at her with peculiar gazes. She hurriedly wiped away her tears and gently smiled as she spoke. Zhuo Shengqian wrinkled his brows slightly. He looked at Gu Ruoyun as if he were thinking of something. After a long moment, he finally said, Shao Yuner, Heaven City is cut off from the outside world. No one is allowed to enter unless they have the token of Heaven City's city lord. Thank you. Gu Ruoyun inclined her head and smiled in gratitude. She was grateful to Zhuo Shengqian for telling all this to her. She had to make a trip to Heaven City, regardless of whether the Xia family's young master was Yuer or not. If you want to show your gratitude, then come hug me. Zhuo Shengqian languidly opened his arms, waiting for the girl to fly into them. However, Zhuo Shengqian's words made Susu stomp her foot unhappily. Chengij had always disliked people touching him. However, right now, he actually wanted to hug another woman. This made her feel bitter in her heart. The gaze she shot towards Gu Ruoyun was full of enmity. At this moment, the first pill had already been auctioned away. No matter how much money Ba Jintian had, he couldn't match up to the fortunes belonging to the boss of Heaven City's largest medicine hall. Thus, the auction ended at the bid of 3 million gold coins. Of course, since it was just the first round, many people weren't willing to show their hands yet. There were 4 more pills anyway, why spend so much in the competition at the start? It was because the crowd had these kinds of thoughts that they would regret giving up on the first round. In the end, that was the lowest price for the entire auction. Alright, we'll start the second round now. This time, our starting bid is 3 million gold coins. Roar! The crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. The starting bid for this round was the final bid of the previous round? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 1. Chapter 128, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 1. Everyone, you can start bidding now. Elder Yu was a cunning man, smiling as he pulled off his heist. If they didn't play some tricks, how could they squeeze all these powers dry? Of course, this was a method that Guru Oyon had taught him. These powers definitely wouldn't go all out in the first few rounds of the auction. After the crowd sunk into silence for a moment, the cacophony of crazed bids rang out again. They realized that if they didn't get the pills in this round, then the price would only get higher and higher. 4 million gold coins. Ba Zhentian gritted his teeth. It was clear that he was setting down his life on the line for the sake of making his wife happy. However, the others didn't approve of his actions. His wife was already old and wrinkled. As the leader of an underground force, why did he need to fear an old lady? 6 million gold coins. A beautiful and alluring voice rang out, carrying a charming and touching tone. I must have this beauty rejuvenation pill. Gentlemen, would you let me have this chance? I'll be very grateful. Ha, Sheiji, your beauty is already renowned throughout the lands. Why fight with us for this pill? Don't tell me you want all the men in the world to bow down before you? The beautiful woman covered her lips as she smiled. I'm extremely interested in refining pills. I simply want to study this pill. Furthermore, who wouldn't want to become even more beautiful? Don't you think so too? This time, Elder Yu had managed to force the hand of some of the powers that hadn't wanted to take action yet. Thus, Ba Zhentian's expression was already turning ugly. Cold sweat gathered on his forehead. Although his fortune wasn't considered too shabby, compared to so many strong clans and sects, he was still weaker by a level. Very quickly, the current round was won by Sheiji at the price of 20 million gold coins. In the private box, Luo Yin was gaping at this mind-blowing figure. One pill, and one that only changes a woman's appearance at that, can actually sell for 20 million. That's an amount we can never hope to earn in our entire lifetime. Hearing this, Susu, who had been silent up till now, spoke up. Although strong experts rule on this mainland, experts are also vain. They're even more willing to spend huge amounts on this aspect as well. It's not strange that a beauty rejuvenation pill can sell at that kind of price. Hearing this, Guru Oyon took a second look at Susu, but didn't say anything more. Not long after, the third and fourth pills were sold at 5 million and 100 million respectively. Of course, poor Ba Zhentian didn't have a chance to get a pill at all. Anxiety appeared on his face, and his tightly clenched fists were filled with sweat. There's only one pill left. I have to get it no matter what. After taking a deep breath, Ba Zhentian's eyes were filled with determination. Next up, we have the last pill up for auction. Elder Yu chuckled, clearly pleased with today's results. Although 100 Herb Hall normally made a lot of profit, they hadn't yet reached the point where they could earn 100 million in a day. The apple didn't fall from the tree. He had a premonition that this girl's achievements would surpass Gu Tian's in the near future. The bidding for this pill starts at 3 million gold coins. Of course, this might be the last beauty rejuvenation pill left in the world. You have to think clearly. If you miss this chance, there may never be another. Elder Yu was only speaking of maybes and he didn't say definitely. His words left space for other possibilities. Even so, in the ears of everyone present, they heard that if they missed out on this chance, they would never be able to get a beauty rejuvenation pill again. In just a short amount of time, the crowd became boisterous. TL note, Sheiji is pronounced as Shiji, and means Snake Princess. As of now, I can't tell whether it's her name or a title. I'll be keeping it as Sheiji for now. Try listening to her name on Google Translate XD https://translate.google.com/#sign ZH-cn/n/%sign E8%sign9B%sign A7%sign A7%sign If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 2. Chapter 129, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 2. I bid 80 million gold coins. Ba Zhentian was the first to speak. These 80 million gold coins were all the funds he could touch. He wouldn't be able to bear it if the price went higher than this. 110 million gold coins, ... A voice rang out calmly. Bang! Ba Zhentian's legs went soft and he fell onto his chair. His forehead was full of sweat and it was as if his body had collapsed from exhaustion. Zhou Shengqian indolently smiled with his almond-shaped eyes fixed on Guru Oyan. His beautiful smile made it hard for a gaze to turn away. Xiao Yun'er, I'm extremely interested in this pill as well. I wonder if you'll agree to letting me take part in this auction. Gu Ruoyun rolled her eyes. If you have the money, then do as you like. Either way, I won't feel dissatisfied earning so much. 120 million gold coins. Another voice rang out from outside the private box. Without hesitation, Zhuo Shengchen immediately said, 220 million gold coins. 500 million. Before that person could finish speaking, his words died in his throat when Zhuo Shengchen spoke out. SSSSS. The crowd drew in their breaths. Although they were all pretty rich, it was hard for them to justify using up so much funds in just a short moment. What kind of person was this fellow? He could actually throw out 500 million just like that. 500 million going once, 500 million going twice, 500 million going thrice, sold. Boom. The sound of the gavel. Elder Yu's heart was all stirred up and his face was full of excitement. That was 500 million gold coins. It was enough for even the Dongfang family to spend for 10 years. You could imagine what kind of sky-high price that 500 million gold coins was. Today's auction was destined to be written into the annals of history. Even many years later, it would still be talked about by the people of the world. At this moment, within the private box, Gu Ruoyun rubbed her chin and stared at Zhuo Shengchen with a sinister look. Seeing her evil expression, Zhuo Shengchen hurriedly covered his chest. Xiao Yuner, what are you thinking of doing? Isn't it a little inappropriate to do it in such a public place? Your brother will kill me. Gu Ruoyun couldn't resist rolling her eyes. I was just thinking, since you're so rich, I need to properly squeeze some of it out of you. Luoyin, who had still been in a daze, abruptly regained her senses after hearing their banter. She grabbed onto Gu Ruoyun's shoulder, extremely agitated. That's 500 million gold coins. A single pill of yours sold for 500 million gold coins, that's just impossible. Tell me, where did you get these pills from? How could Luoyin not be agitated? 500 million gold coins, surely even the national treasury didn't have that much money? Furthermore, this was before counting in the final prices of the other 4 pills. She wondered if the national treasuries of all 4 countries added up together would amount to what Gu Ruoyun had made today. I picked them up. Gu Ruoyun shrugged. I still have one more pill here, do you want it? I can return you the 100 gold coins I borrowed from you a few months ago. Pick them up? Pick them up, your ass. Luoyin wanted to curse out loud, but was mesmerized by the pill in Gu Ruoyun's hands. Zhuo Shengchen and Susu both turned their gazes to the qi-gathering pill. From their intuitions, the pill in Gu Ruoyun's hands seemed to be much better than the beauty rejuvenation pills that had just been auctioned off. Xiao Yuner, you're really biased, Zhuo Shengchen pouted and pitifully whined. Why did I have to spend 500 million to get one pill, but she only needed 100 gold coins? You're clearly too biased, this is unfair. Was he born to be an easy mark? Gu Shengxiao took advantage of that, and so did his sister. The more he thought about it, the more Zhuo Shengchen thought it wasn't fair. The gaze he turned towards Gu Ruoyun accused her with a hefty crime, as if she were some bastard who had abandoned her husband and children. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 3. Chapter 130, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 3. Gu Ruoyun shrugged. You're rich and stupid, who else should I target if not you? Hearing this, the corner of Zhuo Shengchen's mouth twitched unconsciously. Although 500 million gold coins didn't mean much to him, who would say something like that so clearly? Fourth Prince, Luoyin, I have some business to attend to. I'm leaving first. While saying so, Gu Ruoyun stood up and yawned lazily. She then walked towards the door of the private box. However, before she could push open the door and leave, she halted her steps at the sound of someone speaking. You're really the boss behind the scenes at 100 Herb Hall? Susu's gaze was locked onto Gu Ruoyun. As far as I know, 100 Herb Hall already existed long before you were born. No matter what, she couldn't believe that the young girl before her was the boss of 100 Herb Hall. It was simply too unbelievable. Gu Ruoyun smiled with her back to Susu. As long as a country exists, it will change rulers sooner or later, no? This sentence was equivalent to tacitly confirming that she was the boss of 100 Herb Hall. However, right after she finished saying so, she pushed the door open and left. Susu looked towards the direction Gu Ruoyun had left in, her eyes carrying a complicated look. She had at first thought that the woman Shengij was protecting was a good-for-nothing, since everything she had heard about Gu Ruoyun before coming here was that. However, if Gu Ruoyun was the mysterious boss behind 100 Herb Hall, then that was a whole other story. Even if 100 Herb Hall had to change rulers, if she didn't have the ability, how would she be able to make these people submit? Susu, I've told you before, don't provoke her. Zhuo Shangchen showed off that smile that could charm devils again, lazing against the back of his seat as he spoke with an equally lazy tone. Susu didn't have a bad personality, but she was a little stubborn due to being spoiled ever since she was a child. Zhuo Shangchen didn't wish for her to offend Gu Ruoyun, so he had purposely said those words for her. Xindiege, if she's that great, why isn't she willing to reveal her identity to others? If those people knew that she was the boss behind 100 Herb Hall, then they wouldn't keep disturbing her. Susu blinked her wide, watery eyes and asked in bewilderment. She has to hide her talents while her wings have yet to finish growing. However, she's very sincere in front of her friends, that's what I admire about her, Zhuo Shangchen drawled, a slight smile on that devastatingly beautiful face. If everyone found out that the beauty rejuvenation pills had come from her, and that she could take out even more precious pills, and that she had even made the ghost doctor willingly submit to her, then the entire mainland would be in an upheaval. However, she clearly didn't want that to happen. Before her wings grew out, she had to hide and bide her time. In the main hall, Ba Zhentian was watching the streams of people flow out of the auctioning area. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a voice halted his steps. Leader Ba, our boss would like to invite you for a talk. Ba Zhentian froze for a moment. He turned his head to look at Elder Yu with suspicion in his eyes. Elder Yu, why is your boss looking for me? Leader Ba will know once you go. Elder Yu smiled calmly. Honestly speaking, he didn't know why Gu Ruoyun was looking for Ba Zhentian either. Then, I'm troubling you. Ba Zhentian finally regained his senses. He cupped his hands in a respectful salute as he spoke. Please. Hearing this, Elder Yu made a friendly gesture and led Ba Zhentian towards the guest hall. However, once Ba Zhentian saw the young girl waiting for him within, his entire person froze in surprise. Undisguised astonishment appeared on that imposing face of his. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 4. Chapter 131, Sky-High Prices at the Auction, 4. He would never have imagined that the boss behind 100 Herb Hall was a girl as young as this. It was also hard to imagine that she was the one who had organized the pill auction that had shocked the entire mainland. That was because she was far too young. She was so young that it was hard to believe. You're the boss of 100 Herb Hall? Ba Zhentian quickly recovered from his shock and asked in a tone full of suspicion. That's right. Gu Ruoyun looked at Ba Zhentian, brimming with humor. Her fingers gently brushed the teacups on the table. Elder Yu, pour some tea for our guest. There's no need. Ba Zhentian made a halting gesture and asked directly, Miss, let's not beat around the bush. What business do you have with me? Nothing much, I only admire Leader Ba's character very much, so I want to help you out. Don't you need the beauty rejuvenation pill? I can give one to you for free. What? Ba Zhentian widened his eyes in shock. He looked at Gu Ruoyun in disbelief. What did she just say? She could give him a beauty rejuvenation pill for free? Was he dreaming? Also, what motives did she have in doing so? Miss, you're a merchant. Merchants will never let themselves incur losses. I want to know what this free pill is really about. Seeing the doubt in Ba Zhentian's eyes, Gu Ruoyun smiled. She had her own motives, of course. Ba Zhentian was someone from Heaven City. If she entered Heaven City in the future, she might need his help then. She could easily refine another batch of beauty rejuvenation pills, so it was worth exchanging a single pill she didn't need for a big favor. Of course, before investigating Xia Linyu's identity clearly, she would not reveal her motives. Leader Ba, you're thinking too much. I've only heard of your dedication to your wife. Thus, this pill isn't for you, but for your wife. Everyone might say that Ba Zhentian is weak, being so scared of a woman, but as the leader of the underground power in Heaven City, how could you really be scared of a weak woman? If there's no love, then where would fear come from? Even outsiders would be touched by such deep feelings. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't want to give you this pill either. Hearing so, Ba Zhentian's expression softened. Everyone took him for a coward and a weakling, but it was only this girl before him who really understood why he held such fear. It was because of the strength of his love that he would willingly become a henpecked husband. Miss, you've said it very well. I do love my wife a lot. She has been with me since I was a nobody and we have been through life and death together. However, now that my career is finally at its peak, she has already become an old woman. Adding on the idle talk from outsiders, she has lost her confidence. I want to get the beauty rejuvenation pill, not because I like young and pretty women, but because I want her to regain confidence in herself. It was only when he talked about his wife that Ba Zhentian's eyes were full of warmth. Gu Ruoyan smiled. Leader Ba, I can give you the beauty rejuvenation pill, but do you really think that she would recover her self-confidence with just the pill alone? The only one who can help her is you, Leader Ba. You can use your own actions to show her that she's the woman you love the most in this lifetime, regardless of whether she's as beautiful as a fairy or an old woman. Those words rang like a bell in his mind. Ba Jintian abruptly came to a realization. That's right, although he still spoiled her, he was too busy with work most of the time. If someone whispered unpleasant things in her ears, he wouldn't be able to handle it immediately, thus causing her to become less and less confident in herself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132, Gu Ruoyun's Trickery, 1. Chapter 132, Gu Ruoyun's Trickery, 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Miss, thank you for your words today. I understand what I have to do now. Ba Jintian smiled in gratitude and cupped his fists in a salute to Gu Ruoyan. If not for you, I might have kept my head buried in a box. Now, I've finally realized what I need to do. I bid you goodbye for now. If Miss goes to Heaven City sometime in the future, don't forget to come to my place as a guest. Ha ha. Speaking up to here, Ba Jintian laughed out loud and turned to leave. It was at this moment that the girl's voice rang out, halting his steps. Please wait. Ba Jintian paused for a moment and turned to look at the girl's pretty face. He asked, Is there any other business, miss? Gu Ruoyan revealed a smile, her black eyes filled with self-confidence and calm. Leader Ba, have you felt discomfort in your body recently? Does the left side of your abdomen hurt sometimes? Ba Jintian looked at Gu Ruoyan with a startled look. How did you know? I've studied medicine before, so I can tell you have an illness. Furthermore, your neck is a little dark and you look like you don't have enough vitality. These are the symptoms of poisoning. Luckily, it's a slow-acting poison. Since I've discovered it early, it won't be too much of a problem. From her first glance at Ba Jintian, Gu Ruoyan had already known that he was poisoned. Furthermore, it was a very rare poison at that. There was obvious suspicion in Ba Jintian's eyes, so Gu Ruoyan didn't bother saying anything more. She directly said, If Leader Ba doesn't believe me, you can consult a doctor. I'm simply giving you a word of warning. Alright, I'm tired. Elder Yu, send our guest out. Yes. Elder Yu made a gesture of invitation and said, Leader Ba, this way please. Ba Jintian nodded, and walked out shortly after under Elder Yu's lead. Honestly speaking, on this mainland, many people tended to believe in the existence of something rather than not, let alone someone in a high position like Ba Jintian. Thus, he decided to get someone to check his body once he returned. If he really had been poisoned, then... Thinking up to here, a cold glint flashed in his eyes before he sneered silently. If I've really been poisoned, then if I find out who did it, I'll definitely make it so he won't be able to rest in peace. Within 100 Herb Hall, Elder Yu had just returned from sending Ba Jintian out when some men from the Gu family walked in, bearing a litter. Wherever they passed, a disgusting stench would spread out, causing everyone to frown unconsciously. You nur. Old Man Gu came forward with a beaming face and said, I've found your parents' corpses. I only hope that you've prepared yourself. Having said so, he turned towards the servants behind him and raised his hands, indicating for them to remove the white cloth. In the instant the white cloth was lifted, two faces beyond recognition appeared before her eyes. These bodies had already rotted to the point that only white bones were left. Furthermore, there were traces of gnawing by demonic beasts. The white maggots squirming within the corpses caused everyone to shiver in horror. Mr. Gu Tian, and Miss Yuer? Elder Yu looked at the two tragic corpses and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. If there hadn't been too many people around, he would have knelt down crying in front of those two corpses. Many people turned their heads away, disturbed by the sight. Who would ever have thought that the illustrious Mr. Gu Tian would become such a miserable sight upon death? Why hadn't the Gu family found them earlier? It couldn't be helped that the crowd held disdain in their hearts. Gu Tian had brought the Gu family to its current height while he was alive, and that was entirely because everyone had pandered to him. After his death, not a single person had gone to collect his corpse, and it had even rotted to this degree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133, Gu Ruoyun's Trickery, 2. Chapter 133, Gu Ruoyun's Trickery, 2. At this moment, no one suspected that the Gu family had taken someone else's corpse to impersonate Gu Tian. After all, Gu Tian was the Gu family's own blood and flesh. No matter how shameless Old Man Gu could get, he definitely wouldn't let someone unrelated enter the Gu family's ancestral hall. That would be the greatest moral outrage. Even Elder Yu believed it completely. In the entire 100 Herb Hall, only Gu Ruoyun's expression remained calm from start to finish. She didn't say anything, and others couldn't tell what she was thinking. Yuner, I've already fulfilled your request. What about our promise back then? Old man Gu looked at Gu Ruoyun nervously. The Plum faction had not participated in the auction this time because he had promised them that he could get a beauty rejuvenation pill from 100 Herb Hall. If he couldn't finish this task, then you could imagine the rage from the Plum faction. Go back, Gu Ruoyun raised her head and said expressionlessly, I'll give you the pill once I've confirmed the identities of these two people. Hearing this, Old Man Gu burst into agitated rage. Gu Ruoyun, what do you mean by this? Are you saying that I found two random corpses to deceive you? No matter what, Gu Tian was my son and I loved him dearly. How could I let someone else impersonate him and be buried with my Gu family ancestors? This is practically an insult to my Gu family, but... The old man spoke so righteously, as if Gu Ruoyun was some criminal who had committed an unforgivable crime that everyone should punish. However, Gu Ruoyun smiled. For some reason, upon seeing her smile, the old man's heart suddenly trembled for a bit. A sense of unease started rising in his heart. Then can I ask you, only bones were left of these two people. How were you able to recognize them as my parents? Or perhaps I should ask, since you've already known where their corpses were, did you purposely leave them out to rot without letting them enter the ancestral graves? Why did you do such a thing? The old man choked up and his face turned red. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a single word to refute her. Upon hearing Gu Ruoyun's questions, Elder Yu abruptly came to his senses. He stared unwaveringly at the two corpses before him before shouting suddenly, no. They're not Gu Tian and his wife. Gu Tian injured his bones before and it had never recovered. Although these two corpses have already rotted, it's clear that there aren't any traces of injuries on the bones. I'm sure that he's not Gu Tian. Since one of the corpses wasn't Gu Tian, then that proved that the other one wasn't Dongfang Yu. What? Elder Yu, what do you mean by that? These two corpses aren't Gu Tian and his wife? I've really underestimated how shameless old man Gu can get. For the sake of getting his way, he can even find someone else to impersonate his own son. Is this something a human would do? After the people who hadn't yet left 100 Herb Hall heard Elder Yu's words, they tossed disdainful looks at Elder Yu. Old man Gu was filled with rage upon seeing those looks. He gritted his teeth fiercely and said, what do you mean by this? Gu Ruoyun, are you purposely playing me? He had already seen that Gu Ruoyun had no intention of giving him the pill at all. Everything had been for the sake of playing him, but... Playing you? Gu Ruoyun raised her eyebrows and smiled, did you think I had the free time to do that? I simply wanted to force you to hand over my parents' remains so I could let them rest in peace. I didn't think that you would actually find two corpses to deceive me. Are you sure that I was playing you? That's right, she had indeed played a trick on him, but she wasn't so stupid as to admit it. Ha ha. Old man Gu laughed crazily and gritted his teeth. He said viciously, Gu Ruoyun, I've really underestimated you. You even managed to seduce 100 Herb Hall's Elder Yu. However, for the sake of your own desires, you seduced an old man and borrowed his authority to swagger about. Don't you think that it's too shameful? How could Gu Tian have borne something as shameless as you? If I had known earlier that you would turn out this way, I would have killed you when you were little. It's better than having you be such an outrage now. You're shaming my Gu family, ... If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134, Gu Ruoyun's Trickery, 3. Chapter 134, Gu Ruoyun's Trickery, 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. It was like a thunderbolt out of the blue. Everyone stared at Gu Ruoyun and Elder Yu in disbelief. No wonder Elder Yu had put his life on the line to save her whenever she had faced danger. So it was because they had that kind of relationship. This woman was so shameless, she had actually seduced a man who was even older than her own grandfather. This was a shame to Gu Tian and his wife. Rubbish. Elder Yu, who had always paid attention to his image, couldn't help but curse. Just as he was about to personally teach this old man a lesson, a slender hand reached out from the side and stopped his actions. Gu Ruoyun's gaze was extremely severe, it pierced through old man Gu's body like a sharp sword. Slowly, she spoke up, but that voice carried immense pressure. On behalf of my brother, I didn't intend to eradicate all of you from the start. However, you have been forcing me all this time. From now on, the Gu family is on 100 Herb Hall's blacklist. No matter what ailments and injuries the Gu family has, all doctors are not allowed to help them, or they'll be making an enemy out of 100 Herb Hall. Didn't you just say that I'm borrowing Elder Yu's authority to intimidate others? Then I'll do it right now to show you. Actually, it wasn't that Gu Ruoyun didn't want to completely eradicate the Gu family. It was because that would expose her strength. Furthermore, she had always preferred keeping things clean and killing to the last one. Second Master Gu still had a son somewhere out in the world. She was going to wait for him to come back before she completely got rid of them all. Letting them think that she was borrowing Elder Yu's authority to pretend that she was a big shot was better than letting them know that she was the real owner of 100 Herb Hall. Elder Yu glanced at Old Man Gu in sympathy. This old fellow had offended eldest Mississippi. It was easy to imagine how miserable his following days would be. A group of people stopped outside a manor. These people were wearing palace uniforms and jade pendants hung at their waists. It was clear to see where they had come from in one glance. From the reports of our spies, the ghost doctor first appeared at 100 Herb Hall's auction and then someone followed her all the way to this location. Only the ghost doctor can save His Highness now. We're going for diplomacy before force. If she's not willing to save him, then we'll use force. The expression of the middle-aged man acting as the leader turned serious. His fiercely shaped eyes looked severe as he waved his hand. Let's go, we're entering here. It was weird. Just as they stepped through the main entrance, they found that they were stuck at the same spot no matter how much they walked. It was as if they had entered a maze. If they didn't find the trick behind it soon, they would never be able to leave. Leader, what should we do now? Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned. If I'm not wrong, this should be a formation. Who would have thought that there would be a formation in 100 Herb Hall's courtyard? I was too careless. If we can't find the ghost doctor, then we won't be able to cure His Highness. The foundation of the entire royal family will be shaken. It was at this moment that the sound of an army charging came to their ears. When they raised their heads to look, their expressions changed. Not far away, countless soldiers rushed towards them with their swords raised. Even though this was within a formation, the pain they felt was real. Outside the formation, Wei Yi sat to the side, eating some melon seeds and tasting some good wine. She watched that group of people standing on the spot and waving their swords wildly in high spirits. If anyone who wasn't in the know were watching right now, they would probably be frightened to death. It was simply too strange. There was clearly no one attacking them, but wound after wound would appear on their bodies without warning. Did you think that trash like you would be able to walk out of Lord Zixie's formation? You even wanted to make me treat that crown prince of yours. Did you think I, the ghost doctor, would treat just anyone? I'll be the first to refuse to treat someone as narcissistic as him. Especially since that crown prince had actually called her a servant girl. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135, Gu Ruoyun's Trickery, 4. Chapter 135, Gu Ruoyun's Trickery, 4. Thinking of how the crown prince had called her a servant girl, Wei Yi was full of anger. She hated that she couldn't stab that bastard in the chest a few times. At this moment, within a guest house, Old Man Gu cowered as he watched the woman in front of him, whose expression had turned ugly, and said with a little fear, Elder, this doesn't have anything to do with me. It's that horrible girl Gu Ruoyun, it's all her fault. She deceived me. Elder May's expression was extremely cold. A frigid aura exuded from her body. Her hand landed heavily on the table, and with a smack, the table was split into two. Old Man Gu trembled in fright. Old Man Gu was scolding Second Master Gu in the depths of his heart. It was all the damned boy's fault. Otherwise, why would he have to bend and scrape before a woman for favor? General Gu, your son promised me that you would be able to get a beauty rejuvenation pill if you found the remains of Gu Tian and his wife. That pill is something that our faction master needs. In the end, is this how you handle your work for our Plum faction? You couldn't even find 2 corpses? Old Man Gu was really in a pinch, but he couldn't speak of his troubles. Back then, they couldn't find the corpses of Gu Tian and his wife. It had already been 10 years, how would they be able to find the corpses now? Elder May, please let me explain. From the start, Gu Ruoyun didn't plan to give me the pill. She was purposely tricking me by doing so. Our relations were strained by some incidents that happened before, so she purposely did this to create a misunderstanding between the Plum faction and the Gu family. Our Gu family has always been treating the Plum faction with utmost sincerity. We absolutely won't shirk our duties for you. At this point, all the old man could do was push all the responsibility on Gu Ruoyun. He might even be able to borrow the Plum faction's hand to get rid of that girl. However, at this moment, a woman from the Plum faction walked in from outside the door. After bowing, she said, "Elder, shopkeeper Zhao from 100 Herb Hall requests an audience." "Let him in." Elder May frowned as she said. "Someone from 100 Herb Hall?" The old man froze for a moment. Before he could react, shopkeeper Zhao walked in from outside the room, dressed in hemp clothes. "Elder May, I have come here this time to present a gift for you on behalf of Miss Ruoyan." Shopkeeper Zhao didn't hesitate and got right to the point. Although Old Man Gu purposefully used two corpses to impersonate Gu Tian and his wife, Miss Ruoyan had already asked for a beauty rejuvenation pill from Elder Yu before the auction, intending to exchange it for her parents' remains. Alas. Upon hearing that there was still one more beauty rejuvenation pill, Elder May's eyes lit up and her breathing quickened. Shopkeeper Zhao sighed. It was only out of longing for her parents that Miss Ruoyan used the pill as a condition. Since the Gu family has actually done such a despicable thing, this pill shouldn't have even been taken out. Speaking up to here, shopkeeper Zhao could clearly see that Elder May's expression had turned tense. He smiled in his heart before continuing. However, the mistake made by the Gu family shouldn't be borne by the Plum faction. Thus, Miss Ruoyan has decided to use the price of the final bid of the second round of the auction to sell this pill to the Plum faction. Actually, Gu Ruoyan had her reasons for doing so. She could easily refine a whole furnace full of beauty rejuvenation pills. One pill was nothing to her. Thus, exchanging a single useless pill for 20 million gold coins and a strike at the Gu family was completely worth it. But are you serious? Elder May's wrinkled face was full of joy. For the Plum faction, 20 million gold coins wasn't much. However, if they had joined the auction, they might not have been able to get a beauty rejuvenation pill even if they had 20 million gold coins. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136, 3 years, 1. Chapter 136, 3 years, 1. Miss Ruoyan doesn't go back on her word, unlike some people. Shopkeeper Zhao cast a glance towards Old Man Gu, who was currently pale as a sheet. He sneered and said, "However, Elder May, a word of advice, this old fellow loves to stir up trouble for others and create something out of nothing. I hope you won't listen to his one-sided words. This person even used a corpse to impersonate his own son, what wouldn't he do?" Elder May was a little ashamed. If Shopkeeper Zhao hadn't appeared, she probably would have believed Old Man Gu's words and despised Gu Ruoyan. She might have even tried to do something to her. "Shopkeeper Zhao, go back and tell Miss Ruoyan this. Gu Tian was a hero in the hearts of everyone, and as Gu Tian's daughter, I believe that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. If she has some time in the future, I will welcome her as a guest in our Plum faction. I'll let Miss Ruoyan know. I'll take my leave now." Shopkeeper Zhao made a cupped fist salute before turning to leave without a second look at Old Man Gu. Right after he left, the old man felt a pair of icy eyes watching him. He turned his head stiffly, and upon seeing Elder May's frosty expression, he spoke up out of fright. "Elder May, let me explain, it's not like that." "Then tell me, what's the truth behind this matter?" Elder May sneered. "You didn't put your all into your task, and you even tried to push all the blame onto an innocent girl. If Shopkeeper Zhao hadn't come over to send the pill just now, I would have most likely believed your words." Just the thought of how this old fellow had almost played her for a fool was the source of overwhelming rage blooming inside Elder May's heart. Her frosty gaze was practically sharp enough to pierce through Old Man Gu's body. "Elder May, Enough!" Elder May briskly interrupted his words. "Our Plum faction was considering helping your Gu family at first, but you were the one who didn't seize the opportunity. Moreover, you've dug yourself into a hole you'll never get out of." Cold. Old Man Gu felt a chill all over his body, as if he had fallen into an igloo. He tried to open his mouth to continue explaining, but not a single sound came out of his throat. "General Gu, go back. The Gu family is no longer welcome here with our Plum faction. I'll spare your life for today, but from now on, if my Plum faction meets anyone from the Gu family, I'll kill them as soon as I see them. I hope your family will never appear before my eyes again in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Scram! That one word pushed Old Man Gu's body back a few steps. His eyes were filled with despair. The world was so big, who knew where the Plum faction's members might appear? If the Gu family's people were going to lose their lives the moment they were seen by the Plum faction, then that basically meant that the Gu family could never leave their home at all. The Plum faction might even purposely appear outside the door of the Gu household and kill everyone in the family. However, Old Man Gu was thinking too much. The Plum faction was so busy already, where would they get the time to take revenge on someone as insignificant as him? Even purposely going to the Gu household? This old fellow was thinking too highly of himself. "Elder May, please have mercy on us. The old man trembled as he gave a cupped fist salute, the streaks of white hair against his temples making him a pitiful sight to behold. Elder May's expression turned impatient as she shouted, "If you're not going to scram right now, I'll make it so you'll never be able to scram again." Bang! A strong wind hit the old man like a punch, pushing him out and cutting off his cries for mercy along the way as the door slammed shut. The Gu family had dug a hole for themselves this time, even thoroughly offending the Plum faction while they were at it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 137, 3 years, 2. Chapter 137, 3 years, 2. Miss, should we also snatch that beauty rejuvenation pill? From within the meeting hall, Hun Fei turned to look at Shi Yun, revealing his undisguised greed. To think, a single beauty rejuvenation pill could actually sell for as much as 500 million. If the weapon refining sect were to take all that, there would be no need to worry about their future funds. Shi Yun didn't speak up. As she slightly tilted her head, a strange light flashed across her pure, fairy-like face. Since 100 Herb Hall was able to bring out those beauty rejuvenation pills, there might be other pills as well. Elder Hun Fei, we must have them all no matter what. Power. She needed more power to snatch that man back. Right at that moment, a weapon refining sect disciple rushed over and reported, "Miss, Elder Hun Fei, something happened. The entire weapon refining sect is in trouble." What? Shi Yun abruptly stood and asked, "What happened?" Recently, the sect master has been away, so a group of mounted troops took advantage of the darkness to attack us last night. The weapon refining sect sent a message by carrier pigeon asking the young miss to return and take charge. Shi Yun's expression turned ugly. Do you know who's behind the attacks? It seems to be the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family? Shi Yun grimly smiled. It seems like some people are too bored, so they're trying to stir up some trouble. Elder Hun Fei, since that's the case, let us return first. When we've settled things there, we'll come back. Understood. Then what about Long Yanfeng? Should I go look for him? No need. We're in a hurry, there's no need to bother about him. Most importantly, she was disgusted every time that man cast his yearning gaze on her. Who did he think he was? He was just an inner disciple of the weapon refining sect. With an inner talent lesser than hers, how could he possibly be worthy enough to stand by her side? If he didn't still have his uses, she would have kicked him away a long time ago. At this moment, within 100 Herb Hall, Gu Ruoyan put down what she was doing. Her gaze rested upon Elder Yu as she lifted a brow and said, "So you're saying that those people from the weapon refining sect finally left?" "That's right," Elder Yu nodded his head. "I reported our situation to young master some time ago. Young master said that he would think of a way to handle it. Seeing that the weapon refining sect left in such a rush, young master must have done something. After all, it would be too dangerous with the weapon refining sect here. Who knew what those shameless people would do?" For now, Gu Ruoyun was still in the midst of growing. At this stage, she was no match for those people from the weapon refining sect. However, he believed that in the time to come, she would definitely surpass them all. Good, very good. Gu Ruoyan smiled. Now that the weapon refining sect has left, I can develop my power in peace. 3 years, I will use 3 years' time to grow. After those 3 years, I will surely have the words devil sect resounding in everyone's ears. Wait for me. In 3 years, I will come and find you. Thinking of those words, Gu Ruoyan's resolution shone within her eyes. Time flowed like water, the years passed swiftly. For cultivators, 3 years were merely a fleeting moment. Within 3 years, an organization known as the Devil Sect suddenly rose to power. No one knew whether the master of that sect was male or female, nor did they know what kind of place the Devil Sect really was. However, that was understandable, because any organization that harbored ill intent towards the Devil Sect was destroyed overnight. Thus, the Devil Sect's merciless, ruthless ways were gradually engraved into the people's hearts. For generations to come, the infamous sect master of the Devil Sect was henceforth known as the Devil Emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138, Gu Shanglin Returns, 1. Chapter 138, Gu Shanglin Returns, 1. On a small, meandering forest road, a group of people spurred their horses and rushed towards Azure Dragon Country at full speed. The leader of that group was a young man who looked like he was in his 20s. He seemed like a scholarly, elegant man, not at all like someone who was experienced at battle. "Left Protector, we're almost at Azure Dragon Country. Do we need to go faster?" "Yes. This mission took us long enough. We can finally return." The young man who had been called Left Protector revealed a slight smile. He had been sent out by Master for a task, but it had ended up taking half a year. He wondered how his brothers in the Devil Sect were faring by now. It was at this moment that a dust storm came whirling in from behind them, and following that, a loud shout cried, "All of you in front, get out of the way." The young man frowned, but whoever had shouted the warning did not wait for a reaction. A whip lashed out towards the young man, aiming to force him off his horse. However, before it could even touch his body, the young man grabbed the whip and pulled, dragging his attacker off his mount. "Hold!" Instantly, everyone pulled on their reins and stopped. They saw that the ones who had come speeding at them from behind were wearing similar colors and riding storm wolves. Each of them carried haughty and insufferably arrogant expressions. People from the Cool Breeze faction? A peculiar glint flashed across Xu Wenfeng's eyes. He looked at the people before him with an icy gaze. "Why are you blocking me?" Although the Cool Breeze faction was a level below the Dongfang family in power, they were still a faction. As general knowledge, to establish a faction, the faction had to have a martial king expert. This Cool Breeze faction even had 2 martial kings. In the secular world, this was enough to ride roughshod over most people. "Stupid little boy, can't you see that our young master is here? You even dare to block our way. If I don't whip you, who else should I whip?" The man who had been pulled to the ground by Xu Wenfeng hurriedly climbed up. He looked mockingly at Xu Wenfeng. "Look at how wretched your mounts are. You're just some commoners from the secular world. I really don't know where you got the balls to block our young master's way." Having said so, the man turned his head towards the handsome young man who had stopped not far off. That young man looked to be about the same age as Xu Wenfeng. He had deep facial features, as if his face had been chiseled by a sculpting knife. However, those eyes carried a snobbish glint from time to time, completely ruining his rather handsome face. "Gu Xianglin." Xu Wenfeng's eyes cooled slightly. By right, he shouldn't be able to recognize the Cool Breeze faction's young master, but he didn't have a choice. This Gu Xianglin was Gu Panpan's elder brother. That is to say, he was Gu Ruoyun's cousin. He couldn't help but recognize him. Furthermore, he hadn't expected that Gu Xianglin would become the Cool Breeze faction's young master. A few years ago, he had heard that the only son of the Cool Breeze faction's master had been killed, and the Cool Breeze faction had lost their successor. Thus, the faction master had passed the Cool Breeze faction on to his adopted son. He had not expected that the aforementioned adopted son would turn out to be Gu Xianglin. It looked like a storm was about to rise in Azure Dragon Country. Gu Xianglin cast an indifferent glance towards Xu Wenfeng. Even though his expression was even, Xu Wenfeng could see the disdain in his eyes. "Forget it. There'll be dogs who block the way everywhere. There's no need to quibble with some vulgar people, we'd just be stooping to their level." He waved his hand and said, "Let's go, I haven't been home in many years. I don't know how my family has been doing lately, so speed is our priority. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 139, Gu Xianglin Returns, 2. Chapter 139, Gu Xianglin Returns, 2. "Humph." The man fiercely glared at Xu Wenfeng. "Consider your luck good. Our young master isn't going to pursue this matter this time, but if this happens again, you better watch your head." After saying so, he threw himself onto his wolf mount, and then with a shout, he rushed forward, kicking up a wave of dust in his wake. Left Protector, this. Seeing the attitude of those people, the men by Xu Wenfeng's side cast their gazes towards him in askance. Are we letting them go just like that? The question brought Xu Wenfeng back to his senses. He was about to speak, when suddenly, a silvery white light shot across the horizon with a whoosh. Following that, a snow-white wolf appeared before them. That wolf was beautiful, its snow-white fur was supple and shiny, those intelligent eyes were curiously measuring up the group of people before it. However, its beauty was irrelevant. More importantly, as part of the wolf clan of spiritual beasts, it carried enormous attack power. Left Protector, watch out. Everyone paled in fear. They hurried to draw their weapons, cautiously watching the snow wolf's every move. At this moment, no one noticed Xu Wenfeng's eyes light up with emotion. All of you, stand down. He shouted. Then, Xu Wenfeng turned his gaze to the snow wolf and tried to restrain his excitement as he said, Heavenly Wolf, you're here. Is Master here too? The others probably did not know this, but he had personally seen this snow wolf walk out of Master's room a year ago, sometime after Master had broken through to Martial General. He had thought that the snow wolf was trying to harm Master at first, but Master had told him that the snow wolf was the contracted spiritual beast she had just obtained. Within the mainland, humans and spiritual beasts could form a contract with each other and fight together. However, they had to get the spiritual beast's consent. If the spiritual beast refused, then it was impossible to form a contract between that pair of human and beast. Spiritual beasts had always been stubborn. Countless beasts would rather die than submit, so usually, there were only a rare few who managed to contract a spiritual beast. Bao Bao, come back. Right at that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Following that, they watched as the snow wolf dashed behind them. Its little head rubbed against a young girl's thigh, begging for attention in a cute manner. Everyone's eyes were following the wolf. Upon seeing the young girl standing where the wolf had stopped, their eyes unconsciously lit up. Master! Why was Master here? She was even acting so familiar with that wolf. You're back? Gu Ruoyan had a faint smile on her face as she walked towards them and said, however, why have you all stopped here? Master, Xu Wenfeng thought for a while before raising his head to look at Gu Ruoyan. We just met Gu Shanglin and got into a small dispute. Moreover, he's now the young master of the Cool Breeze faction. Gu Shanglin. The young girl's slender fingers lightly brushed against the snow wolf's soft fur. For a moment, she appeared to be in deep thought. Then the moment passed, and she spoke. The Cool Breeze faction seems to have 2 Martial King experts, and they're both at the early stage. However, even if he's become the young master of the Cool Breeze faction, it doesn't change anything. Furthermore, Xu Wenfeng, I need you to do something for me. She lowered her head slightly and whispered into Xu Wenfeng's ears. After she finished speaking, Xu Wenfeng looked at her pretty face in surprise before cupping his fists in a salute. I'll do as you've ordered. At the Gu household. After receiving the news of Gu Shanglin's return, everyone ran out to welcome him. The one who was the most pleased was second Madame Gu. She would see just who dared to bully her now with her son back. Especially that little bitch Gu Ruoyun. So what if she had Elder Yu behind her? When the time came, wouldn't she have to obediently come kowtow to her and admit her wrongs? At that time, she definitely had to force that little bitch to insult her own mother. And if Gu Ruoyun refused, she would have to face the consequences. Just thinking about it, an arrogant expression surfaced on second Madame's face. Everyone would have to bow down at her feet. TL's note, Bao Bao means bun bun. Gu Ruoyun chose a pretty childish name for her fierce snow wolf pet XD. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140, Disturbance at the Banquet, 1. Chapter 140, Disturbance at the Banquet, 1. Within the Gu family's main hall, Gu Shanglin's gaze swept over the entire front courtyard. Suddenly, he spotted a group of people walking over from the front hall. The proud arch of his expression slowly turned gentle as he strode forward and said, Grandfather, father, mother, little sister, I have returned. Has everything been going well these past few years? Right, where's Gu Ruoyun? Why hasn't she come out to greet me yet? After he finished speaking, Gu Shanglin frowned. In his heart, there was only disdain towards Gu Ruoyun. So what if Gu Shengxiao was better than him in all aspects? Wasn't his little sister a mere good-for-nothing? If it wasn't for the Gu family's blood running through her veins, she probably would have been driven out early on. Humph. The old man coldly snorted, radiating hatred as he spat, Don't bring up that bastard. What happened? Gu Shanglin was surprised. Although grandfather disliked Gu Ruoyun, he wouldn't insult her like this. It seemed like at some point during the years that he had been gone, something had happened within the Gu family that he wasn't aware about. Grandfather's good mood abruptly changed as soon as Gu Ruoyun was mentioned. He said with an ashen face, That woman has no morals. Not only did she announce her separation from our family, but she even schemed to harm her own relatives. Finally, she fooled around and shamelessly seduced a man even older than me. Treat it as if I don't have this granddaughter. Following that, the old man recounted every single incident that had taken place in the past 3 years. Of course, he exaggerated his retelling. He made it sound like his own Gu family was innocent, while portraying Gu Ruoyun as a completely ungrateful brat who had tossed away the Gu family after sucking up to 100 herb hall. She had even tried to exterminate them. I should have strangled an immoral girl like her as soon as she was born. The old man gritted his teeth. Even though I disliked her, I never did any harm to her. After all, she's still my granddaughter. Even if I was biased towards Pan Pan, I never starved her or hurt her before. Even when she was disobedient, I strove to discipline her. And what did she do? When I asked for her help in my time of need, she actually ordered someone to throw me out. It was true that the old man didn't harm his granddaughter, he had simply beaten her to death. If Gu Ruoyun hadn't taken this body when she did, then the world would be short one Gu Ruoyun right now. Gu Shanglin frowned. This Gu Ruoyun is too outrageous. Her parents died early, so grandfather, second uncle and second aunt are all her elders. How could she treat her elders this way? Grandfather, there's one thing you've said correctly. Brothers are like father figures, but her brother isn't here. As her elder male cousin, the task of disciplining her is left to me. Don't worry, I'll make her understand what it means to respect the old and treasure the young. If anyone else had told him such things, Gu Shanglin probably would not have believed it, but it was grandfather who had said so. Grandfather had always been the one he looked up to since he was young, so Gu Shanglin didn't doubt his words at all. Linner, why waste your words on a bastard like that? Let's just hire people from the Cool Breeze faction to kill her and be done with it. Why waste the effort to do it yourself? Second Madame Gu said angrily. Her inability to put a knife to Gu Ruoyun's face right now infuriated her. She needed to satisfy the hate in her heart, otherwise she would never be able to rest. Gu Shanglin looked at his mother and calmly said, Mother, no matter what, the Gu family blood still runs in Gu Ruoyun's veins. Though she doesn't recognize our affection, we still can't do something like that. Besides, now that I've come back, we need to hold a welcome feast. As the young master of the Cool Breeze faction, there will be many powers that will come and visit me. How about this? I'll send her an invite and let her see the big banquet. Once she sees how grand the banquet is, I reckon she'll know it's better for her to return to the Gu family. As he spoke, his face held undisguised pride. He obviously had immense confidence in himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 141, Disturbance at the Banquet, 2. Chapter 141, Disturbance at the Banquet, 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Novels. What? Second Madame Gu jumped up. You want to let that little bastard attend the welcome feast? Linner, what kind of status do you have? You're the young master of the Cool Breeze faction. And what is she? She's just a slut who is relying on an old man to gain power. Is she worthy enough to attend your welcome feast? She's insulting our Gu family just by stepping through our door. In the past, Second Madame Gu wouldn't have dared to say such words. However, now that her son had become the Cool Breeze faction's young master, how could she not be arrogant? That brat Gu Ruoyun was practically like mud compared to her outstanding son, too filthy to even look at. Alright, that's enough. Grandfather looked unhappily at Second Madame Gu. He had disagreed with his son about letting Second Madame Gu marry into the Gu family in the past. If not for her excellent son, he would have driven her out long ago. She was a narrow-minded shrew. Let's leave all the arrangements for Shanglin to decide. Don't interfere with matters like these. You're just a woman. Hearing the old man's words, Second Madame Gu shut her mouth unhappily. She felt indignant in her heart. What right did that heartless, cold little bastard have to participate in her precious son's welcome feast? Of course, Second Madame Gu had never even thought about how they had previously bullied Gu Ruoyun. When Gu Shangxiao had been present, the bullying had not been overboard. But as soon as Gu Shangxiao had left, they had become even more aggressive. In the end, they had beaten the innocent Gu Ruoyun to death for an outsider. So what kind of affection did they expect Gu Ruoyun to have for them? However, people like Second Madame Gu would never dwell on their own mistakes. In her eyes, she would always be blameless. The ones in the wrong would always be someone else. Xiao Yun. Just as Gu Ruoyun stepped into the courtyard, a devilishly red silhouette came flying from close by. With a crown of bewitching silver hair, the already exceptional face seemed even more beautiful. His expression looked like he was feeling wronged as he looked at her pitifully. Xiao Yunner, while you were gone, they bullied me. They bullied you? Who are they? Gu Ruoyun frowned and asked. Zhuo Shangchen, Shan Beiyi said pitifully. He said that men and women should maintain a distance. He told me not to follow you all the time, and that kids shouldn't keep clinging to their mothers once they're grown. If I brought you harm by following you, Xiao Yunner, can I really not be with you? Gu Ruoyun's heart ached as she looked at his pitiful appearance. To her, Shan Beiyi was just like a weak child with an immature heart who needed her protection. Thus, she couldn't help but feel resentful towards Zhuo Shangchen. At this very moment, busy with thinking of ways to discipline Zhuo Shangchen, Gu Ruoyun didn't notice a glint flash through the eyes of the man in front of her. In the blink of an eye, it quickly vanished before anyone could notice. It couldn't be helped. For the sake of driving away that clingy evil man, it was the only solution. If his opponents were people like Lan Yanfeng, then he could just directly take action to make sure they never dared to trouble Gu Ruoyun again. But it seemed like that evildoer had a rather good relationship with Xiao Yun. If he beats Zhuo Shangchen up, Xiao Yun would definitely get angry at him. It was at this moment that shopkeeper Zhao hurried in saying, "Eldest miss, the fourth prince is asking for an audience." Hearing so, Gu Ruoyun replied quickly, "I refuse." Shopkeeper Zhao was confused. Eldest Miss had always had a pretty good relationship with the fourth prince. Why was she refusing even to meet him now? Xiao Yuner, did I make you angry somehow? Why do you resent me so much? You won't even let me through the door. Author's note, Xiao Yi is very sinister. He had to act like a villain to chase away the evil man, crying wolf. Ha ha. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142, Disturbance at the Banquet, 3. Chapter 142, Disturbance at the Banquet, 3. Suddenly, a helpless voice came out from behind. After turning around, they saw a figure dressed in pink quickly striding in, his beautiful face carrying grief. He hadn't done anything yet, right? Why was this girl being so heartless today? Fourth prince, my place here is too small to hold all your grandeur. Gu Ruoyun's face held a cold expression. Furthermore, fourth prince, you don't have the right to direct my life. If not for the fact that you're my brother's friend, I would have chased you out by now for doing so. Xiao Yuner, before you treat me so ruthlessly, you should at least let me know why, right? Zhuo Shangchen felt aggrieved. He had been thinking for a long time, but he still didn't know what he had done wrong. Gu Ruoyun sneered, Zhuo Shangchen, you came to my territory and tried to tell my people to leave my side? You are just my brother's friend. What right do you have to interfere with my business? Hearing this, Zhuo Shangchen gaped in surprise, before smiling helplessly. Xiao Yuner, you must have mistaken my meaning. I spent 3 years trying to check this man's identity, but I still couldn't find anything. I suspect that he might have some sort of motive for coming to your side. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't tell me that you think that I would try to hurt you? Zhuo Shangchen had indeed been considering her safety, but... Zhuo Shangchen, I understand that you're worried for my safety, but I believe in Xian Beiyi. He absolutely won't hurt me. Even she didn't know why she trusted him so much. In the past, she had trusted Lu Chen in the past, but was unable to continue blindly trusting him when he had pointed a sword at her. However, right now, she had absolute trust in Xian Beiyi and Zixi. Even if they pointed a sword at her heart at this moment, she believed that they would never hurt her. The trust Gu Ruoyan had for them was unlike the trust she had had for Lu Chen. It wasn't built from flowery words or from spending time together, but from the bottom of her heart. Even if they had only known each other for 3 years. Zhuo Shangchen narrowed his eyes slightly, and his almond-shaped eyes cast a serious, measuring gaze towards Qian Beiyi. He really didn't know why Xiao Yuner wanted to trust this man so deeply, especially since he was someone without an identity. Suddenly, that man's eyes turned to meet Zhuo Shangchen's gaze. Those blood-red pupils made Zhuo Shangchen's heart sink, making him feel as if a pair of hands had wrapped around his heart, making it hard to breathe. Strong. This man was very strong. This man's strength and power was hidden too deeply and went far beyond what Zhuo Shangchen could detect. Zhuo Shangchen couldn't understand why this man would stand by Gu Ruoyun's side and his purpose for doing so. Furthermore, only someone whose hands were stained with blood would be able to give off such a bloody aura. Despite this, that man would only show Gu Ruoyun the appearance of a little wife being bullied. He would try to act pitiful and cute, leaving no trace at all of the aura a strong person would have. Fourth prince, I hope that you won't say anything like that again. Otherwise, I won't treat you with courtesy, even if we were friends. Gu Ruoyun said calmly, while glancing at Zhuo Shangchen. She was overprotective by nature, and Xian Beiyi was one of her people. She absolutely would not let anyone bully him. Xiao Yuner, you're so biased, Zhuo Shangchen pouted, his eyes filled with grievances. You're making me jealous. I hate how you're protecting him like that. When are you going to protect me in the same way? Gu Ruoyun rolled her eyes at him. When you die, I'll be sure to avenge your death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143, Disturbance at the Banquet, 4. Chapter 143, Disturbance at the Banquet, 4. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. In an instant, Zhuo Shangchen's face darkened. This girl, was she actually cursing him? Suddenly, he smiled. It seemed like 10 miles of peach blossoms had suddenly bloomed. It was a magnificent sight. I suddenly feel like dying isn't so painful if I can get Xiao Yuner's protection. At that moment, shopkeeper Zhao, who had been watching this man taking liberties with his eldest miss, but hesitated to take action, hurriedly tried to wrap up the conversation. Eldest miss, there's one more thing I have to report. The second young master of the Gu family, Gu Xianglin, has returned. The Gu family is going to hold a welcome feast for him, and they sent you an invitation. Does eldest miss intend on attending? Zhuo Shangchen glared fiercely at shopkeeper Zhao, with a resentful expression. He was clearly unhappy about the interruption. I'll go. Gu Ruoyun sneered, why wouldn't I go? Shopkeeper Zhao, notify Wei. She'll be going with me. Yes, eldest Mississippi. Shopkeeper Zhao respectfully made a cupped fist salute before slowly retreating. Seeing that the old fellow had finally left, Zhou Shangchen wanted to say something more, but was cut off by Gu Ruoyun. Fourth prince, I'm going to go cultivate. If you have nothing to do, then go back. Zhou Shangchen shrugged and smiled, if you're going to cultivate, then I'm not going to disturb you. Oh, right, Gu Shengxiao came out of closed-door cultivation a month ago. I told him about everything that has happened to you. Suddenly, Gu Ruoyun stopped walking. You mean, brother's coming back? I'm not sure, Zhou Shangchen shook his head. I told him that you're fine for now, and that I'll be staying here temporarily. He's unable to leave the spirit sect right now. If he leaves, someone's going to take the chance to make a mess that he won't be able to clean up afterwards. Although Zhou Shangchen couldn't see Gu Ruoyun's expression, he could feel the disappointment that flashed through her heart. How many years had it been since Gu Shengxiao had left? That was the number of years that she hadn't seen her only family in this world. However, Gu Shengxiao had to gain more power in order to protect his beloved little sister and avenge his parents' deaths. Perhaps it was only Zhou Shangchen who understood the longing Gu Shengxiao had for her all these years. The set of clothes that Gu Ruoyun had sewn for him back then was his treasure. In the past, someone had accidentally torn them when fighting with him. Gu Shengxiao had flown into a terrible rage and torn that person into shreds with his bare hands. Later on, to prevent the clothes from getting damaged further, he changed out of them and switched to carrying them on him at all times instead. Whenever he missed her, he would take them out. The reason he had been able to live all these years through all the danger he had faced was Gu Ruoyun. He was afraid that if he died, his sister would suffer from solitude and harassment. I understand, Gu Ruoyun smiled, turning her head towards Zhou Shangchen. Help me send a letter to my brother. Tell him that I'm doing well here. He doesn't need to come look for me. When I have grown strong enough, I'll be the one to go find him. After she finished speaking, she didn't tarry any longer. She turned and walked to her room, slowly closing the door and cutting off Zhou Shangchen's gaze. In this period of time, General Gu's household was bustling with activity. Almost everyone in Azure Dragon Country knew that the second young master Gu Shanglin had become the Cool Breeze faction's young master. Thus, those who had previously looked down on the Gu family could no longer act arrogantly. They fought to be the first to flatter the Gu family. Old Man Gu was extremely proud. Ever since the Plum faction had sent out their announcement 3 years ago, the Gu family had never been lively until now. And all this was thanks to that outstanding grandson of his. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144, Disturbance at the Banquet, 5. Chapter 144, Disturbance at the Banquet, 5. Amidst everyone's flattery, the day of the banquet finally arrived. In the faint light cast by the natural night sky, many richly decorated carriages were stopped outside the Gu family's mansion. New arrivals were still coming every so often. As he listened to everyone's congratulations, Old Man Gu was already smiling to the point that his eyes were nothing but narrow slits. His elderly face was filled with arrogance and pride, as if the people before him were only fit to admire his Gu family's achievements. It was at this moment that a plain carriage stopped outside the door. The mark of that carriage drew everyone's gaze. Even the people surrounding the old man temporarily stopped flattering him to take a look. It's someone from 100 Herb Hall. With the current state of relations between 100 Herb Hall and the Gu family, why did they come here? Hee, don't you know? Although 100 Herb Hall has a martial king expert in their ranks, Gu Shanglin is the young master of the Cool Breeze faction. That faction has at least 2 martial kings. Do you really think 100 Herb Hall can sit idly by with that knowledge? I'm guessing that they're here to talk peace. Furthermore, 100 Herb Hall's Gu Ruoyun is from the Gu family. Elder, you won't hesitate to use that connection. Speaking of Gu Ruoyun, the crowd was only filled with sighs. They hadn't expected that a hero like Gu Tian would actually have such a shameless woman for a daughter. She had seduced an old man for her own selfish desires, leaving a black stain on Gu Tian's heroic reputation. Furthermore, it was Old Man Gu himself who had said so. Thus, it couldn't possibly be false. No wonder Old Man Gu had chased her out of the family back then. A shameless woman like that. If something like that had happened in their families, they would have done the same. You've come? The old man looked coldly at the woman who had alighted from the carriage, sticking his nose in the air as he spoke. The first time he had tried to visit her, it had been for the sake of maintaining relations with the Dongfeng family. However, he had been chased out by this woman. The second time, for the sake of the beauty rejuvenation pill, he had lowered his position and humbled himself before her. But what had she done? In the end, Gu Ruoyun had played him for a fool. This girl probably hadn't expected that the Gu family would still have a chance for reversal. However, even without Gu Shengshao and Gu Ruoyun, he still had another outstanding grandchild. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, the old man laughed in his heart. What a refreshing turn of events. He could almost see the wretched sight of Gu Ruoyun and Elder Yu kneeling in front of him, begging for forgiveness. It felt good. Very good. He had never felt this good in the 3 years he had been suppressed. Grandfather, since our guests have come, let's all head inside first. It was at this moment that Gu Shanglin walked over from the side and said, as for the guests who haven't arrived, let the Cool Breeze faction's disciples usher them in. Very well. The old man laughed again. Shanglin, you haven't seen Gu Ruoyun in many years. She's here right now. Of course, without your generosity, she wouldn't even have the right to stand here. Gu Ruoyun? Gu Shanglin frowned and turned his head. There was a girl dressed in green, standing under the moonlight. Compared to a few years ago, the young girl had matured into a slender, elegant woman, with skin as white as jade and pretty and delicate features. Although she didn't have an absolute beauty that could drive men crazy, she was extremely easy on the eyes. If the weapon-refining sex Yun was like a white lotus flower, pure and gentle, then the girl before him was like bamboo, refined and unbending. Gu Xianglin was a little surprised. Was this still that frail, cowardly Gu Ruoyun of the past? How did she change this much in just a few years' time? The difference was so great that he could see no trace of her former self. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145, The Ghost Doctor's Identity Revealed, 1. Chapter 145, The Ghost Doctor's Identity Revealed, 1. Shock flashed across Gu Shanglin's eyes before he recovered his senses. With an indifferent tone filled to the brim with his arrogance, he said, Gu Ruoyun, I'm not going to quibble with you over what has happened in the past few years. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to grandfather now, I'll forget what you did on account of your youth. Put. Upon hearing this, the seductive woman standing next to Gu Ruoyun couldn't hold back her laughter. Her fox-like eyes seemed to steal away people's hearts and souls, and her every action held unmatchable allure. What are you laughing at? Gu Shanglin's frown tightened. Although this woman was beautiful, she wasn't his type. Especially since she dared to laugh at him in this kind of setting. I'm laughing because the young master of the Cool Breeze faction is actually coercing a lone, weak woman right here. I really wonder why you sent her an invite. Was it because you genuinely wanted her to attend the banquet, or was it for the sake of threatening her? Wei Yi's face was full of smiles, but her heart, on the other hand, was full of ice. This banquet was clearly like the banquet at Hongate. They were out for Gu Ruoyun's blood. However, if they thought they could deal with Shifu this way, then they were living with their heads in the clouds. There was no way Shifu would have come to this banquet at Hongate without a surefire plan. Gu Shanglin's eyes turned chilly. Who are you? This is my Gu family's territory. It's not some place that just anyone can waltz into. Hee, Wei Yi chuckled, her lips holding a faintly discernible smile. Your Gu family didn't mention that disciples weren't allowed in with their masters. Gu Ruoyun is my Shifu. It's only proper that I follow her in. Shifu? Everyone was stunned. They looked at Gu Ruoyun with surprise. Following that, a mocking voice sounded, carrying a sneer, Gu Ruoyun, I didn't think that you would have started accepting disciples in these 3 years. You couldn't possibly be teaching this woman the art of seduction, right? Actually, I see that might be possible. Although Elder Yu is rather advanced in age, he's still the master of 100 Herb Hall. You're not losing out by following him, huh? Gnashing her teeth, Gu Ponpon's pretty face was full of jealousy and hatred. It was like Gu Ruoyun was her sworn enemy. Wei Yi's eyes darkened, a cold glint flashed across the depths of her pupils as she slowly raised her hand. Spiritual power began to condense in her palm. However, before she could put it to use, another hand reached out from beside her and caught it in a gentle grasp. Is this a banquet or a trial? Gu Ruoyun's smile was cold. Her clear pupils swept over the crowd in front of her as she said, if you're not going to welcome me as a guest, then I'll take my leave. Having said so, she pulled Wei Yi along as she turned to leave. However, how could the old man give up such a great opportunity to humiliate her? He shot a quick glare in Gu Ponpon's direction before turning back to Gu Ruoyun and saying, it's my grandson's welcome feast today. All of you, don't just stand there, let's go in and have a seat. Since old man Gu had already spoken, Gu Panpan didn't dare to say anything more. However, her hate-filled gaze toward Gu Ruoyun and Wei Yi belied her true feelings. It was as if these two women were so filthy that just looking at them had dirted her eyes. Within the banquet hall, the seats were arranged according to each person's status. Thus, Gu Ruoyun and Wei Yi were relegated to an inconspicuous corner. Although it was a corner, they could see the entire hall from their seats. It was clear that the old man had done this on purpose, all in order to let Gu Ruoyun see the Gu family's current position for herself. Great General, young master, the esteemed guest Heavenly Thunder Faction's elder Lei requests an audience. Suddenly, an announcement rang out from outside the banquet hall. TL note, the banquet at Honggate was a real event that happened in the past TLDR, a banquet held to murder your guest. Read up more about it here, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/feast_at_home_gate. Elder Lei is literally Elder Thunder. I'm not sure if there's a significance to them taking the name of their faction, but I'll have to see in later chapters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146, The Ghost Doctor's Identity Revealed, 2. Chapter 146, The Ghost Doctor's Identity Revealed, 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. The eyes of the members of the Gu family lit up. The Heavenly Thunder faction's strength was on par with the Cool Breeze faction's. In fact, the Heavenly Thunder faction's faction master was also in the midst of breaking through to the mid-stage of Martial King, so they had to give them a certain amount of respect. Heavenly Thunder faction? Wei Yi raised an eyebrow. Someone from the Heavenly Thunder faction came? You recognize them? Gu Ruoyun asked, turning her head to Wei Yi. Wei Yi shrugged. I treated their faction master before, so I guess you could say we're acquainted. And about a year ago, I passed by the Heavenly Thunder faction while I was out on an errand. When their faction master found out, I was invited to stay with them as a guest, but I turned them down. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet their elder Lei in a place like this. As she was speaking, an elderly man dressed in purple walked in with Gu Shanglin, all smiles. However, right after stepping into the banquet hall, Elder Lei could feel someone's gaze on him, so he unconsciously turned to look back. Upon locating the source of that gaze, he froze on the spot. Astonishment flashed across his eyes. A year ago, it was Elder Lei who had personally led a team to invite the Ghost Doctor as their guest after finding out that she would be passing by their faction. However, the Ghost Doctor had been rather busy then and had rejected their invitation. He hadn't thought that he would meet her here a year later. Elder Lei had not really thought too highly of the Gu family at first. It was just a general's family in the secular world. What could they possibly have to offer to make him take a second look? However, he couldn't ignore their invite because of their relation to the Cool Breeze faction, so he had come to attend a banquet hosted by a mere general. If this general could invite the Ghost Doctor here when his own faction had failed, then he clearly had to impress them. General Gu, how did you manage to invite that lady over there? Actually, the question Elder Lei wanted to ask was, what method did you use to get the Ghost Doctor to attend? It wasn't just their Heavenly Thunder faction, even the weapon refining sect probably wouldn't be graced with her presence. Even though the Ghost Doctor didn't have much power, she was someone who could wrest a life even from the hands of the King of Hell. On this mainland, who could predict when they would suddenly fall ill? The Ghost Doctor's abilities were thus invaluable. Offending her was equivalent to offending the King of Hell himself. However, it was clear that Old Man Gu had mistaken his meaning. He thought that Elder Lei was reprimanding him for inviting that kind of woman to such a solemn occasion. He hurried to speak up and explain. You mean her? She's the disciple of my granddaughter, but... Old Man Gu was about to say that he had already chased Gu Ruoyun out of the Gu family, so that Elder Lei would not be unhappy about that prostitute profaning this banquet. However, before he could finish his words, Elder Lei hurriedly walked towards Wei Yi. Ghost Doctor, what a coincidence, bumping into you here. The elderly man's words called a stop to Wei Yi and Gu Ruoyun's conversation. Wei Yi turned to Elder Lei and nodded indifferently. Indeed, it's quite a coincidence. This lady here is... Every inch of Elder Lei's smile was made to flatter as he turned towards Gu Ruoyun. Old Man Gu had just said that his granddaughter was the Shifu of the Ghost Doctor. Didn't that mean that this lady's medical skills were even higher than Wei Yi's? How had she managed to reach that height? Wei Yi could steal lives from the King of Hell. Did this mean that, as the Ghost Doctor's Shifu, this lady could possibly reverse the passage of time and return one's youth to them? This is my Shifu. Wei Yi smiled as she said. Sure enough. Elder Lei sucked in a breath of surprise. To be able to make the Ghost Doctor serve her so willingly. How strong was this young lady before him? Ever since the Heavenly Thunder faction's representatives had entered the Gu household, they had been the center of attention for all the attendees. Everyone had been listening to Elder Lei's every word. So, upon hearing the people of the Heavenly Thunder faction call Wei Yi the Ghost Doctor, everyone felt their hearts stop. It was like a bolt of lightning had struck them on the spot. They almost died of fright. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147, The Ghost Doctor's Identity Revealed, 3. Chapter 147, The Ghost Doctor's Identity Revealed, 3. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. This woman who had been by Gu Ruoyun's side from start to finish. She was the legendary ghost doctor who could bring people back from the dead? Although the ghost doctor had previously appeared at the auction, any organization without enough power and money had been unable to enter. Thus it wasn't a surprise that no one could recognize that Wei Yi was the ghost doctor. Grandfather, he's just joking, right? Gu Panpan's lips trembled as her pretty face turned pale. Her hands clutched the fabric of her grandfather's sleeve as she voiced her disbelief, swaying. The woman that she had claimed was learning how to seduce men from Gu Ruoyun just now, was the ghost doctor? That good-for-nothing Gu Ruoyun was actually the Shifu of the ghost doctor? No. She absolutely couldn't believe it. Gu Ruoyun had no talents at all, how could the ghost doctor become her disciple? Compared to Gu Panpan's disbelief, Gu Shanglin had a dark expression on his face. Even though the Cool Breeze faction had sent someone to attend the auction 3 years ago, he had not been the representative, nor had he been one of the disciples sent together with said representative. Thus, he didn't know that Gu Ruoyun was connected to the ghost doctor. Gu Shangxiao, you exceeded me in every aspect but one. That is, my little sister was more outstanding than yours. Back then, Gu Ruoyun was just a good-for-nothing. Based on this point alone, you could never surpass me. However, now, Now, Pan Pan was still a pampered and sheltered young miss at home, while that woman had already become the ghost doctor Shifu. Thinking of this, Gu Shanglin clenched his fists as he turned a sinister gaze towards Gu Ruoyun. Right, Elder Lei seemed to have thought of something as he turned to ask, General Gu, what were you about to say just now? Compared to the slight disdain of earlier, Elder Lei's tone now carried a trace of respect. There was no other reason but this, based on the fact that this old man was the grandfather of the ghost doctor Shifu, he couldn't treat him lightly. And nothing. The old man shook his head, his face pale. What could he say now? Could he say that he had already kicked Gu Ruoyun out of the family? He would have to be an idiot to say something like that. As for Gu Ruoyun, even if she wouldn't acknowledge her identity, she probably wouldn't make things difficult for him at the banquet. Oh, so that's what it was, Elder Lei laughed out loud, General Gu, your granddaughter must be exceptional to be able to have the ghost doctor as her disciple. I'm rather envious that you have such an outstanding granddaughter. Just as he had finished speaking, old man Gu couldn't help but flinch as the voice he feared began to speak. Elder Lei, you're mistaken. I'm not a granddaughter of the Gu family. I'm just Gu Tian's daughter. 3 years ago, the Gu family chased the good-for-nothing me out, so I no longer have anything to do with the Gu family. The young girl's expression was calm, as if she was narrating an unimportant fact. Elder Lei's smile slowly disappeared. At this moment, old man Gu could clearly feel the elder's good attitude chilling over. Good for nothing? Chased out of the family? Elder Lei questioned, each phrase colder than the last, so you're saying that, she's no longer one of the Gu family, not? Old man Gu's face was pale as he opened his mouth, but he was unable to explain. After a long moment, he forced out a few words, her talent was too poor, she was only Qi level 2 at 14 years of age. Although her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds afterwards, notably becoming a martial warrior in less than a year, no one would have accepted the previous good-for-nothing Gu Ruoyun. Elder Lei was a little surprised. Qi level 2 at 14 years of age. That kind of talent was the lowest of the low. He unconsciously turned to cast a serious, measuring gaze on Gu Ruoyun. The more he looked, the more his brows knitted together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 148, The Ghost Doctor's Identity Revealed, 4. Old man Gu, are you taking me for a fool? This girl looks about 17 or 18. Are you trying to tell me that, in just 3 or 4 years, she went from Qi level 2 to the late stage of Martial General? Reaching the late stage of Martial General from Qi level 2 in just 3 to 4 years was nigh impossible. Who could cultivate such a talent other than the powers on the same level of the spirit sect? This old man was clearly treating him like a monkey. How could he not be angry? Old man Gu's expression was a little stiff as he asked, Elder Lei, could you have seen wrongly? The old man had only wanted to request Elder Lei to check again. He didn't think that Elder Lei would explode upon hearing this. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that my eyes have gone bad in my old age? That I can't even see someone else's power clearly? If you don't believe me, then get your grandson to call the chief of the Cool Breeze faction here. I want to question him, too. I came here as a guest, yet I'm the one being suspected of lying, but... As an elder of the Heavenly Thunder faction, Elder Lei was known for meaning what he said. This old fellow was only a useless good-for-nothing, yet he dared to question his words. Elder Lei also rather looked down on Gu Shanglin. He was just the adopted son of the Cool Breeze faction's faction master. He wasn't worthy of his current status, and his skills weren't all that. If it hadn't been for the orders of the Heavenly Thunder faction's faction master, Elder Lei wouldn't have even come to this banquet. Gu Ruoyun hadn't expected that Elder Lei would see through her cultivation level. That surprised her for a bit. Elder Lei is practicing the Heavenly Eye technique, so there's nothing he can't see through. As if she heard Gu Ruoyun's doubts, the ghost doctor explained the situation. Hearing so, Gu Ruoyun nodded. She had been wondering why Elder Lei could see through her cultivation level. She hadn't expected that it would be due to the Heavenly Eye technique. General Gu, the next time you try to give an excuse, find a better one. No one's going to believe such a thing. Furthermore, to become the ghost doctor Shifu, her medical skills have to be higher than the ghost doctor's. Your Gu family actually took her for a good-for-nothing and abandoned her? If I had a granddaughter like this, I would definitely treat her like a precious treasure. How could I bear to abandon her? Elder Lei couldn't understand old man Gu's actions. With such an outstanding granddaughter, how could he bear to just abandon her like that? Conversely, he treated those useless people by his side as treasures? Hearing this, it was as if the old man's throat had been seized by a hand. He couldn't make a sound. His elderly face was exceptionally pale without a single trace of blood. At this moment, the guests in the banquet hall suddenly regained their senses and fervent discussion ensued. Gu Ruoyun is actually the ghost doctor's Shifu? This ghost doctor's status is so high, who doesn't have to give her respect on this mainland? With a disciple like the ghost doctor, does she even need to use her body to seduce 100 Herb Hall's elder Yu? What's even funnier is that Gu Panpan even insulted the ghost doctor by saying that she's learning how to seduce old men from Gu Ruoyun. We've only heard old man Gu talk about this matter, and combined with elder Yu's protection of Gu Ruoyun, it seemed believable at the time. But now it's clear that old man Gu has been saying that the grapes are sour because he couldn't have them. He was purposely trying to frame Gu Ruoyun, while elder Yu's protection of her must be a gesture of respect towards the ghost doctor. The whispers of the crowd trickled into Elder Lei's ears. His eyes widened in disbelief. Was this even something that a human could do? Old man Gu even spread malicious rumors that Gu Ruoyun was selling her body to seduce an old man at 100 Herb Hall? Did she need to do so? With the ghost doctor's status, she could become an imperial physician anywhere she liked. Wait a minute. 100 Herb Hall? Suddenly, Elder Lei thought about that shocking auction that 100 Herb Hall had held 3 years ago. Filled with suspicion, his gaze slowly turned towards Gu Ruoyun. Since she was able to take the ghost doctor as her disciple, her medical skills must be great indeed. For example, knowing how to disguise her face. Thinking back to the auction 3 years ago, could it have had something to do with this young lady? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149, The Mysterious Masked Man, 1. Chapter 149, The Mysterious Masked Man, 1. In a single moment, a multitude of thoughts began to cycle through Elder Lei's head. That's right, if Gu Ruoyun had nothing to do with that auction, then how could the ghost doctor possibly respect her as her Shifu? Furthermore, it was the beauty rejuvenation pill that had cured the wounds on the ghost doctor's face. Heavens, didn't that mean this lady knew how to refine pills? Actually, it didn't matter if Gu Ruoyun had anything to do with the auction. Purely based on the fact that she was the ghost doctor Shifu, the Heavenly Thunder faction was obligated to cultivate a good relationship with her. Just as Elder Lei was thinking up ways to get closer to Gu Ruoyun, an announcement rang out, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Great General, the Heavenly Dragon Order, the 100 Flower Palace, the Wind Hall, and various other powers have come to visit. Hearing the announcement, Old Man Gu abruptly regained his senses. Joy returned to his wrinkled features. Gu Ruoyun, he thought, so what if you have the Ghost Doctor and Elder Lei by your side? The Heavenly Thunder faction is not the only power our Gu family has invited. When the time comes, you'll discover the strength of the many allies the Gu family can call upon. Thinking up to here, he said excitedly, Shanglin, let's go receive our guests who have come from afar. While watching Old Man Gu and Gu Shanglin walk out of the hall, Elder Lei frowned. A glint of resolution flashed across his eyes. Miss Ruoyun, Ghost Doctor, please rest assured. No matter what happens, the Heavenly Thunder faction will stand by your side. That sentence revealed the side that Elder Lei would stand on. What a joke. So what if he had to face multiple powers as his enemies? The Ghost Doctor and Miss Ruoyun were not people he could offend. He would definitely regret it if he did so. Furthermore, if not for the ghost doctor's help, their faction master surely would have died. How could he be ungrateful? Many thanks, Wei Yi smiled charmingly. I, Wei Yi, will remember Elder Lei's kindness. However, I don't believe that Old Man Gu has the ability to get so many powers to take action for him. At most, he'll only humiliate us a little. Honestly speaking, Wei Yi had guessed it right. Old Man Gu absolutely didn't have the power to gather those orders and factions to stand at his side. All he could do was flaunt his supposed capabilities in front of Gu Ruoyun. Other than that, what abilities did he have? As they were speaking, Old Man Gu led in a group of people from outside the hall, carrying a pleased smile on his face. That's right, General Gu, I have a question for you. The left protector of the Heavenly Dragon Order suddenly paused his steps and turned to look at the old man. I heard that there's a lady called Gu Ruoyun in your Gu family. Is this true? Oh. The Heavenly Dragon Order is also looking for Gu Ruoyun? This time, a beautiful woman had spoken up. She had a sweet smile on her face as she said, tone brimming with humor, what a coincidence. Our 100-Flower Palace is also looking for her. Ha, today is the day for coincidences, it seems. The one who had spoken next was the Wind Hall's second young master, Feng Lei. He laughed out loud twice and said, my Wind Hall is also looking for the same person. General, where is Gu Ruoyun? General Gu froze in shock. Why were all three of them looking for Gu Ruoyun the moment they arrived? Were they here for revenge because that woman had caused some trouble outside? This, Old Man Gu was put on the spot. The person that you're looking for was indeed part of the Gu family, but I chased her out not too long ago. No matter what she has done outside, it has nothing to do with my Gu family. If you're looking to settle your grudges, she's right over there. Look for her yourselves. Although the three of them were stunned after hearing his words, they turned towards Gu Ruoyun, who was chatting with the ghost doctor. The second they saw her, they tossed the general's words to the back of their minds and quickly strode over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 150, The Mysterious Masked Man, 2. Chapter 150, The Mysterious Masked Man, 2. Upon noticing the people who were walking towards her, Gu Ruoyun unconsciously frowned. A glint flashed across her clear eyes. I believe this must be Miss Ruoyun. Feng Lei's handsome face carried a forthright smile. I'm Feng Lei from the Wind Hall. I heard of Miss Ruoyun's great name from afar, so I came here specifically to pay a visit to Miss Ruoyun. I hope that Miss Ruoyun won't take offense. It wasn't just the people around her who were stunned. Even Gu Ruoyun herself was bewildered. As far as she could recall, she didn't have any interactions with the Wind Hall. Furthermore, the Wind Hall was extremely far away from Azure Dragon Country. If he said that he had heard of her, that was practically impossible. Gu Panpan had taken a liking to Feng Lei from the start. He was handsome and carried himself in an unrestrained manner. He was also the second young master of the Wind Hall. Not only was he good-looking, but he had great power. However, why was it that all the outstanding men were drawn to that little bitch, Gu Ruoyun? Thinking up to here, Gu Panpan clenched her fists as she looked at Gu Ruoyun's calm and pretty face. The charming woman from the 100-Flower Palace chuckled twice before she said, Young Master Feng Lei, you stole the first move. Miss Ruoyun, I have also heard of your great name, so I came to see for myself. While speaking, she cast a measuring gaze in Gu Ruoyun's direction. So this was the person that man had sent her to protect today? TSK, she wondered how this little girl had managed to involve herself with such a man, especially since he was the most likely successor to such a prominent organization. Well, whatever the case may be, that man had left them a promise. If they managed to secure Gu Ruoyun's safety, he would give their 100-Flower Palace a place in the list to enter that place and cultivate. Although it was just a single spot, it was something that many powers were fighting over. The reward was too enticing to resist. At this moment, Old Man Gu's expression changed again. He had thought that Gu Ruoyun had offended the people from these powers, and that they were consequentially here for revenge. However, he never could have imagined that Gu Ruoyun had not only mysteriously become the Ghost Doctor Shifu, but had somehow even forged connections with such powerful groups. These powers had strength on par with the Heavenly Thunder faction. Have you gotten it wrong? Gu Ruoyun is just a good-for-nothing. What kind of reputation could she possibly have for it to spread so far? She's just a slut who had to seduce an old man to keep herself alive. Gu Panpan had gone completely crazy, she shouted without holding back her words. No matter what, she couldn't believe that the good-for-nothing she had bullied for more than 10 years would somehow quietly reverse their positions without a word of warning. The great difference in their current situations was something she couldn't bear. It was as if she had originally been a millionaire while Gu Ruoyun had been her slave. However, one day, the slave had become the master and she had seemingly become the slave instead. How could she bear such a thing happening? Pan Pan. Gu Shanglin's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly shouted at her to stop. The Gu family couldn't afford to offend any of these people. If she offended all of them in one go, even the Cool Breeze faction wouldn't be able to protect her. With these thoughts swirling in his head, Gu Shanglin unconsciously looked towards Gu Ruoyan, a sinister light in his eyes. This woman had somehow used some scheme to become the ghost doctor's Shifu. He had really underestimated her. As for the reactions from these few orders and factions, it was likely due to the ghost doctor. She didn't have any backers stronger than the ghost doctor. However, Gu Shanglin thought that he had a good understanding of his younger cousin, Gu Ruoyan. She couldn't possibly know any medical skills. Even if she had had some sort of lucky encounter before, she couldn't possibly have surpassed the ghost doctor in just a few years' time. The only possibility was that she had somehow talked her way into it. If he wanted to reverse the situation, he had to expose Gu Ruoyan's ploy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151, The Mysterious Masked Man, 3. Chapter 151, The Mysterious Masked Man, 3. Light flashed in Gu Shanglin's eyes before he turned to look at Gu Ruoyan. With a calm aura, he said, "Little sister, we've known each other for so many years, but I never realized that you studied medicine. If the words you used to convince the ghost doctor to be your disciple were empty, you'll suffer the consequences when the truth is found out sooner or later." While saying so, the man put on a worried expression and shook his head. He acted just like a good older brother should, showing concern for his little sister. Unfortunately, how many of the attendees didn't know of the disputes between Gu Ruoyun and the Gu family? Gu Shanglin couldn't wait for her to die. How could he possibly be concerned about whether she would suffer the consequences or not? The ghost doctor's Shifu? Feng Lei was stunned for a moment. He looked at Gu Ruoyan with some surprise, and then he burst out into sudden laughter. Ha, so Miss Ruoyan was also the ghost doctor's Shifu. To have such skill in medicine, and at such a young age, too. You've really humbled us. At first, they had been intent on helping Gu Ruoyan due to that man's request. However, now they were genuinely keen on forging good relations with her. There was no telling when one's life would be in danger. When the time comes, this relationship would likely become their lifesaver. Feng Lei probably did not have expected, but many years later, it was because of his decision today that he would survive a critical period of danger in the Wind Hall. Oh, right, Feng Lei seemed to have thought of something as he turned to look at old man Gu, whose face was turning pale. "I remember that you said you chased Miss Ruoyan out of your family. Is that true?" This, the old man's voice started to tremble. "Young Master Feng Lei, there's a misunderstanding here. Please listen to my explanation." "Humph." Feng Lei harumphed, "A misunderstanding? You said it yourself. How could there be a misunderstanding? From what I saw, your Gu family wasn't very warm in welcoming me today. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave now." When he finished speaking, his gaze landed once again on Gu Ruoyan. "Miss Ruoyan, if anyone here bullies you, you can tell me. I have to take my leave now, but I'll come to 100 Herb Hall tomorrow to personally pay you a visit. However, with the ghost doctor as your disciple, I guess that no one would be so silly as to offend you, huh? But what kind of personage was the ghost doctor? She had saved many experts in the past. With just a single order from her, those people would come rushing to her aid even from miles away. Wait a moment." Seeing that Feng Lei was just about to turn and leave, Gu Ruoyan abruptly stood up and halted his steps. She was smiling, with clear pupils and laughter dancing on the corners of her lips. It made everyone curious about what she was going to say. When everyone's gaze was focused on her pretty face, she leisurely began to speak. "Since all these various orders and sects have gathered here today, I'm going to announce something on behalf of 100 Herb Hall." The girl paused for a moment before she said, "I wonder if you still remember the auction 3 years ago?" The auction 3 years ago had shocked everyone in the world. It was impossible for them not to know of it. The gathered guests were all wondering why Gu Ruoyan had brought up that auction. Thinking up to here, everyone whispered to each other, eyes full of suspicion. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Gu Ruoyan slowly continued. "Some time ago, quite fortunately, our 100 Herb Hall managed to find some pills. This time, we won't be holding an auction, we'll be selling them in store. They'll be sold at fixed prices. However, because we have a very limited number of them, only a few people will be able to buy them. If you like, come to 100 Herb Hall in 3 days, be ready to buy pills." Rumble. The news hit like a bolt of lightning completely out of the blue. Everyone present, thunderstruck, froze on the spot. What did she just say? 100 Herb Hall was going to sell beauty rejuvenation pills? Was there something wrong with their ears? There were still some beauty rejuvenation pills available? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152, The Mysterious Masked Man, 4. Chapter 152, The Mysterious Masked Man, 4. Miss Ruoyun, is that true? Seated within the banquet hall, a pot-bellied middle-aged man swallowed his saliva. His gaze carried pleasant surprise, but it seemed like he had suddenly thought of something. With an uncertain tone, he asked, "Are there any conditions we have to meet before we can buy the pills? For example, status and the like." Gu Ruoyun cast a glance towards the middle-aged man before speaking, her face full of smiles. "Prime Minister Chang, please rest assured. We'll sell them on a first-come first-served basis. We don't have any preconditions. Of course, you do need to have enough gold coins on hand to buy them, since 100 Herb Hall's pills are not very cheap. If you don't have enough gold, you can use items of equivalent value to exchange for it." Her words had given everyone a guarantee. Previously, imperial officials like them had not met the qualifications to attend the auction, so their hearts had been still full of worry. "That's good then, that's good." Joy bloomed within the middle-aged man's heart. He clearly became more relaxed, and newfound respect for Gu Ruoyun showed in his gaze. The star of the banquet today, Gu Shanglin, had been tossed to the backs of everyone's minds. They had completely forgotten that such a person existed. Gu Shanglin cast an indifferent gaze on the toadies surrounding Gu Ruoyun. He gave off a cold, disdainful snort. He didn't believe that those pills would be that magical. "I have one more thing to announce tonight." Gu Ruoyun's voice paused as her eyes swept across everyone in the crowd, before stopping on Old Man Gu and Gu Shanglin. Her smile was cold like ice, and her eyes were alight with a sinister chill as she said, "From now on, anyone related to the Gu family or the Cool Breeze faction will be banned from buying pills from 100 Herb Hall. No matter what serious ailments you have, the ghost doctor will never treat you. Who do you think you are? How can you represent 100 Herb Hall?" Gu Panpan could no longer hold back due to the clear disparity she felt. She started shouting like a mad woman, "Didn't you hear what my brother said just now? Our Gu family knows better than anyone else exactly what this woman is capable of. You guys just believed her after she spouted a few lies? You're really a bunch of idiots." While Gu Panpan was speaking, the expressions of the Gu family changed drastically. Although Gu Shanglin had just revealed that Gu Ruoyun had no real ability, he had done so in a way that wouldn't offend anyone. However, Gu Panpan had just insulted everyone present. Thus, the collective expressions of the crowd had turned ugly. They stared at the people of the Gu family in an unfriendly manner. It was obvious that Gu Panpan had not realized it yet. She stepped closer and closer to Gu Ruoyun. With her teeth gritted, it was clear that she wanted to tear the woman before her into pieces. "Gu Ruoyun, take a clear look at how wretched you are. Especially that carriage outside, it's so broken down. If I passed something like that on the road, I'd feel like it was insulting me. Look at the mounts that my brother and his faction ride, that's what you call majestic. Even my brother's mount looks impressive. But you, as the self-proclaimed Shifu of the Ghost Doctor, you're only riding such a pathetic carriage? What a riot!" As she was speaking, she burst out into loud laughter. "Although I've never seen the Ghost Doctor before, even I know that she's supposed to be extremely ugly. However, 3 years ago, you somehow got some prostitute to claim that she was the Ghost Doctor after getting cured by the beauty rejuvenation pill. Who would believe that? Except you bunch of idiots, who would believe that? Shut up." Old Man Gu had wanted to stop Gu Panpan's speech at first, but he had been held down by a powerful aura, and he couldn't speak no matter how hard he had tried. It wasn't until just now that the powerful aura dissipated. He immediately raised his hand and slapped Gu Panpan's face. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 153, The Mysterious Masked Man, 5. Chapter 153, The Mysterious Masked Man, 5. Gu Panpan immediately saw stars from the power of that slap. It took her a while before she could regain her senses, and then she looked at Old Man Gu like she hadn't understood a thing. "Grandfather, why did you hit me? You're too stupid." The old man was so angry that he stomped his foot. His tone was extremely frustrated. Gu Panpan was different from Gu Ruoyun. She had been spoiled rotten by him since she was a child, and she didn't know enough about the world to properly judge her own ability. Furthermore, she had always thought that no one would dare to do anything to her with Gu Shanglin behind her. In her mind, the Wind Hall and the other powers absolutely would not dare to start anything with the Cool Breeze faction, which stood at about the same level. Of course, if she didn't have Gu Shanglin as her brother, she wouldn't have dared to insult everyone present. She had never expected that grandfather would actually slap her in front of so many people. This made her feel completely wronged. Elder Lei, young Master Feng Lei, my daughter is young and lacks sense. I hope you won't take offense. The old man wiped away the cold sweat trickling down his forehead, smiling in self-mockery as he tried to appease them. Humph. Elder Lei snorted coldly, I prevented you from holding this woman back precisely because I wanted to hear what she would say. You've really opened my eyes. Is the ghost doctor's identity something that she's qualified to suspect? Or perhaps I should say, does she think that something's wrong with our eyes? Gu Panpan's lips were trembling slightly. Her face was pale and she couldn't speak. However, it was clear from her gaze that she still felt wronged. She kept staring at Gu Ruoyan. Alright, the show's over. It's time for us to return. It was at this moment that Gu Ruoyan slowly stood up. With a slight smile, she said, I was simply taking advantage of this welcoming feast to announce those two matters today. Since we're done with our business, it's time to leave. Wei Yi, let's go. Yes, Shifu. Wei Yi stood up and tossed a charming look at Gu Shanglin before smiling seductively. Young Master Gu, I wonder if you were satisfied with today's banquet? Ha ha ha. When she finished speaking, she loudly laughed and followed Gu Ruoyan out of the banquet hall. Watching their two figures disappearing under the moonlight, Gu Shanglin tightly clenched his fists. Those two had done it on purpose. They had purposely made a fool out of him at his banquet. Everything had been planned by them. Gu Shanglin had guessed it right. Gu Ruoyan had not been planning to take their lives, she had simply wanted to cause trouble at the banquet. The Gu family had been so fixed on humiliating them that they had forgotten, you reap what you sow. Gu Ruoyan had not expected the appearance of Elder Lei and the rest, but at least their sudden appearances had helped them achieve their true motives. Thinking of the expressions on the faces of the Gu family just now, Wei Yi felt unbelievably satisfied. Wei Yi, it has already been 3 years. Under the light of the moon, the girl paused her steps. The faint moonlight encased her entire body, casting a clear and cold light upon her. In these 3 years, I have made a lot of progress in my growth. I don't have to hide my power like before. After these 3 years of biding our time, it's time for us to reveal ourselves to the world. She frowned slightly. However, in these 3 years, I still haven't been able to find out how my parents went missing back then. She used the word missing to describe her parents' status and didn't use the word dead. For some reason, Gu Ruoyan had a feeling that her parents were still alive. In these 3 years, that feeling had only grown stronger and stronger. Wei Yi lapsed into silence for a moment. Shifu, the spies from our devil sect have been continuously investigating what happened back then. Although they have not found all the information yet, we've uncovered some new leads. Gu Tian's disappearance seems to have something to do with Second Master Gu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154, The Mysterious Masked Man, 6. Chapter 154, The Mysterious Masked Man, 6. Bang! A fist landed heavily on a tree beside her. Gu Ruoyan sneered, young Master Dongfang told me previously that the Gu family had something to do with this. Once I find the culprit behind all this, I swear on my soul that I'll tear his very spirit to pieces, so that he'll never be able to enter the cycle of rebirth again. Wei Yi hesitated before asking, Shifu, should we capture Second Master Gu and interrogate him? No need. Gu Ruoyan felt that her throat had become a little dry. Her tone was husky as she said, did you think that fellow could deal with my parents with his level of ability? There must be someone helping him behind the scenes. Before we discover his backer's identity, I don't want to inadvertently alarm him and have him hide even deeper. This is also why I've only caused trouble for the Gu family these past few years and never settled our debts once and for all. Gu Ruoyan would never do something without a guarantee. If she wanted to act, then she would have to eliminate them completely. No matter what, she wouldn't let herself fall into any danger. Who? Suddenly, Gu Ruoyan's brows drew together and she cast a severe glance at an old tree behind her. You don't have to hide anymore, come out. I've already detected your presence. Wei Yi stared blankly for a while before turning to look in the direction of Gu Ruoyan's gaze. A man stepped out slowly from behind the old tree. The man was wearing a black mask. Under that mask, the man's eyes were like those of a predator in the night. No one could escape from that grim gaze. However, when he looked at that girl dressed in green, a hint of warmth was showing through his cold pupils, although that warmth disappeared almost instantly. Gu Ruoyan frowned. For some reason, this man's gaze was very familiar to her, but she couldn't recall where she had seen it before. Who are you? Have we met before? The man opened his mouth, wanting to say countless words to her. In the end, he still chose to swallow them all. A grim, hoarse voice slowly resounded from his throat. "We've never met." Gu Ruoyun sneered, "If we've never met, then why are you following me?" Just as she finished speaking, that man in black suddenly charged over with an icy gaze, his eyes carrying killing intent. "Shifu, be careful." Seeing the man about to reach Gu Ruoyun, Wei Yi's expression changed drastically. She quickly threw herself in Gu Ruoyun's direction, with her seductive face twisted in anger. Who was this man? Why did he want to kill Shifu? However, when the man reached Gu Ruoyun, he reached out and pulled her into his embrace before raising his hand to block a blow. Suddenly, Wei Yi heard a crash as a figure fell from the night sky. That person's expression was full of fear as he stared in amazement at the man shielding Gu Ruoyun in his arms. Why, how had that masked man discovered him? After seeing this scene, Wei Yi relaxed. It looked like this man wasn't here to kill Gu Ruoyun. His real target had been the assassin hiding in the darkness of the night. "Speak, who are you? Who sent you here?" The masked man was radiating killing intent as his grim gaze fixed coldly upon the assassin. "You don't have to ask," Gu Ruoyun said, waving her hand. "He's someone from the Cool Breeze faction, most likely sent by Gu Shanglin. He's been following me ever since I left the Gu household." I purposely said those words out loud to Wei Yi for him to hear, to see when he would try to kill me. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. The assassin started trembling unconsciously. She knew. She knew everything. The moment he had started following her, she had known. That is to say, from the start, she had had no intention of letting him leave alive. How scary was this woman? He practiced the hidden aura technique. The masked man before him was too strong, so it was still within reason if he could see through his technique. However, how could Gu Ruoyun have detected his aura? What kind of enemy had the young master offended this time? "You, who are you?" Looking towards Gu Ruoyun, he asked while trembling. Author's note: the Azure Dragon Country arc is about to end soon. The Gu family's death day is coming soon too. Don't get too anxious, we'll be looking for her little brother from her past life soon, and the 4 divine beasts will also be making their appearance. The female lead will only grow stronger and stronger. Of course, her enemies are also going to grow stronger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155, Longevity Pill, 1. Chapter 155, Longevity Pill, 1. "Shifu, how should we take care of this fellow?" Wei Yi's expression cooled down. On the inside, however, she was feeling vexed. The Cool Breeze faction's assassin had been following them the entire time, yet she hadn't noticed him. If not for Shifu's keen senses, he would have succeeded with his sinister plans. Gu Ruoyun raised her eyes to look at the man before her and asked expressionlessly, "Gu Shanglin must have gotten you to follow me for more than just a sneak attack. Otherwise you wouldn't have stayed hidden for so long without making a move. Tell me, what's his motive?" "Don't ask me. I won't speak. Kill me if you want." The assassin recovered from his surprise and shock. Gritting his teeth, he spoke as if he wasn't afraid of dying. "You want to die?" Gu Ruoyun smiled. For some reason, when he saw her smile, the assassin trembled. A fear that originated from the depths of his heart took over his spirit. Within seconds, his clothes were drenched in a layer of sweat. The girl didn't say anything else, but the entire night seemed to have sunk into grave silence. It was so silent that it was even a little scary. That feeling made the assassin even more antsy, a feeling even worse than dying painfully from 1,000 cuts. After a very long time, that clear voice slowly resounded from the girl. "Do you know why I purposely let you listen in on my conversation with Wei Yi?" The assassin stared at her blankly, puzzled. Had she been trying to use her words shock him into revealing his aura? No. That wasn't right. She had detected his presence from the start. She wouldn't have needed any tricks to make him reveal his presence. Because, Gu Ruoyun smiled at the man, sounding like a devil from hell luring unsuspecting victims into an inescapable trap. "I need you to do something for me. To be more accurate, I want you to be my spy in the Gu family, and investigate the culprit who harmed my parents." "Never!" The flustered assassin shouted loudly. He would never surrender to this woman. "That's not up to you." The pretty girl had been smiling from the start. "Bao Bao, it's your turn to shine now. It's time to give the Cool Breeze faction a glimpse of what a real spiritual beast mode looks like." A woof! A wolf's howl sounded abruptly in the silent night. The assassin was so frightened that he almost hunkered down to the ground. A wolf? Why is there a wolf here? He mumbled to himself with a pale face. Suddenly his gaze swung towards Gu Ruoyun, his eyes widening as if he had seen something terrifying and he lost the ability to speak. Under the moonlight, a majestic snow-white wolf stood by the girl's side, protecting her like a protector god. A spiritual beast. The assassin's face paled as he thought of retreating. Although the Cool Breeze faction's mounts were also spiritual beasts, those were the lowest tier of spiritual beasts, which were rather easy to tame. However, wolves were different, as they are extremely hard to tame, and it is even more rare for them to willingly form contracts with humans. This wolf in particular was extraordinarily powerful. Its power seemed to be on the same level as the faction master of the Cool Breeze faction, and their faction master was a martial king expert. How had this girl managed to tame this wolf with her strength? What kind of enemy has the young master brought upon the Cool Breeze faction? His face had gone beyond pale, as he started shivering, his expression filling with despair and dejection. It's over. The Cool Breeze faction is going to be finished in young master's hands. Roar! Bao Bao roared in a low tone. At first, the assassin thought that the wolf was giving him a warning. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. He could feel his soul being imprisoned. No matter what he did, he couldn't get free. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, Longevity Pill, 2. Chapter 156, Longevity Pill, 2. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valeranovels. Slowly, those fear-filled eyes lost their spirit and turned blank, so blank that he looked like a piece of wood. What's your name? It was as if Gu Ruoyun's voice held some magic power that made the assassin obedient. Reporting to master, this subordinate is named Li Chang. Li Chang, is it? You can return now. Observe second Master Gu. If there's any movement at all, inform me at once through soul telepathy. Since Li Chang was being controlled by Bao Bao, who was Gu Ruoyun's contract beast, they could communicate via soul telepathy. Of course, with Bao Bao's current power, they could only control souls of those who had martial king strength and below. Shifu, Bao Bao had that kind of ability? Wei Yi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. A little puzzled, she asked, since it has that kind of ability, why don't you directly control second Master Gu and ask him what we want to know? Gu Ruoyun shook her head. If it were really that easy, I would have done it earlier. Second Master Gu has some mysterious power backing him. If I were to control his soul, that person is sure to detect it. It's not safe to do so. Right now, I just want to find out where that power comes from and what kind of grudge they had with my parents. Shifu, shouldn't we thank Gu Shanglin for sending such a convenient pawn to you? Wei Yi blinked, then grinned as she spoke. It was obvious that she was still in high spirits from seeing the Gu family's humiliation today. Gu Ruoyun smiled slightly. That's right, just now. She was about to turn towards that grim masked man, when she found that the space behind her was totally empty. He had disappeared. Shifu, Wei Yi asked hesitantly, where did that man come from? I'm not sure. Gu Ruoyun shook her head. However, he didn't have any evil intentions towards us. Not only that, when that man had held her in his embrace, Gu Ruoyun had for some reason unconsciously felt a sense of safety and relief. Forget it, Gu Ruoyun stopped looking around. Wei Yi, let's go. Before she left, she seemed to have detected something as she cast a final glance at the old tree that man had been hiding behind before. It wasn't until the two figures had disappeared that a man dressed in black slowly stepped out from behind the old tree. The man's thin lips were pursed slightly, while those black pupils were still fixed on the girl's disappearing back, filling with endless warmth and affection. I'm sorry, Yuner. I can't acknowledge you right now, I hope you'll forgive me. 3 years ago, that auction had shocked countless people. Thus, upon hearing that 100 Herb Hall was going to sell beauty rejuvenation pills in their store, the entire Azure Dragon country was in an uproar. All the imperial officials and nobles started to prepare their fortunes for the sake of buying a beauty rejuvenation pill from 100 Herb Hall. Even if they didn't need the pill themselves, based on the fact that it was pills alone meant that many people would fight with all their might to get one. However, when the crowd had reached 100 Herb Hall, it was strangely quiet. Perhaps they were worried that they would be chased out of 100 Herb Hall if they were too noisy. Ladies and gentlemen, I see that almost everyone is present. Shopkeeper Zhao coughed drily as he spoke with upturned eyes. Because we don't have enough pills, only 20 people will be able to get a pill. Since there are already 20 people present, there won't be any more pills available for late arrivals. However, today, we're not only selling beauty rejuvenation pills. We'll also be selling longevity pills. Hearing shopkeeper Zhao's words, everyone's hearts unconsciously skipped a beat. TL note, Mr. Masked Man, was it really so smart to hide behind the exact same tree? Ovo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Longevity Pill, 3. Chapter 157, Longevity Pill, 3. Beauty rejuvenation pills were already rare enough, they hadn't expected that there would actually be pills that could extend your lifespan. Although the ghost doctor was said to be able to revive the dead, that was only if she could treat his wounds in time while he still had a single breath left in him. She couldn't add on to their lifespans. Thus, it could be imagined how shocking the existence of the longevity pills was. Shopkeeper Zhao, is what you said true? Amongst the crowd, a young little fellow trembled as he asked. Shopkeeper Zhao cast a glance at Gu Ruoyun, who was sitting at one side. Upon seeing her nod, he then replied in confirmation, "Of course it's true. I can swear on 100 Herb Hall's name that what I said was completely true." Upon hearing this, the young little fellow burst into tears. "That's great. There's hope for my grandfather. My grandfather can live on." At that moment, upon hearing such shocking news, the crowd no longer cared that they were still in 100 Herb Hall's territory. They burst into a cacophony of noise, their tones and expressions full of excitement. If this was true, then this was going to be even more sensational than the auction held 3 years ago. Longevity pills? Hee, if we could really extend our lifespans, wouldn't we be rewriting our fates? Suddenly, a burst of cold laughter sounded from outside. Shopkeeper Zhao's brows drew together and he raised his eyes to look over as Gu Shanglin led the Cool Breeze faction in. They carried unfriendly expressions, it was clear that they had come here to cause trouble. "Shopkeeper Zhao, we're all cultivators here. The biggest taboo for cultivators is to rewrite fate." Gu Shanglin sneered, "If you defy nature and rewrite your fate, you'll definitely suffer divine punishment. I don't believe that there'll be anyone silly enough to risk their souls being torn apart to extend the lifespans of some people unrelated to them. Thus, those pills must be fake. Most importantly, as everyone knows, pill formulas disappeared from this world a long time ago. Since then, countless people have tried to research pill formulas and failed. From this, you can tell that there will never be any more pill masters in this world." When he had started cultivating, his Shifu had told him to never defy nature nor attempt to rewrite his fate. Otherwise, his soul would be torn apart by divine punishment, and he would be doomed to eternal damnation. He didn't believe that these old people had no knowledge of that bit of common sense. Thus, those pills absolutely could not be real longevity pills, but... Just as the crowd looked at each other in dismay, light laughter carried over. Pills have always been things that defied nature. However, that doesn't mean that pill masters have to suffer divine punishment. The meaning of defying nature and rewriting fate is to forcefully rewrite a person's fate with some underhanded means. However, pills simply make some changes to the body by borrowing some external power. As for what you said last, who can guarantee that there'll be no exceptions after so many years? Gu Shanglin's pupils darkened as he gazed coldly at Gu Ruoyun. "Little sister Ruoyun, are you sure you want to make enemies with your own family for the sake of 100 Herb Hall?" "My own family?" Gu Ruoyun smiled, full of mocking. "I'm sorry, I only recognize my parents and Gu Shangshou as my family. As for all of you, you're just some strangers who are related to me by blood, but..." "Very well." Gu Shanglin sneered, "I hope you don't regret your words today. However, no matter what you say today, I'll prove to everyone that 100 Herb Hall is lying. Those pills are all fake." "Fake?" Hearing this, everyone bent their heads and whispered to each other, brimming with discussion. They had seen the success of 100 Herb Hall's auction back then. If they claimed that the longevity pills were fake, they really couldn't believe it. However, since the Cool Breeze faction's young master was so confident, did that mean he had some evidence in his hands? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Longevity Pill, 4. Chapter 158, Longevity Pill, 4. Everyone, to prove that the pills are real, we've already invited someone to prove it to you. We'll let him in right now, Shopkeeper Zhao coughed drily as he spoke, smiling with narrowed eyes. The raucous crowd quieted down instantly upon hearing his words. Their gazes turned towards the entrance together. Following that, a slight cough sounded as an elderly man slowly walked into 100 Herb Hall with the help of a cane. That doddering, old man needed someone's help to walk. His old face was wrinkled like ancient bark. It was clear that he was at the end of his road, and that there wasn't much life left in him. "Isn't that the Imperial Tutor?" "The Imperial Tutor is just a normal person. His lifespan wasn't particularly long from the start. He's already in his late 90s now. Not too long ago, the Imperial physicians diagnosed that he won't live past 3 months. Since 100 Herb Hall had invited him here, did that mean that the longevity pills were real?" Within Azure Dragon Country, the Imperial Tutor still had some prestige. Even if he wasn't a cultivator, he was extremely knowledgeable and had an upright character. There was no better person to prove the authenticity of the pills. I thought I only had 3 months left in me. I didn't think that 100 Herb Hall would invite me to test this longevity pill. I'm overwhelmed by this favor. The Imperial Tutor spoke very slowly. He had to pant for breath after every sentence, as if speaking each word used up what was left of his strength. Shopkeeper Zhao didn't say anything more, but directly ordered some men to hand the pill over to the Imperial Tutor. The Imperial Tutor smiled and raised his hand with some difficulty. His hand shook as he placed the pill in his mouth. His expression was very calm, so calm that not a single ripple was showing. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the Imperial Tutor, afraid that they would miss out on something. Gu Shanglin narrowed his eyes as a strange glint flashed across his eyes. If this pill verification failed, then 100 Herb Hall's good reputation would be tarnished. When that happened, he had to take the pill formulas for himself. Quick, look! Suddenly, a shocked voice abruptly sounded. Following that, everyone could feel that the Imperial Tutor's body was slowly starting to change. How could they describe it? Although his face was still as wrinkled as before, the pallor of death around him had slowly disappeared. Although he needed to lean on a cane to walk previously, he threw it to one side in front of the stares of the crowd. Ha ha ha! He let loose a burst of laughter. That laughter held no trace of weakness, he looked completely hale and hearty. A miracle, it's really a miracle. I thought I was close to death, I didn't think that I could live a few more years. Most importantly, I was actually able to try the pill that all the people of the world long for in their dreams. I'm satisfied. I've experienced enough in this lifetime. As he was speaking, the Imperial Tutor became emotional and tears ran down his cheeks. Roar! The crowd abruptly exploded. Everyone's gazes carried disbelief and undisguised traces of excitement. Heavens, longevity pills really existed. Helping someone on their deathbed extend their lifespans was something impossible to do. It was something even the ghost doctor, who could wrestle people out of the hands of the King of Hell, couldn't do. Within this 100 Herb Hall, someone had actually refined this miraculous pill. Ladies and gentlemen, Shopkeeper Zhao smiled and said, a person can only use a single longevity pill in his lifetime. Furthermore, each pill only extends your lifespan by 10 years. That is to say, you'll still die after 10 years. Although the pill was only effective for 10 years, it was enough to make everyone there go crazy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, Longevity Pill, 5. Chapter 159, Longevity Pill, 5. When a cultivator reached the Martial King rank, their lifespan would be extended by 100 years. If a late-stage Martial General was on the verge of a breakthrough but his lifespan was coming to an end, there was no way to reverse the desperate situation. However, if an additional 10 years of life could give him the chance to break through, then that was equivalent to adding on 100 years of life. Thus, it could be imagined how important getting an additional 10 years of life was to a cultivator. Gu Shanglin didn't speak, but his eyes darted here and there, clearly thinking of how he could get the pill formulas into his hands. Putting aside the extra 10 years of life, if he could refine the longevity pill, how many riches could he amass? Thinking of that, he was moved by the possibilities. He said, Shopkeeper Zhao, I want to meet with your master. Could you invite him to meet me? Hearing so, Shopkeeper Zhao stared blankly for a moment. The current master of 100 Herb Hall was Eldest Miss, but it seemed like Eldest Miss didn't want anyone to know of her true connection to 100 Herb Hall, even up till now. Thus, he couldn't possibly reveal her identity. Apologies, young Master Gu. Our master doesn't want to meet anybody. Furthermore, didn't you just say that our 100 Herb Hall is selling fake pills? Since that's so, what are you trying to do by meeting with our master? Shopkeeper Zhao's face carried a sneer as he spoke unhappily. Gu Shanglin didn't get angry, but replied in a calm manner, Shopkeeper Zhao. I would like to trouble you to report to your master. Just say that the young master of the Cool Breeze faction, Gu Shanglin, requests an audience. Ha ha. Shopkeeper Zhao let out a burst of laughter. Gu Shanglin, are you thinking of using the Cool Breeze faction to pressure us? Unfortunately, I'm not impressed by your Cool Breeze faction. Please return from where you came from. Gu Shanglin's expression turned uglier upon hearing those words. He carried the faint trace of a sneer as he said emotionlessly, I called you Shopkeeper Zhao out of respect for 100 Herb Hall. However, you're not qualified to speak to me. Get your master out here. Only he is qualified to stand in front of me. Whoosh. Right after Gu Shanglin finished speaking, the Cool Breeze faction's men gathered behind him drew their weapons. They glared at shopkeeper Zhao threateningly with expressions full of mocking. They looked as if they would turn the entire place into a bloodbath if their young master gave the order. The Cool Breeze faction, how awe-inspiring, At this moment, Gu Ruoyan, who had been sitting to one side and watching the show, finally stood up. Brimming with smiles, she said, I didn't think that a fraudulent young master from the Cool Breeze faction would actually throw his weight around compared to the legitimate second young master from the Wind Hall. TSK, I have a whole new level of respect for you. Everyone knew that Gu Shanglin was just the adopted son of the Cool Breeze faction's faction master, so he was deemed fraudulent. However, this word stabbed him in his weak spot, so his expression turned chilly in an instant. Little cousin, is that how you should speak to your older brother? Elder Lei and those other people aren't here right now. Who do you think can protect you now? The ghost doctor? Although her medical skills are great, it seems like she doesn't have enough strength. If you're thinking of relying on her, then think again. Your 100 Herb Hall only has a single martial king, but our Cool Breeze faction has two. A wise man knows when to give up. Don't make a decision you're going to regret for the rest of your life. Gu Shanglin was trying to persuade her, seemingly with good intentions. His expression would make those who didn't know him think that he was just a good older brother, who was concerned for his little sister. However, Gu Ruoyun smiled. Gu Shanglin, weren't you so intent on seeing the master of 100 Herb Hall for the sake of the longevity pills formula? You can just say it out directly, why beat around the bush? Although Gu Shanglin did have this idea in mind, he still felt rather awkward after having his true intentions revealed. He used a righteous tone as he spoke, I don't know what grudge you have with grandfather, but I, Gu Shanglin, have always treated you as a little sister. Pill formulas are a great treasure to everyone on the mainland. When the time comes, there'll be many experts out to steal it. As someone from 100 Herb Hall, it's not too safe for you. Out of consideration for your safety, I want to take the pill formulas from 100 Herb Hall and bear all the risks and danger for you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160, Gu Ruoyun's Ploy, 1. Chapter 160, Gu Ruoyun's Ploy, 1. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. To the people gathered there, Gu Shanglin's grim expression made it hard to suspect the true motives behind his altruistic words. After all, he was different from Second Master Gu. No matter how greedy he got, there wouldn't be a trace of it on his face. However, Gu Ruoyun smiled, her clear pupils were full of ridicule. Then shouldn't I be thanking you for bearing all that danger in my place? Of course. Gu Shanglin raised his arrogant face. Ruoyan, 100 Herb Hall is keeping such a high profile now. Haven't you thought of the danger they'll be in? 100 Herb Hall has remained safe for the past 3 years, but it doesn't mean that no one will come to steal the pill formulas in the future. That's because those powers have been preparing for some important matters these past 3 years, so they didn't have the time to bother with your 100 Herb Hall. Furthermore, the beauty rejuvenation pills didn't hold much attraction to them. However, this time, with the birth of the longevity pills, countless powers will surely come to fight for it. As someone within 100 Herb Hall, it's impossible for you to remain uninvolved. Also, Gu Shanglin paused for a moment before he sneered and said, our Cool Breeze faction won't let go of such a great opportunity. Ruoyun, did you think a tiny 100 Herb Hall could compete with the Cool Breeze faction? I've been trying to persuade you on account of the Gu blood in your veins. If it were some other person, I wouldn't even be using words. It was clear that Gu Shanglin wasn't intending to leave until he got the longevity pill formula today. They had to bring out both pill formulas by any possible means. You're right. Our 100 Herb Hall is no match for your Cool Breeze faction. Everyone thought that Gu Ruoyan would rather die than give in, based on her temperament. They hadn't expected that she would say something like that. The unexpected words made all of them stare blankly at the girl's pretty face in astonishment. At this moment, none of them realized that a trace of cunning flitted across her eyes when she lowered her gaze. Following that, she slowly raised her head. Her bright and clear eyes carried some cowardice as she spoke weakly, actually, the pill formulas aren't in Elder Yu's hands. It was because I had these pill formulas when Elder Yu took me in back then. If you want the pill formulas, you only have to ask me for it. As they say, a wise man submits to circumstances. I don't want to make an enemy out of your Cool Breeze faction, so if you don't trouble me anymore, I'll give the pill formulas to you. This was within Gu Shanglin's expectations. He had thought a lot these past few days about why 100 Herb Hall was so protective of the orphan Gu Ruoyan, and why the haughty ghost doctor had become her disciple when Gu Ruoyan had never learned medicine. It was clear that there was only one reason, that Gu Ruoyan had something that those two people treasured greatly. The legendary pill formulas. He really didn't know how Gu Ruoyun had gotten such a windfall. She was lucky to have found the pill formulas. She even used them to control Elder Yu and the Ghost Doctor. 100 Herb Hall's pills must have been refined by the Ghost Doctor. Who else in this world could learn the art of refining pills so quickly other than her? Ruoyun, rest assured. Once I become the faction master of the Cool Breeze faction, there'll be benefits for you too. Gu Xianglin smiled. He hadn't thought that things would go so smoothly. Who said that Gu Ruoyun had become tough? That was because she had Elder Yu and the Ghost Doctor to back her up. Once she had heard that there would be many people coming to snatch the pill formulas, she had immediately become scared. Wasn't she obediently handing the pill formulas over now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161, Gu Ruoyun's Ploy, 2. Chapter 161, Gu Ruoyun's Ploy, 2. The Cool Breeze faction is really despicable. They actually said that to frighten a young lady and even threatened her. TSK, it looks like the shamelessness of the Gu family is inherited from their genes. Seeing such a scene, everyone shook their heads. They clearly thought the Cool Breeze faction's actions weren't right. Only shopkeeper Zhao looked at Gu Xianglin in sympathy. He understood his master's personality clearly. When had she ever given in to persuasion? By giving in now, it only proved that someone was about to get suckered into her ploy. Then after I give you the pill formulas, you won't come looking for trouble anymore, right? Gu Ruoyun looked timidly at Gu Xianglin and spoke weakly. There was no trace of the mighty aura she had had at the banquet. However, Gu Xianglin wasn't suspicious in the least. After all, she had Elder Lei and the others backing her at the banquet, so she could take on a tough attitude. Speaking of which, this girl was likely someone who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Furthermore, his words must have frightened her thoroughly. No matter what, Gu Ruoyun was only a young lady. She had never experienced any hardships. Upon hearing that many experts would come looking for her, how could she not be afraid? Ruoyun, rest assured. I can swear to you that I can guarantee your safety after you give me the pill formulas. The corner of Gu Xianglin's lips lifted a little. If he gave the pill formulas to his adopted father, then his successor's seat was guaranteed. Gu Ruoyun frowned and stayed silent for a while. It seemed like she couldn't bear to let go of the formulas, but she finally sighed and took them out from her lapels. Upon seeing her actions, shopkeeper Zhao froze for a moment. He knew that eldest miss had a mysterious interdimensional storage space. Usually, she would take items out from that space. However, she was taking the formulas out from her lapels today, as if she had already been prepared to do so? Perhaps she had already guessed that Gu Xianglin would do this? Thinking of that, shopkeeper Zhao's gaze was filled with pity. Gu Xianglin would probably never find out that he had already leapt into the trap that eldest miss had dug for him. These are the pill formulas. Gu Ruoyun looked extremely unwilling, but she still gritted her teeth and handed the formulas over to Gu Xianglin. Remember your words. After I give the formulas to you, the Cool Breeze faction isn't allowed to make trouble for me. I'm not very brave and I can't withstand any frights. Gu Xianglin's gaze landed on the pill formulas before him. His breathing quickened and he reached out his hand in excitement. Upon gripping the formulas, the smell of ancient paper hit him in the face, causing ripples in his heart. He had the impulse to burst out into laughter. Pill formulas. I've finally gotten pill formulas. The pill formulas that everyone longs to find are in my hands right now, ha! He was so absorbed in his emotions that he didn't notice the lifted corner of Gu Ruoyun's lips. Otherwise, he probably would have rethought everything he had done. Ruoyun, you've done the right thing today. You'll never regret it for the rest of your life. Let's go. He had to quickly report this news to his adopted father. He would surely be very happy. In the instant after the Cool Breeze faction left 100 Herb Hall, the entire hall quieted down. After a long while, someone spoke up from the crowd in a confused tone. Miss Ruoyun, did you give him the pill formulas just like that? Then our pills. I didn't have a choice, Gu Ruoyun sighed with helplessness written all over her face. The Cool Breeze faction is too strong. Our 100 Herb Hall isn't a match for them in our current state. Furthermore, I'm just a nobody. How can I fight with the Cool Breeze faction? I had no other choice. However, everyone, you can rest assured. 100 Herb Hall will continue selling pills. You can use the place on the list you've gotten just now to buy pills. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162, Gu Ruoyun's Ploy, 3. Chapter 162, Gu Ruoyun's Ploy, 3. After hearing what Gu Ruoyun had said, everyone felt relieved. If the pill formulas had been completely taken away by the Cool Breeze faction, they definitely wouldn't get the chance to buy pills. However, Wei Yi, who had not spoken a single word in the entire exchange, couldn't hold back an eye roll. A nobody? Who didn't dare to fight with the Cool Breeze faction? Was Shifu sure that she was describing herself? Others might not know of the trump cards that Gu Ruoyun held in her hands, but how could Wei Yi not know of them? Without mentioning the two strong men she had hidden away in the rear courtyard, just the spiritual beast Bao Bao alone could probably invade the Cool Breeze faction, no? Shopkeeper Zhao coughed hard twice, clearly frightened by her words. With an awkward expression, he said, "Everyone, I'll give you some time to prepare your gold. Come here to buy the pill within a month. If you don't come back in 1 month, your place will be given away. That's all, you can go back now." Everyone stood up and bid their farewells one by one. Some who had prepared enough gold bought the pills on the spot. As for the others, they still had to gather up enough gold. Very quickly, only shopkeeper Zhao, Gu Ruoyun, and Wei Yi were left in 100 Herb Hall. "Eldest miss, you're really quite something. You actually gave Gu Shanglin fake pill formulas. When he finds out, it'll be too late." Shopkeeper Zhao laughed out loud and looked at Gu Ruoyun with admiration. Gu Ruoyun smiled. "Who said the pill formulas were fake?" Shopkeeper Zhao choked. He thought that Gu Ruoyun had used fakes to trick Gu Shanglin. Who could have thought that she had really given him the actual formulas? When we auctioned off the beauty rejuvenation pills 3 years ago, why do you think we didn't attract unwanted attention from the stronger powers? It was thanks to some other powers suppressing the news so it didn't travel further. For example, places like the Medicine Order still don't know that beauty rejuvenation pills have appeared in Azure Dragon Country. However, it wasn't easy for them to let us live in peace for the past 3 years. If the news of the longevity pills spreads this time, what do you think will happen, Wei Yi? Wei Yi groaned for a moment. Although the longevity pill isn't a pill that can help cultivation, it still counts as a pill. For powers such as the Medicine Order, once the word pills comes into play, they absolutely won't ignore it. When the news hits, it'll be as good as a death sentence. Whoever has the formulas will be hunted to the ends of the earth and killed. Besides, fake pill formulas might be able to deceive the Cool Breeze faction, but it won't work against powers like the Medicine Order. Back then, when Shifu had given her the treasure encyclopedia of medicine, she had suffered the machinations of that wretched couple. Furthermore, Gu Ruoyun held the fabled pill formulas in her hands. How could they possibly let her off easy? "That's right," Gu Ruoyun nodded. "I brought out the longevity pills for sale because the devil sect needs a lot of gold to support its growth. Pills are the quickest method to earn money for me. However, after this, those pill formulas are going to be hot potatoes. Since a certain someone is so willing to take them off my hands, there's no reason to look a gift horse in the mouth. Why wouldn't I give them to him?" While her words made a lot of sense, shopkeeper Zhao still felt that something wasn't quite right. He thought for a moment before asking, "Eldest miss, what if the Cool Breeze faction really finds out how to refine pills? Then, the pill formulas I gave him are real, but I changed the order of the ingredients. Furthermore, pill refinement isn't easy. Without a guide, forget a couple of years, given 100 years, it'd be impossible to learn the techniques from just a formula. And if they're not careful, they'll be blown to bits from trying. Why do you think no one has managed to refine any pills for so long? Not only is there a lack of formulas, but even if they had one, no one would have a clue how to refine them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 163, Gu Ruoyun's Ploy, 4. Chapter 163, Gu Ruoyun's Ploy, 4. There were too many details to pay attention to while refining pills. If not for Zixi standing by her side and guiding her back then, she wouldn't have learned it so quickly. No one had rediscovered the art of refining pills even after so many millennia. Of course it wouldn't be as simple as following a list of instructions. It was true that there was a lack of pill formulas, but a skilled pill master could even create their own if they wanted to. The path to become a pill master, on the other hand, was where everyone was stuck. "Eldest miss, but what if those people try to kidnap you when they find out they can't understand the pill formulas?" asked shopkeeper Zhao, anxious. It was only natural that he worried. Gu Ruoyun smiled. "I'll have about 5 to 6 years before that happens. Within those 5 to 6 years, I'll be able to dominate the mainland. By that time, who would still be able to kidnap me? Furthermore, with Gu Shanglin's IQ, he definitely thinks that the pills were refined by Wei Yi and that the only reason she was following me was because of the pill formulas in my hands. Those powers won't dare to touch Wei Yi for the time being, so I have enough time to prepare. Frankly speaking, Gu Ruoyun didn't think much of the Cool Breeze faction. There were much stronger powers on the mainland, like the Weapon Refining Sect and the Medicine Order, and there were still even stronger powers to consider like the Spirit Sect. She had to be a little more cautious. Since Gu Shanglin was willing to bear the dangers for her, she had no reason to reject him. Shopkeeper Zhao forced a smile. Eldest miss, you've really thought of everything. Gu Shanglin is a fool. He tried to steal the pill formulas in such a public location with so many people around. He'll regret it soon enough. If he hadn't done it in such a public place, I wouldn't have given them to him. Gu Ruoyun raised a corner of her lips. However, Gu Shanglin said something right. I definitely won't regret giving him the pill formulas. As for whether he'll regret it or not, well, who knows? Right now, everyone knows that Gu Shanglin has taken away the pill formulas, so no one will trouble 100 Herb Hall for the next few years. Hearing this, Shopkeeper Zhao felt even more pity for Gu Shanglin. Hadn't he brought this upon himself? Perhaps not long after, neither the Gu family nor the Cool Breeze faction would be able to live in peace. Ever since those people left 100 Herb Hall, the news of the longevity pill had spread. Those who had not arrived in time to get a place in the buyer's list were upset. An extra 10 years of life was now something they were unable to buy, even with 100 million gold coins. Thus, a single place was now being sold for sky-high prices. Of course, not many people were willing to sell their hard-won places. Only 1 or 2 people in dire need of money had headed to 100 Herb Hall early that morning, all to queue up for the sake of getting that rare place. However, it was a pity. No matter how early they had gone there to queue, there was still a long line ahead of them. There were even people who had rushed over from distant places for the chance to buy a pill. At this time, within the study, Gu Shanglin held onto the token in his hands as he spoke excitedly. Foster father, I have some good news to tell you. That good-for-nothing from my Gu family managed to get a pill formula from somewhere, so I used threats and bribes to take it from her hands. I want to give it to you to show my filial respect. If someone had been in the room with him, they would have felt extremely startled. Gu Shanglin was alone in the study, so who was he speaking to? After a long silence, a grave voice spoke from the token. Is that true? Definitely. Gu Shanglin couldn't hold back the tremors in his heart and said, I personally saw an elderly man on the verge of death recover his vitality after using that pill. The imperial physicians had initially given him just a month left to live, but now he can live for 10 more years. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164, Gu Ruoyun's Ploy, 5. Chapter 164, Gu Ruoyun's Ploy, 5. The study sunk into silence once more. After a moment, the middle-aged man's voice rang out again. This time, it was clear that his breathing had quickened. Keep the pill formula safe. Hand it over to me when you return. Yes, foster father. Gu Shanglin was very emotional now. He could practically imagine how it would be when he earned his foster father's full trust and the candidacy of next faction master. It was at this moment that a knock came from outside the room. Gu Shanglin frowned and cut off the conversation with the middle-aged man. Upon raising his head to look and seeing Second Master Gu entering the study, his tensed expression relaxed. Father, is something the matter? This, Second Master Gu rubbed his fists and lightly chuckled. I heard that you snatched 2 pill formulas from Gu Ruoyun? Gu Shanglin nodded and looked at Second Master Gu with suspicion. That's right. I'm going to give them to my foster father as a gesture of filial respect. With the pill formulas, I'll be able to become the successor to the Cool Breeze faction. Stupid, you're really stupid. Second Master Gu seemed to be disappointed in him for failing to meet some hidden expectations as he said, what's so great about the Cool Breeze faction? They can't even match up to the Dongfang family. I know someone even more powerful, and he's very strong. Much stronger than the Dongfang family and the Weapon Refining Sect. If we offer the pill formulas up to that power, our Gu family will have even more benefits. More than 10 years ago, he had helped that power get rid of Gu Tian. However, because Gu Tian's body had not been left as evidence, that power had removed all the benefits he had given him in a fit of rage. Other than being tasked to watch Gu Shengshou and Gu Ruoyun, there had been no other movement from him. However, if Second Master Gu offered up the pill formulas to him, then he could borrow that organization's power. Even some simple benefits would be enough to reign like a tyrant in Azure Dragon Country. His imagination went wild as he thought of his future domination. Second Master Gu broadly grinned and looked at Gu Shanglin with glee. Gu Shanglin frowned. Father, that power you're speaking of is... This, I'm actually not too sure of it myself. Second Master Gu shook his head. With a reverent expression, he said, although I don't know where that person comes from, I can understand how great that power is. For example, a single person from that organization could flatten the entire Cool Breeze faction. Imagine, just how much power must they have to be able to do that? Gu Xianglin's heart shook. A single person would be able to flatten the entire Cool Breeze faction? Under the sky, there were only 3 organizations who had that kind of power. How did father get acquainted with that kind of expert? Could he be trying to trick him into giving away the pill formulas? After weighing the pros and cons, Gu Xianglin slowly spoke up, Father, I want to meet the person you speak of. If the power he's from really has that kind of ability, then I'll gladly give up the pill formulas. Second Master Gu knew that his son didn't trust him. However, he didn't get angry. When they got their benefits, who would he have to fear? Even the Dongfang family wouldn't be strong enough. Furthermore, he was going to return every bit of humiliation that Dongfang Xiaoze had given him that day. Alright, I'll take you to see that person. However, you absolutely can't let your grandfather know of this. Otherwise, that old man would surely know how Gu Tian had died. Although that old man had always been selfish, he had looked very favorably upon Gu Tian. After all, 10 years ago, Gu Tian had been the kind of genius that could be counted on one hand. With him around, who would have dared to disrespect the Gu family? However, ever since he had died, the Gu family had suffered much humiliation. This drop in status had driven old man Gu crazy. How could second Master Gu let him discover that he had been the one who had helped those people kill Gu Tian? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165, The Dispute Over Pills, 1. Chapter 165, The Dispute Over Pills, 1. Gu Xianglin didn't say any more and followed him out. If that power was really as strong as father had said, then what was the harm in giving him one of the pill formulas? He had 2 in his hands right now anyway. They eventually arrived at a mysterious secret room. It was lit by candlelight, the 2 side walls were lined with candlesticks, each crowned by a flickering flame. Their fluctuation was mirrored in the shadows cast across the space, and because of it, the room's lighting was in a constant state of alternation between dark and light. Second Master Gu looked at the elder standing in front of him with a respectful, humble expression. That elder's face was hazy, as if he was hidden in a black mist. At the very least, they could tell he was dressed in a gray robe, but anything about his face was obscured. It didn't matter how intently Gu Xianglin observed him, he just couldn't get a clear picture of the man's face. It seemed like the elder had felt his measuring gaze, because a powerful aura burst out towards Gu Xianglin, easily suppressing him. Gu Xianglin trembled in fear, he hurried to cast his gaze downwards and didn't dare to look again. However, from just that one blurry glance, Gu Xianglin could tell that this person was very strong. Unbelievably strong. No wonder father had said something like that. If he were able to receive this person's guidance, even creating his own sect wouldn't be a problem, let alone becoming the young master of the Cool Breeze faction. Why have you called me here today, brat? The elder's voice was very low, yet it held an aura of undeniable majesty. Or rather, have you completed the task I gave you? Second Master Gu smiled sheepishly. My lord, this time I have brought something good to offer to you. Oh? The elder sent Second Master Gu a dubious look. Then, aloof, he said, you should know that I'm not interested in ordinary items. If what you have brought doesn't interest me, then you know what the consequences are. Second Master Gu unconsciously broke out into a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, My lord, the item I brought for you today will surely interest you greatly. That's because it's a pill formula that my son stole from someone else's hands with much difficulty. Pill formula. These 2 words were like a thunderclap sent straight into the elder's ears. Although Second Master Gu couldn't see his expression clearly, he could feel the air around them turning grave. After a long time, the elder's deep voice rang out again, You're being serious? Extremely serious. Second Master Gu wiped away the cold sweat that had accumulated on his forehead and cast a look at his son. The only sound in the room was the elder's heavy breathing as Gu Xianglin took the cue and slowly walked forward. My lord, this is the pill formula I've obtained. Gu Xianglin's face no longer held the arrogance it normally did. He respectfully passed the pill formula over to the elder, who received it with shaking hands. It was obvious that he was having difficulty staying calm. It felt like an eternity had passed before the elder slowly spoke. It's a pill formula, it's really a pill formula. This ancient aura cannot be faked. I didn't think a pill formula would ever appear again, even in 100 million years. Brat, you've done well. Right now, even if Gu Xianglin couldn't see the expression of the man in gray, he could visualize the sheer jubilation that would be on his face. Even the strongest experts would reveal their true nature in the face of a pill formula. They would even fight to the death for them. My lord, only an expert like you is fit to use this kind of priceless treasure, Second Master Gu said, putting on a smile meant to flatter. However, could you perhaps gift me with a pill when you succeed in refining some? I would like to live for another 10 years too. The grey-robed man nodded, and with his mind cast to a faraway place, he replied with, I can promise you that. However, the art of refining pills has been lost for many years. If I want to succeed in refining them, I need at least 10 years to study the pill formula. Furthermore, shouldn't you bring out the other pill formula you have on you? When he finished speaking, his gaze landed on Gu Shanglin. Gu Shanglin's body suddenly trembled, his eyes full-blown with terror. He had been intending to give the other pill formula to his foster father. In fact, he had already promised it to him. If he brought it out now and gave it to the elder, then when he showed up empty-handed to meet with his foster father, Gu Shanglin would surely be blamed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, The Dispute Over Pills, 2. Chapter 166, The Dispute Over Pills, 2. Why? Am I not fit to have the other pill formula? The grey-robed elder looked at Gu Shanglin indifferently. His pitch dropped as he intoned, It looks like your Gu family's sincerity only goes so far. My lord, I can swear right now and prove to the heavens that I am utterly devoted to you. Second Master Gu hurriedly cast another look at Gu Shanglin. Quickly, give our lord the formula for the beauty rejuvenation pill. But, Gu Shanglin's heart trembled, I promised my foster father that I would give him a pill formula. If I gave them both away, how am I going to account for it before my foster father? With his foster father's temper, he would definitely explode out of rage. When that happened, if this great expert wasn't willing to guide him, then his last hope would be gone. Humph. The elder snorted and the temperature of the room plummeted. Gu Ming, you said that your son used tremendous effort to obtain that pill formula all for my sake, but I see that that's not the case. What do you have to say for it? Gu Ming was Second Master Gu's name. Upon hearing the elder's words, Second Master Gu trembled where he stood. His heart thumped inside his rib cage, evidence of how deathly afraid he was that the person before him would, in a fit of unhappiness, instantly annihilate him. My lord, you have to believe me, I'm only loyal to you. Until my death, you're the only person I'll ever be loyal to. No one else deserves my fealty. Afraid that the elder would not believe his words, Second Master Gu walked up to Gu Shanglin. His gaze hardened. With a threat sewn into his tone, he said, Son, I'm your father. You have to listen to me in all matters. Even if you have been claimed by the Cool Breeze faction's faction master as an adopted son, you're still my biological son and I'm still your biological father. I order you to hand over the pill formula, immediately. This lord is very strong, even several hundred Cool Breeze factions wouldn't be enough to match his might. As long as you obey, there'll be rewards for you. In that instant, Gu Shanglin's gaze turned heavy and he clenched his fists. To be honest, he really did want to get into the good graces of this expert. However, he had always been conservative in his actions and would never back himself into a corner. If he handed over the pill formula now, then he would offend his foster father greatly. Gu Shanglin was currently regretting his decision. He was regretting that he had hurriedly reported the good news of the formulas to his foster father. If his foster father didn't know that he had obtained a pill formula, then he wouldn't be in this mess right now. However, he also understood that he was just an ant to the expert before him. If the expert wanted to kill him, then he could simply do so. If Gu Shanglin refused to hand over the pill formula, then he probably wouldn't even be able to walk out of this secret room. Gu Shanglin took in a deep breath and slowly reached into his lapel. Under the watchful gaze of the elder, he took out that ancient pill formula. His eyes were filled with reluctance and conflict, but ultimately, he still handed over the pill formula to the grey-robed elder. In the instant that the pill formula exchanged hands, his body felt on the verge of collapse. Gu Shanglin leaned against the wall behind him, knees weak, and slowly closed his eyes. He didn't want to look at the pill formula that had left his hands. Good, the grey-robed elder stored the pill formulas within his lapels and nodded in satisfaction. Seeing as you handed over the pill formula in the end, I'll forgive your earlier mistake in hiding it. Since your contributions are equal to your wrongs, I won't punish you anymore. Contributions equal to wrongs? What did he mean? Gu Shanglin's eyes widened as he stared at the elder, stunned. My contributions are equal to my wrongs? What wrongs have I committed? My contributions were cancelled out in the end? What about the rewards? Where are the rewards you promised after I handed the pill formulas over? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, The Dispute Over Pills, 3. Chapter 167, The Dispute Over Pills, 3. Rewards? The gray-robed elder sneered. You had 2 formulas but only gave me 1. You're still thinking of getting rewards? I'm already letting you leave with your lives intact out of consideration for 2 pill formulas. Gu Ming, is this how you've raised your son? He's actually demanding rewards from me? Thump! Second Master Gu was so scared that he kneeled down. While trembling, he said, My lord, there's something wrong with my son's mind. Please don't bother with him, he didn't mean it. We're meant to serve you, my lord, so it's only natural that we gave you those 2 formulas. We won't ask for any rewards. Humph. The gray-robed elder, frigid in his countenance, scoffed and said, I'm going back to study these formulas. Don't call me if there's nothing to report. Also, don't forget the mission I gave you back then. Second Master Gu's body trembled. He wanted to speak up, but the elder's figure slowly faded and disappeared right before his very own eyes. From start to finish, Gu Xianglin had been staring straight at Second Master Gu. His disappointment and deep pain were self-evident. Didn't you tell me that he would bring us endless rewards if we gave him the pill formulas? So why is it that I'm left with nothing after I gave him what he wanted? Hearing this, Second Master Gu was unhappy and said, If you hadn't tried to hide the last formula, we wouldn't have ended up with nothing. This expert is prone to a bad temper. If something displeases him, he'll totally renege on his previous promise. Wasn't it you who ruined everything? Back then, he had helped this person execute the murder of Gu Tian. However, it was because they hadn't found Gu Tian's body that he had reneged on the promise back then. Thus, if Gu Xianglin hadn't concealed the last formula, this wouldn't have happened. It was all his fault. Fate was surely laughing as, with impeccable timing, a grave voice sounded from the communication token in Gu Xianglin's hands. Linner, I don't think it's safe to leave the pill formula with you alone, so I'll send some experts to escort you back. Hello? Linner, can you hear me? Linner. The man's voice kept calling, but Gu Xianglin didn't reply. He gripped the token in his hands, a bitter smile hanging at the corner of his lips. This time, he had really shot his own foot, but not only had he lost 2 pill formulas, but now it was inevitable that he would eventually lose his foster father's trust in him. This is all Gu Ruoyun's fault. That's right, it was all that woman's fault. If she hadn't given the pill formulas to him, this wouldn't have happened. So this was all her fault. Young master, something bad happened. As he strode out of the secret room, they heard an anxious voice calling. Following that, one of the disciples ran in, gasping for breath as he said, Young master, news has spread across the entire mainland that young master has 2 pill formulas in hand. Countless experts are heading this way right now. Whoosh! Gu Xianglin's mind abruptly crashed. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He felt giddy and weak, almost collapsing in a mess on the floor. I'm done for. This time, I'm really done for. Who? Who spread the news? Gu Ruoyun. Suddenly, Gu Xianglin thought of that pretty face, and hatred filled him. Who else could have spread the news so quickly aside from 100 Herb Hall? No wonder she had handed over the pill formulas so obediently. She had been planning to trick him all along. Good, very well. Gu Ruoyun, you were the one who forced me into this mess. I definitely won't let you live. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168, The Dispute Over Pills, 4. Chapter 168, The Dispute Over Pills, 4. Wei, don't you think there's been quite a number of experts in Azure Dragon Country lately? On the streets, Gu Ruoyun looked at the experts hidden in the crowd. She smiled at the sight, lifting a single eyebrow as she turned back to Wei. Wei covered her mouth as she laughed. Her charming eyes narrowed as she said, Wasn't this because the Gu family's Gu Xianglin snatched the pill formulas out of your hands some time before? Someone spread the news, so many experts have come to target the Gu family. You can imagine the chaos they'll be in from now on. Wei was right. Ever since someone had purposely spread the news, there were numerous people invading the Gu household in the middle of the night to try to steal the formulas. The entire Gu family wasn't able to rest in peace. Old Man Gu tried to announce that the pill formulas had been stolen away, but no one believed it since there were no witnesses. Thus, the flow of people lured in by the pill formulas was endless. Of course, within this period, 100 Herb Hall was still selling pills as usual. However, no one set their sights on 100 Herb Hall. Everyone assumed that the one helping 100 Herb Hall to refine the pills was the legendary ghost doctor, and no one wanted to offend her. In comparison, the Gu family was an easier target. It was only now that Gu Shanglin finally realized how stupid he had been to snatch away the formulas. He had thought that none of the witnesses that day would talk about what had happened for fear of retribution from the Cool Breeze faction, but it had actually been spread until everyone knew what had happened. The mood was disrupted as an arrogant voice filtered in from the entrance of 100 Herb Hall, slipping right into the ears of Gu Ruoyun. Where did this little beggar come from? Scram right now. Don't block our crown prince's way. Crown prince? Lan Yanfeng? Gu Ruoyun's brows furrowed and she raised her head to look. An imperial guard was kicking away a beggar covered in dirt. He drew his sword before the people gathered in front of 100 Herb Hall and coldly said, "Our crown prince is here. Any bystanders should scram right now." With a single order, the onlookers who couldn't afford to offend the imperial family rush off. Only the beggar who had been kicked remained. He scrambled up again, dirty little face unexpectedly fierce as he said, "I want to meet the ghost doctor." Humph. The guard snorted and pointed his sword at the beggar. He declared, "The ghost doctor will only meet his highness today. Anyone else should leave right now or face my sword." Lang Yanfang had not said anything since the beginning. He gave his tacit approval of his guard's actions. The little beggar bit his lip and stubbornly said, "I want to meet the ghost doctor. She's the only one who can help me." "Brat, didn't you hear what I said?" The guard strode forward and picked up the beggar by the collar. His disdain for the beggar was clear as day as he said, "With our crown prince here, do you think the ghost doctor will bother with a little beggar like you? The ghost doctor's fees have always been exorbitant. Do you have enough gold to meet her? Why don't you take a look at yourself first?" Scram! Bang! The guard used a bit of force and tossed the little beggar away. However, the little beggar never felt the impact of the hard ground. Instead, he fell onto a soft chest, and a sweet, elegant aroma filled his nose, freeing him of his worries. The girl's voice was level, yet full of mockery as she said, "What awe-inspiring authority from the crown prince. However, aren't you exerting your authority in the wrong place? This is 100 Herb Hall's territory. Furthermore, when has the ghost doctor ever agreed to meet you? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 169, The Dispute Over Pills, 5. This voice was rather familiar to Lang Yanfeng. It was exactly the same as it had been 3 years ago. Once that recognition had fully settled in his mind, he slightly lifted his head and, while maintaining the persona of the aloof crown prince, he gazed past the crowd to single out one face in particular. In 3 years' time, the girl had lost the tender look of a child and transformed into an elegant beauty. Moreover, he never could have imagined that the woman he had deemed a servant back then was actually the fearsome ghost doctor, and the former good-for-nothing had actually turned into the ghost doctor's Shifu. Lang Yanfeng had a complicated look in his eyes as he said, "Gu Ruoyun, I didn't think that you would be connected to the ghost doctor." "There are a lot of things you've never thought about," Gu Ruoyun sneered. "However, your highness, if you're looking for the ghost doctor to cure your ailment. Sorry, even if the ghost doctor was able to cure that, she wouldn't help you." Lang Yanfeng's eyes darkened. With an unreadable expression, he asked, "If you haven't even seen it, how do you know that it can't be cured?" "Put." Someone laughed. Wei Yi stepped out, a single eyebrow arched as she addressed him, "Your Highness, I'm a pure and innocent girl, yet you're trying to make me treat your tool? Let me tell you, if you had come to beg for my help 3 years ago, I might have been able to treat it. However, now that 3 years have already passed, even the god of medicine wouldn't be able to treat you." Most importantly, she had never intended to treat him. Wei Yi pouted. She still hadn't forgotten how this fellow had kept troubling her Shifu for his own selfish desires. If she cured him, wouldn't that be causing trouble for Shifu? No way. She absolutely wouldn't do such an insensible thing. "You're really not going to treat me?" Lang Yanfeng's eyes turned chilly and he walked a few steps closer to Wei Yi. The air he breathed out was frigid as he spoke. "Ghost Doctor, forget that I'm the crown prince of a country. I'm an inner disciple of the weapon refining sect. Now, are you willing to treat my ailment or not?" "No." Wei Yi raised her chin and sneered as she looked at Lang Yanfeng. Was there anyone on this mainland who didn't know that the ghost doctor had a strange temper? She would never treat anyone she didn't want to, even if the Heavenly Emperor himself requested it. But what Heavenly Emperor was there? He was just an inner disciple of the weapon refining sect at the end of the day. Very well. Lang Yanfeng took a deep breath and his tone turned even icier. "I hope you don't regret this. Let's go." When he finished saying his piece, Lang Yanfeng turned and left without looking back. However, his calm front was belied by the two fists tightly clenched at his sides. A glacial winter had begun to build in the depths of his eyes. After they had left, Gu Ruoyun cast a measuring gaze at the little beggar before her. He was rather young and looked to be about 10 years old or so. His clothing was tattered, his face was covered in a layer of dirt, and his body was stick-thin, as if a sudden breeze could knock him over. However, those big, bright eyes of his carried a stubbornness all their own, and it was that charisma that highlighted the sharp, domineering aura that belonged to kings. It was hard to imagine that this kind of expression came from a 10-year-old child. "You're the ghost doctor?" The little beggar's eyes stared straight at Wei Yi without any emotion. They didn't even carry the normal excitement most people would have when looking at the ghost doctor. He looked at her with calm attention and said, "I heard that the ghost doctor appeared in Azure Dragon Country's 100 Herb Hall, so I rushed all the way here. I didn't think that I would really be able to meet you. There's hope for me now." Wei Yi raised her eyebrow, and was about to reject the little beggar's plea for help. However, just as she was about to speak, Gu Ruoyun was one step ahead of her. There was a smile in her Shifu's voice when she spoke next. "Wei Yi, this child is rather interesting, don't you think? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 170, Subduing the White Tiger, 1. Chapter 170, Subduing the White Tiger, 1. Wei Yi stared blankly for a moment upon hearing Gu Ruoyun say so. She then carefully observed the little fellow before her. She could see the worry and tension on that dirt-covered little face. His small fists were clenched tightly as he looked at the two women before him with an obstinate and staunch stance. "This is, eh?" Wei Yi seemed to have discovered something as her eyes widened in surprise. This kid has some sort of strong power sealed in his body. That power has been absorbing the spiritual power in his body to survive, so that's why his power has been so low all these years. What a waste of a good talent. The ghost doctor shook her head in pity. "No." Gu Ruoyun shook her head. "It's not some power that's been sealed in his body, it's a spiritual beast. I'm guessing that this kid must have gotten badly injured when he was young, and he was supposed to have died. However, someone caught a spiritual beast and sealed it in his body so that he could continue living. What you said was right, this fellow's spiritual power is quite unusual. With proper training, he could definitely become a peerless genius. His achievements definitely wouldn't lose out to my father's. Otherwise, this spiritual beast wouldn't have chosen to save him." Of course, this was what Zixi had told her via soul telepathy. Even so, the little boy looked at her in astonishment, a glimmer of hope revealed in his eyes. "Do you have some way to help me? I heard that the ghost doctor can do anything, so only the ghost doctor can save me. If I continue on like this, I'll never become strong in my whole life. Please help me." Wei Yi smiled. "Little kid, I'm a human, not a god. I can't do everything. Speaking honestly, I don't have any way to help you, since this isn't a wound or a sickness. How do you want me to help you?" Most importantly, Wei Yi was a little scared of the spiritual beast in the boy's body. She subconsciously didn't dare to accept his request for help. The little beggar lowered his head with some disappointment. The ghost doctor was his last hope, but if even this last shred of hope was gone, would he have to remain a good-for-nothing forever? No. Absolutely not. If there was no way to raise his power, then there would be danger lurking on the horizon for his family. Actually, if you want to save him, it's not like there's no way to do so, but... Suddenly, a devilishly charming voice rang out from her soul, as if someone had just spoken by her ear. Gu Ruoyun raised a brow. "What's your solution?" "It's simple." Zixi's tone carried disdain towards Gu Ruoyun's question. "Won't everything be solved if you just subdue the spiritual beast in his body?" Although that spiritual beast isn't very strong right now, the white tiger was one of the 4 divine beasts at the very least. Whoosh! Gu Ruoyun's eyes widened in astonishment. What did Zixi just say? The white tiger that was one of the 4 divine beasts? Back when this mainland had been formed, it had been led by the 4 divine beasts, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger and Black Turtle. At the start, the 4 beasts had each guarded a direction, protecting the structure of this mainland. Later on, the 4 beasts had mysteriously disappeared, and no one had seen traces of them ever since. Furthermore, the 4 countries in this West Spirit mainland were named after the 4 divine beasts. Could there be some link in this? Girl, remember that you're the owner of the ancient divine pagoda. Although the 4 divine beasts are very strong, that's only when they're up against other people. When I was at my peak, even when all of them came at me together, they weren't even my match. Unfortunately, I've already lost most of my power right now. If you subdue the white tiger, then your journey will become much safer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171, Subduing the White Tiger, 2. Chapter 171, Subduing the White Tiger, 2. Gu Ruoyun was completely shocked. The 4 divine beasts weren't a match for Zixi? Then, just how strong was Zixi when he was at his peak? Shifu, what happened? Wei Yi looked doubtfully at Gu Ruoyun, blinking in puzzlement as she asked. It's nothing, Gu Ruoyun shook her head and looked at the disappointed little beggar. Kid, I might be able to help you solve the problem of that spiritual beast in your body. The girl's calm voice disturbed the little beggar's thoughts. He hurriedly raised his head, his obstinate gaze stared at Gu Ruoyun. In that instant, even his breathing had quickened. You? Are you serious? All these years, his dad had sought countless people for help, but those people were unable to do anything about the spiritual beast in his body. Until now, Gu Ruoyun was the only one who had ever said that she might have a solution for him. Hope made his heart light up again. I can help you, but I have 2 requests. A glint of light flashed across Gu Ruoyun's eyes as she smiled at the little beggar. Firstly, the spiritual beast in your body will belong to me. Secondly, at the same time, you'll belong to me too. The little beggar froze for a moment before sinking into silence. After a long time, he raised his head again, and his bright eyes stared at Gu Ruoyun unblinkingly. For your first request, to be honest, many experts have also wanted to subdue the spiritual beast in my body all these years. However, they all failed and many were even devoured by the spiritual beast. As for the second request, the little beggar hesitated. I need to ask my father. That's fine. Gu Ruoyun nodded. I'll give you some time to consider it. If you follow me, not only will I guarantee that the spiritual beast in your body will no longer hurt you, I can also guarantee that you'll grow to the point that you're invincible at the fastest speed. To be honest, with the little beggar's innate talent, all she needed to do was train him a little and he would become a strong expert who could shake up the 4 nations. Of course, other than her interest in the white tiger, she was also willing to help him because she was extremely interested in the little guy's talent. No one would be able to easily let go of such a great talent. I'll discuss it with my father for a period of time. Could I stay with you in the meantime? The little beggar bit his lip and asked, a little nervous. You can, but, Gu Ruoyun smiled, is there something you haven't told us? For example, from your aura, I can tell that you're the son of a noble family. How did you end up like this? The little beggar had not expected that Gu Ruoyun would ask a question like that. He stayed silent for a moment before saying, I'm the only son of my family, and I'm the only successor left in the family. My family is at heads with another family. If that family finds out that I came here to seek the ghost doctor's help, they would definitely find a way to stop me. Thus, father could only secretly send me out here. For the sake of avoiding the notice of that family, he couldn't send anyone to protect me. Furthermore, I'm not supposed to contact him except at critical moments. I don't have much strength, so I ended up like this. At least I've finally found the ghost doctor and there's a way to save me now. The little beggar's face was full of emotion. This older sister had been called Shifu by the ghost doctor. Her medical skills must be very strong. This made him unconsciously willing to trust her. All right. Gu Ruoyun nodded slightly. Wei Yi, take him to shower and give him a change of clothes before you bring him to see me. After she finished speaking, she turned and walked into 100 Herb Hall without looking back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172, Subduing the White Tiger, 3. Chapter 172, Subduing the White Tiger, 3. After cleaning him up, Wei Yi quickly brought the kid to Gu Ruoyun. The little kid was dressed in silk. His large eyes were looking at Gu Ruoyun distractedly. His face had become fair and tender after washing up, and his features were pretty and delicate. It was clear that he was a noble little Shota. Shifu, this little guy's quite good-looking. When he grows up, he'll surely become a handsome man. Why don't you just keep him as a male pet? Wei Yi smiled charmingly and pinched his lovely skin. The little Shota was a little angry, but also afraid that Gu Ruoyun wouldn't help him subdue the spiritual beast in his body anymore, so he could only bear with it and stare anxiously at the girl sitting on the chair before him. I just spoke with my father, he gave me permission to agree to your conditions. Of course, that's if you cure me. After he finished speaking, the little Shota bit his lip. He looked like he had just been bullied. If you can treat me, I'll belong to you. You can do whatever you want to me, and I won't fight back. Hearing this, Wei Yi froze for a moment. She had only been teasing him casually, she hadn't expected that this little guy would take it for real. If those 2 guys in the backyard find out that she's actually helping Shifu collect male pets, then... Thinking of the consequences, Wei Yi couldn't help but break out into cold sweat. Regardless of whether it was Qin Bei Yi or Zixi, they weren't people that a nobody like her could afford to offend. Rest assured, I don't have any interest in that sort of thing. I only hope that you can lend me a helping hand in the future. Gu Ruoyan smiled faintly. Right now, I'll start treating your body. Zixi had just told her that the white tiger had hidden in this little Shota's body because she needed to recover from the wounds on its body by using the spiritual qi in his body. If she could bring something to lure out the white tiger, it would be much easier to subdue her. Of course, the precondition was that she needed to communicate with the white tiger somehow. Zixi was unable to help her with this point, and she would need to accomplish it herself. However, Gu Ruoyun's words made the little kid heave a sigh of relief. He lightly bit down on his lower lip and said, I'm called by Chuan. If you cure me, I'll definitely keep to my promise. That spiritual beast and I will belong to you. Good, sit down. Having said so, Gu Ruoyun smiled gently at Bai Chuan and sat cross-legged. Following that, when the kid sat in front of her, she directed a thread of her spiritual consciousness into the little guy's thin back, then entered into his spiritual ocean. Suddenly, a small, blue lake appeared in Gu Ruoyun's sights. Bai Chuan's spiritual ocean wasn't as vast as hers, but it was rather impressive in comparison to most people. However, in the middle of that little lake, there was a swirling whirlpool sucking up all the water. Very quickly, the lake turned into a dry lake bed. So that's what happened. Realization struck Gu Ruoyun. The white tiger is living in Bai Chuan's spiritual ocean and she's using the spiritual qi to recover her strength. Bai Chuan can't break through because all the spiritual qi that he absorbs is used up by her. Just as she was about to let her spiritual consciousness enter the spiritual ocean, a formless force streaked across the sky and hit her with a bang. Within the room, Gu Ruoyun's face turned pale and sweat ran down her body in rivulets. She gritted her teeth, but she refused to retrieve her spiritual consciousness and continued to observe that lake. Who has the gall to disturb my cultivation? A cold shout transmitted from the spiritual ocean, carrying a strong pressure. Following that, someone dressed in a simple yet elegant yellow dress strode out from within the spiritual ocean. The dress billowed in the wind as if each step had brought forth a breeze. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, Subduing the White Tiger, 4. Chapter 173, Subduing the White Tiger, 4. The woman had an indifferent expression on her beautiful face, like a chrysanthemum flower blooming with an enchanting fragrance on a remote mountain. However, that was only on the surface. The woman's features held a cold arrogance, and she had a king's domineering aura as gifted by nature. You're the white tiger, Yunyao? Gu Ruoyun's voice pierced through the layers of white mist and resounded in the elegant woman's ears. The woman smiled and said, Yunyao. Hee, it has been many years since someone has called me by that name. Little girl, do you know what kind of place this is? What are you doing here? Gu Ruoyun returned the smile before replying, I know you're living in the body of this child called Bai Chuan, and that you need to use his spiritual qi to nourish your injured body. I'm the person he is called to subdue you. Subdue me? Ha ha. Yunyao couldn't resist laughing out loud. Even when she was laughing, her appearance remained noble and graceful. This was what a real aristocrat looked like. Such a huge boast for a little girl. You're just a little martial general, and you have the nerve to subdue me? Since you know that I'm the white tiger Yunyao, why are you making such a boast? I'd like to see what abilities you have to subdue me today. As a spiritual beast with the bloodline of a divine beast, even if she was seriously injured, the white tiger's strength could not be belittled. However, this little girl was only a martial general and was trying to subdue her? This was too laughable. Bang, Yunyao exerted the pressure of her power, trying to break Gu Ruoyun's thread of spiritual consciousness. She had thought that it would be as easy as swatting a fly, but very quickly, the smile on her face froze. The other's spiritual consciousness was thin, but it still remained within Bai Chuan's body, drifting about erratically. Little girl, it looks like I've underestimated you. Although you don't have much power, your willpower isn't too shabby. You've managed to withstand my pressure, but your body on the outside must be feeling pretty bad now, isn't it? Yunyao was right. The divine beast's pressure was too overwhelming. Gu Ruoyun had resisted with all her might to keep her spiritual consciousness from dispersing, since it would be hard for her to enter again if it disappeared. However, with this move, her body had suffered heavy injuries. If her spiritual consciousness hadn't been stronger than normal, she might even have turned into an idiot. Yunyao, you've been dwelling in Bai Chuan's body simply because you want to heal your injuries. What if I can help you treat them? Gu Ruoyun smiled faintly, and Yunyao's watching gaze changed. Yunyao froze for a moment before she sneered, Little girl, why should I believe you? Humans have always been sly. If it weren't for you sly humans, I wouldn't have suffered such serious injuries and been unable to heal them for so many years. I also wouldn't have lost contact with my 3 companions. She had never held much goodwill towards those crafty humans, and this girl had declared her intention to subdue her the moment they'd met. This girl was no different from the humans who had used all sorts of tricks to hurt them, and who had almost succeeded in trapping them. If you don't believe me, I can let you try it out. Gu Ruoyan knew that Yunyao wouldn't believe her so easily, so she let the spiritual qi from within the ancient divine pagoda leak out. Endless spiritual qi entered Bai Chuan's body from that thread of spiritual consciousness, and rushed towards the dried-up lake. Yunyao's body stiffened abruptly. Other than astonishment, there was undisguised excitement and happiness on her face. She couldn't resist closing her eyes and quickly absorbed the spiritual qi that Gu Ruoyan had brought out into her body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174, Subduing the White Tiger, 5. Chapter 174, Subduing the White Tiger, 5. In that moment, she felt that her internal organs had been enveloped in that warm and gentle spiritual qi. She felt like a weight had been lifted from her entire body, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath of air. Following that, she opened her eyes. Her beautiful pupils were locked dead on Gu Ruoyan. It was clear that Gu Ruoyan was much more enticing than Bai Chuan to her now. Even if she stayed in Bai Chuan's body for 5 to 6 years, it wouldn't even be able to match the amount her body had recovered from that burst of spiritual qi just now. Girl, speaking honestly, that spiritual qi you just transferred to me is indeed very tempting, but I, Yunyao, am not willing to submit to any humans. Otherwise, I would have just willingly become the mount for those humans then, and I wouldn't have suffered such grievous injuries. However, if you give me the spiritual qi to heal my body, I'll fight for you for that period of time in return. Although I'm currently badly injured, there'll be no problems unless you meet a martial emperor. All right. Gu Ruoyan sunk into silence for a moment before agreeing to Yunyao's request. Leave Bai Chuan's body now and I'll send you to a place where you can rest and recover from your injuries. After she finished speaking, she couldn't hold on to that thread of spiritual consciousness any longer. She hurriedly pulled out from Bai Chuan's body and took in a deep breath. Shifu, how did it go? Wei Yi stood to one side anxiously. She was just about to inquire about the results when she saw a thick mist dispersing from Bai Chuan's body, which quickly coalesced into a young woman dressed in a yellow dress. It's out. Tears suddenly flowed out of Bai Chuan's eyes. He hadn't cried despite the countless times he had failed to break through. He hadn't cried despite how he had suffered on the journey to find the ghost doctor. Even when he had finally seen Wei Yi, he hadn't cried. But now, seeing that Yunyao had left his spiritual ocean, Bai Chuan couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. No matter how mature he acted, he was still a child. The emotions he had held back all these years finally exploded and he felt the strong urge to hug Gu Ruoyan and kiss her. Yunyao had left, in other words, he was no longer a good-for-nothing. After all the humiliation and disdain he had faced all these years, how could he not be excited now? Shifu, you subdued her? Wei Yi couldn't refrain from widening her eyes. She held endless admiration towards Gu Ruoyan in her heart. She hadn't expected that Shifu would be so strong as to subdue this spiritual beast. Would anyone in Azure Dragon Country even dare to come looking for Shifu and cause trouble now? Yunyao, I'll send you off to rest. Gu Ruoyan didn't say much more, but simply let Yunyao enter the ancient divine pagoda. Anyway, Zixi was inside the ancient divine pagoda. She wasn't worried that she would cause a ruckus or anything. As for whether Yunyao would spread news of the ancient divine pagoda to the outside world, she wasn't worried about that either. Firstly, Yunyao wasn't able to leave the ancient divine pagoda now. Secondly, very soon, Yunyao would still become one of the great generals under her command in the end. Wei Yi, I suffered some injuries just now and I need to recover. Bring Bai Chuan out with you first, don't come in until I allow you to. Gu Ruoyan shut her eyes weakly, her face extremely pale. Wei Yi was very worried in her heart, but she knew that wounds of this caliber weren't a problem at all with Shifu's abilities. Thus, she nodded, okay, Shifu. I'll wait outside the door. Call me if you need anything. After saying so, she dragged away the bawling Bai Chuan and walked out without looking back. When the two of them had disappeared, Gu Ruoyan then entered the ancient divine pagoda, just by thinking about it. Ever since she had become a martial warrior, she needed to break through 2 ranks to enter the next level of the ancient divine pagoda. Thus, it was only when she had passed the martial knight rank and become a martial general that she was able to enter the 3rd level of the ancient divine pagoda and receive the rewards there. The Snow Wolf Bao Bao and the longevity pill formula were the treasures she had obtained on the 3rd level. At this moment, within the ancient divine pagoda, a large and formidable white tiger was currently hiding in a corner, trembling. The fur on her body was standing on end, as if there was something scary nearby. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, Subduing the White Tiger, 6. Chapter 175, Subduing the White Tiger, 6. Get more chapters for Wild Consort by reading on Valara novels. Yun Yao, why did you revert to your original body? And what are you doing hiding in the corner? Gu Ruoyun was a little astonished. She had witnessed Yun Yao's haughtiness for herself, so what had occurred to put her in this state? Zixi glanced at Yun Yao. I'm not sure. She became like this once she saw me. Before Zixi had spoken, everything was fine. But once he spoke, the frightened white tiger almost jumped straight out of her pelt. The tremors that had racked her body only increased at the sound of his voice. Gu Ruoyun thought that if there was a crevice within the ancient divine pagoda right now, Yun Yao would definitely choose to burrow into it. At a time like this, she had abandoned all her previous haughtiness and had even forsaken her dignity. Girl, what kind of place did you bring me to? Why is this guy here? Why? Yun Yao was so scared that even her voice had begun to tremble. Inwardly, she scolded Gu Ruoyun 1,000 times over. This damned human had still tricked her in the end. She had actually brought her to the territory of that god of pests. Was she even going to have the chance to leave with her life intact? Who? Gu Ruoyun stared, bemused. She really didn't know what Yun Yao was talking about. Who else could it be? Yun Yao wanted to glare at Gu Ruoyun, but upon detecting the dangerously cold aura radiating from Zixi, she was so frightened that she lowered her head. This plague god, the ancient phoenix Zixi. I trusted you, why did you trick me? And if that wasn't enough, you even brought me to this demon's lair. Gu Ruoyun was completely speechless. She looked at Zixi and raised an eyebrow in question. What did you do last time? How did you scare the white tiger to this point? She even calls you a god of pests? Didn't I tell you before? Even if all 4 divine beasts came at me together, they wouldn't be a match for me. I wasn't just using that to describe my strength. Many years ago, they actually did so. With a casual shrug of his shoulders, Zixi nonchalantly continued, I simply beat them all up. After that, they disappeared from my sight and never came looking for me again. Yun Yao, indignant, nearly leapt to her feet. Just a beating? How could it have been that simple? If that had been all there was to it, then it wouldn't have left them traumatized to the point where they would check for this god of pests' whereabouts every time they left their houses. They absolutely would not go to any place he was visiting. Just as Yun Yao was contemplating how to escape, she spotted Zixi walking towards her. It scared her so much that she decided to accelerate her plans and leave immediately. However, this was the god of pests' territory. Was there any room for escape here? Yun Yao, there are many people on this mainland searching for this ancient divine pagoda. Now that you've entered this place, I can't be at ease. Zixi watched Yun Yao with his signature devilish smile. It made Yun Yao absolutely terrified. She was about to suffocate from fear. Yun Yao was really regretting her decision now. She could have stayed in a perfectly good spiritual ocean, but thanks to Gu Ruoyun and her tempting spiritual chi, she had left her sanctuary and stepped right into the god of pests' territory. Now she was about to lose her life over that stupid decision. If she had known that the spiritual chi had come from Zixi's home, if she had known Gu Ruoyun had planned to trick her, if she had known death was just one short step away, she should have just let her body slowly recover. That would have been better than meeting this god of pests. What do you want? Yun Yao clenched her teeth, but they chattered anyway, clacking against each other as they revealed her underlying fear. It's simple, a corner of Zixi's lips lifted into a smile. You have 2 choices. 1. I'll destroy your soul. 2. Make a contract with her. Only then will I be able to trust you. Actually, Zixi had been waiting for this all along. If he had made any sound while Gu Ruoyun and Yun Yao were talking earlier, this little tiger would have definitely hidden in that spiritual ocean and refused to come out. Thus, he could only wait until Gu Ruoyun had lured her into the ancient divine pagoda. Only then could he step out and make his threat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, Subduing the White Tiger, 7. Chapter 176, Subduing the White Tiger, 7. Yun Yao's eyes darted about as she weighed the pros and cons. She knew that Zixi was always true to his word, even if he was a god of pests. However, she wasn't too willing to submit to a human and become a slave. So, have you finished considering your options? Zixi glanced at Yunyao and said, you can choose to reject both options, but you should be clear what the consequence to that would be. Yunyao gritted her teeth. As they said, better a bad life than a good death. She could agree to this god of pests conditions first, and then she could find a chance to leave once she had recovered her strength. Alright, I agree. Seeing Yunyao's unwillingness displayed all over her face, Zixi smiled. How could he not understand what Yunyao was thinking inside? What a pity. For the rest of her life, she wouldn't ever be able to escape Gu Ruoyun's control. Girl, make a contract with her. Zixi pointed towards Yunyao and faced Gu Ruoyun as he spoke. Once you contract with her, she'll have to protect you with her life. With her by your side, I'll be at ease. No matter what, Yunyao was still pretty powerful. This was also the reason why Zixi had let Gu Ruoyun subdue her. Seeing that her master had subdued another spiritual beast, Bao Bao hurriedly rubbed her head against Gu Ruoyun's thigh, as if telling her master not to forget about her once she had a new pet. Zixi, thank you. Gu Ruoyun smiled gently at Zixi in gratitude. You've helped me so much on my journey of growth. If it had not been for you back then, my soul would definitely have been destroyed. Oh? Zixi caressed his chin and scanned her up and down with an evil smile. His gaze seemed to pass through her clothes. You've filled out rather well in these 3 years. So, if you really want to show your gratitude, why not give me your body in return? What do you think? While speaking, he moved closer and closer to Gu Ruoyun until he had forced her into a corner. That warm breath of his fluttered against her neck, tickling her. Gu Ruoyun backed up a few steps until her back hit the icy cold wall. Her casual reply was, humans and beasts can't be together, so I'm afraid I can't repay you with my body. Girl, don't you know that spiritual beasts are no different from humans once they have achieved a human form? Zixi's purple eyes narrowed. He sent her a charming smile as he said, if we have children together, they'll be humans. If you don't believe me, we can try it out. Looking at the handsome face right in front of her, Gu Ruoyun's heart wasn't moved at all. A faint smile hung on her lips as she said, even so, it doesn't change the fact that you're a phoenix. I'm not interested in interspecies relations. If you're in heat, then go find a female phoenix. I have zero interest in you. Zixi's expression immediately turned dark. What was this girl saying? Not only was she disdaining his spiritual beast blood, she was even claiming he was in heat? Alright, girl. I won't tease you anymore. Let's talk about business. Zixi took a deep breath. He was really afraid that he would die out of anger from this little fellow's words if they continued their conversation. I'm going to continue my closed cultivation now. I won't be able to appear for a while. If there's any danger, send Yunyao out, don't bear with it by yourself. Gu Ruoyun froze for a moment. Had she seen wrongly? Was that a trace of love in Zixi's eyes just now? This guy would actually feel love for her? In her heart, Zixi was both a teacher and a friend. He was extremely strict when he needed to be. As for love, she had never seen that before. In the corner, the white tiger who had curled up into a ball glanced at Zixi before looking back to Gu Ruoyun. Her eyes darted between the two of them. Something smelt fishy. There was definitely something fishy between Zixi and this girl. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, The Assassin from the Darkeen Palace, 1. Chapter 177, The Assassin from the Darkeen Palace, 1. Yunyao was inwardly shocked. From what she could see, this human girl seemed very ordinary. What made that god of pests take a fancy to her? If she made a contract with this human, would she get enough power to make the ancient phoenix bow to her? Zixi, I won't disturb your closed cultivation then. As for Yunyao, stay in the ancient divine pagoda and recover from your injuries for now. When I need you, I'll bring you out. Gu Ruoyun yawned. She hadn't seen Xiaoyi for a whole day. He was probably pitifully drawing circles in a corner somewhere. In the imperial palace, a poised, elegant lady sat on a chaise. She casually played with her nails as she said, "How are the preparations going?" An imperial guard respectfully replied, reporting to imperial concubine, "We've already prepared the items you wanted. We've sent them to the elder of Darkeen Palace and they've already accepted our mission." Good, very good. Imperial concubine Ling sneered and stood up. A glint of malice flashed across her beautiful eyes. It's been 3 years. Gu Ruoyun, it's been 3 years since you killed my Ling family. For these 3 years, I've spent every moment thinking about this grudge. However, I didn't have the power to deal with you back then. It took me 3 years of searching to find a technique valuable enough for the Elder of Darkeen Palace to agree to my request. This time, even if you have the protection of 100 Herb Hall, your death is guaranteed. Heaven knew how she had muddled through these past 3 years. Even His Majesty himself had refused to help her take her revenge. Thus, she could only depend on herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had to waste 3 years' time searching for something that the Elder of Darkeen Palace valued. She would let that woman know that there were consequences to killing a member of the Ling family. Anyone who killed her family would have to go to the underworld and answer for their crimes. It was night. Moonbeams filtered in through the window, falling upon Gu Ruoyun's fair visage. Gu Ruoyun was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her eyes closed. There was a thick layer of spiritual qi encasing her entire body, slowly entering through her pores. Suddenly, a burst of strange fluctuations came from behind the door. Gu Ruoyun abruptly opened her eyes. Cold light flashed across her clear pupils as she said, "Someone has entered the formation. I wonder who has come to disturb us at such a late hour." The formation in this compound had been set up by Zixi. Those whose ranks were lower than Martial Emperor would never be able to get out. She tossed her sleeves and got up, striding out with large steps. Shifu. Wei Yi spotted Gu Ruoyun from afar and hurried to shout out to her. Bai Chuan was standing in brocade clothing next to her, bashful. When he looked at Gu Ruoyun, his gaze carried a little awkwardness, most likely because he had thought of Wei Yi's proposal to make him into a male pet. Of course, Gu Ruoyun didn't bother with him and walked to Wei Yi without leave. She asked, "Who's the intruder?" "I'm not sure." Wei Yi shook her head. "That fellow's still within the formation. I was waiting for him to spend all his strength before I capture him for interrogation." "There's no need for such trouble," Gu Ruoyun smiled. "Yunyao, go and get him for me." Whoosh! A light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, an elegant woman dressed in chrysanthemum yellow clothes appeared before the men of the Devil Sect. Her black tresses fell like a waterfall, her every gesture was extremely graceful and noble, she was exactly like a true well-bred young lady. However, upon seeing what happened next, everyone's expressions changed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, The Assassin from the Darkeen Palace, 2. Chapter 178, The Assassin from the Darkeen Palace, 2. Yunyao's form flashed as she charged directly into the formation. It had not even been 10 minutes when she emerged, lugging a man dressed in blood-red clothing along with her. She unceremoniously threw him before Gu Ruoyun's feet. "Just one?" Wei Yi froze for a moment and turned a flabbergasted gaze on Gu Ruoyun. From the start, Yunyao had a sweet, shallow smile on her face. She easily replied to Wei Yi's comment by saying, "Didn't you want to interrogate them? One person's enough. As for the rest, I killed them all." Ist. Everyone sucked in a breath. Where had this woman come from? She had charged right in and right back out of that formation, all in one piece. The enemies inside were all slain by her hand, and she had even brought one back with her alive for interrogation purposes. Most importantly, she had done everything within 10 minutes. When did Eldest Miss draw an expert like that to her side? The Darkeen Palace? After seeing the mark on the assassin's body, Gu Ruoyun's expression immediately turned cloudy. The Darkeen Palace was different. When others carried out assassinations, they would conceal their identities with the utmost caution. However, the assassins of the Darkeen Palace didn't do so. It was exactly the opposite. They would wear uniforms marked with their organization's crest, and on top of that, they would even send declarations before the assassination, ensuring the target knew with certainty that the deed would be done by their Darkeen Palace. Actually, it was likely that these people hadn't come here to kill her, they had merely come to deliver the declaration. They hadn't expected to step into a formation and end up dead. Humph. The man in blood-red clothing harumphed and said, "I didn't think that our Darkeen Palace would end up failing our mission this time. However, Gu Ruoyun, our Darkeen Palace is out for your life. You're not going to live for much longer, ha." The man laughed when he saw Gu Ruoyun's expression shift. With his occupation, of course he loved to see the frightened expressions of others. However, he didn't know that, rather than out of fear, Gu Ruoyun's expression had changed because of the evildoer Zhuo Shangchen. She knew that Zhuo Shangchen was the young master of the Darkeen Palace. That fellow had actually sent people to assassinate her? Shifu, watch out. Suddenly, Wei Yi's face abruptly changed when she saw that the man had tossed a venomous bug towards Gu Ruoyun's face. Unfortunately, Gu Ruoyun was still deep in her thoughts and wasn't able to recover her senses in time. Scram! It was at this moment that a loud shout came from behind Gu Ruoyun. Miraculously, the venomous bug that had been about to attack her suddenly reversed its course and bit the neck of its master instead. Ah! The man screamed his lungs out, and before everyone's eyes, his flesh began to peel off bit by bit, until he was just a puddle of pus and blood. Roar! With a loud roar, Yu Niao instantly changed into an enormous white tiger under the gazes of the crowd and ducked into a corner with a crash. Her whole body started trembling in fright as she stared at the man standing behind Gu Ruoyun. Everyone gaped. That elegant and noble lady was actually a spiritual beast? And why did she become a little scaredy cat all of a sudden? Wait. Spiritual beast? In human form? SSSSST. The crowd sucked in their breaths again and cast their stupefied gazes at Gu Ruoyun. Their master was the coolest. Even a spiritual beast that could take on human form was obeying her commands. Who else in this world had that kind of ability other than their master? Could Gu Panpan do that? Could Shi Yun do that? Although Shi Yun had great natural talent, she couldn't match up to their master in aspects such as these. Xiao Yi, why have you come? Gu Ruoyun stared at Qian Beiyi with some astonishment. Actually, even if Qian Beiyi hadn't acted just now, that man in blood-red clothing wouldn't have been able to succeed in his ploy anyway. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, The Assassin from the Darkeen Palace, 3. Chapter 179, The Assassin from the Darkeen Palace, 3. Qian Beiyi frowned. A dark haze eclipsed his incomparably beautiful face as his blood-red pupils fixed on the puddle of blood. In the dark of the night, his silver hair and red clothes made everyone's eyes drawn to him unconsciously. Xiao Yun, he tried to kill you. The men from Darkeen Palace tried to kill you. I'll go and destroy Darkeen Palace now, okay? From the way he said it, destroying the Darkeen Palace was as easy as eating a meal. Xiao Yi Gu Ruoyun gazed into his eyes, startled. They deserve to die. Anyone who tries to kill you, deserves to die. Yes, anyone who tried to touch her deserved to die. If every single person on the mainland wished to touch her, then he wouldn't mind massacring the entire population. Xiao Yi, Gu Ruoyun gently smiled at him as if she was comforting a child. Aren't I perfectly fine now? Furthermore, I need to figure out some things. She wanted to know why that evildoer had sent assassins from Darkeen Palace to deal with her. All right. Qian Beiyi was an obedient child. However, he only ever listened to Gu Ruoyun. If anyone else tried to dictate his actions, they would likely be drowned in a sea of blood. However, once you've figured it out, I'll go and destroy Darkeen Palace, okay? After a bit of thought, Qian Beiyi still decided that he wasn't going to let them off. Who gave them the guts to come and hurt Xiao Yun? Gu Ruoyun faintly smiled but didn't say anything. Turning around, she spotted Yu Niao hiding in the corner. Astounded, she asked, Yu Niao, what are you doing there? When she heard Gu Ruoyun speak, Yu Niao trembled in fright. Had she gotten 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck somehow? Wasn't meeting that god of pests enough? Why did this guy appear, too? What kind of person was this girl? Why were so many strong experts related to her? Yu Niao wanted to cry. She was probably the only spiritual beast in the world who had to live through such tragic circumstances. A tiger? Qian Beiyi cast a glance at Yu Niao and frowned. I don't like the tiger tribe. Xiao Yun, can I kill her? Yu Niao was so frightened that her entire body shook. Finally, with a quick spark of her wit, she let out a soft meow. Pu Tong. Wei Yi almost fell to the ground, her head full of sweat drops. Was this fellow really the white tiger of the divine beasts? Even the mouse tribe had more courage in the tip of their tails than Yu Niao had in her entire body. Xiao Yi, you have a grudge against the tiger tribe? Gu Ruoyun asked, astonished. Qian Beiyi thought for a bit before answering, they're too noisy. All right. Gu Ruoyun was completely speechless in regards to Qian Beiyi. She turned to look at Wei Yi and said, Wei Yi, we're going to the guest house. That fellow's Wei Shangchen probably hasn't left yet. I want to question him on what he's trying to do. Yes, Shifu. Wei Yi's lips curled. A cold glint flashed across her narrowed eyes. The actions of Darkeen Palace had completely crossed the line. So what if they were an organization of assassins? So what if they were strong? Simply having power wasn't enough to deter the devil sect. Justice would be served for their master, one way or another. Within the guest house, Zhuo Shengchen was lying indolently on a chaise, waving the fan in his hands back and forth. Suddenly, the door to his room was kicked open, and a pretty, familiar figure appeared in his sight. Xiao Yun'er, it's so late in the night. Have you come to warm the bed of this prince? Zhuo Shangchen sent his nighttime intruder his signature devilish smile, gaze full of affection. He slowly got up. Gu Ruoyun's expression was dark. Zhuo Shangchen, your Darking Palace just sent people to assassinate me. Why don't you start explaining? Despite her usual prudence, she had only brought Wei Yi before charging in because she still trusted Zhuo Shangchen. She had known him for 3 years after all. Zhuo Shangchen didn't seem like the kind of person who would do something like that. However, it was also a fact that the assassins had come from Darking Palace. No matter what the truth would reveal, she had to get Zhuo Shangchen to go and investigate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180, Zhuo Shangchen's Rage Awakens, 1. Chapter 180, Zhuo Shangchen's Rage Awakens, 1. Xiao Yuner, are you joking with me? Zhuo Shangchen couldn't resist smiling, displaying his utterly beautiful visage, magnificent and peerless. Even Gu Ruoyan had to admit that her breath was taken away by his beauty every time they met, even though they had already known each other for 3 years. However, when a man's beauty was this breathtaking, it made all the women in this world seem like dirt in comparison. This prince would have to be crazy to send the Darking Palace to assassinate you. Furthermore, if you die, then wouldn't that brother of yours turn the world upside down? Most importantly, he had no reason to kill Gu Ruoyun. So it was impossible that the Darking Palace would attempt to assassinate her. Whoosh! A cold blade rested on Zhuo Shangchen's neck. Wei Yi carried a seductive smile on her lips as her eyes emanated frost. The assassins who came this time were definitely people from the Darking Palace. Fourth Prince, please give us an explanation. Impudent! Upon seeing Wei Yi's actions, Qingyi's expression turned icy. She tried to draw her sword, but Zhuo Shangchen raised his hand and stopped her movements. Qingyi, back down. The smile on his face disappeared, bit by bit. His mesmerizing eyes slowly narrowed as he asked, Xiao Yuner, you're being serious? Judging by Gu Ruoyun's personality, she wouldn't come looking for him if she wasn't absolutely sure. Thus, it was definitely true that the Darking Palace had sent people to assassinate her. Rage awakened in Zhuo Shangchen's heart. Which damned bastard had done something like this and caused him to become their scapegoat? If he finds the culprit, even tearing that fellow into 1,000 pieces wouldn't be enough to soothe the rage in his heart. What do you think, Fourth Prince? Gu Ruoyun smiled. If it wasn't for the formation set up in my compound, my head wouldn't be resting on my shoulders right now. So, do you think that what we've said is true? After hearing Gu Ruoyun call him Fourth Prince, Zhuo Shangchen knew that she was angry. However, what she had said was true. Whenever the Darking Palace attempted to kill someone, if the first attempt didn't succeed, then they would simply send more people, pledging their lives until the mission was a success. With Gu Ruoyun's current level of strength, she wouldn't be able to fight on the same level as the old bastards in the Darking Palace. Thus, her anger was completely within reason. She had almost died for no apparent reason at all. How could she not be angry? Xiao Yuner, I was wronged. Zhuo Shangchen's face was filled with grievance. I really didn't know about this. If you can give me some time, I'll investigate this matter and report back to you. Gu Ruoyun stayed silent for a moment before gesturing for Wei Yi to sheath her sword, a bright smile on her face. Upon seeing that smile, Zhuo Shangchen unconsciously shivered. Fourth Prince, do hurry and find the culprits behind this. If this spreads to the people by my side. Although I'm not strong enough right now, trust me, the day will come when I sink the entire Darking Palace. Zhuo Shangchen's body shook a little. His almond-shaped eyes stared deeply at the slender girl before him. At this moment, the girl had an endlessly domineering aura, like a ruler looking down upon the world. He believed that Gu Ruoyun had the ability to keep to her word. A Qi level 2 good-for-nothing had reached this level in just 3 to 4 years' time. There were probably only a few geniuses in the strongest sects who could match this kind of talent. However, compared to those geniuses, Gu Ruoyun's spiritual ocean was much more vast and endless. It was much harder for her to cultivate and break through. Under those kind of circumstances, she had even advanced so quickly in rank. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, Zhuo Shangchen's Rage Awakens, 2. Chapter 181, Zhuo Shangchen's Rage Awakens, 2. If she wasn't a genius amongst geniuses, then who could be one? Furthermore, Gu Ruoyun's talent would only be revealed at a later stage. The higher the rank, the more bottlenecks one would encounter. While everyone else gets stuck trying to break through bottlenecks, she would be able to break through immediately. That is to say, as long as Gu Ruoyun fills up her spiritual ocean, she would be able to break through without any bottlenecks in her way. Qingyi, go investigate immediately. Find out who tried to assassinate Xiao Yuner. Murderous intent flashed across Zhuoshangshan's eyes. No matter who it is, they have to be sentenced to be ripped apart by horses and have their souls disappear. Xingyi's heart shook as she looked at Zhuoshangshan's face with some fear. She hurriedly kneeled down on one knee and said respectfully, "This subordinate will do as you bid." This time, her lord's rage had really awakened. She didn't know who had been so short-sighted to accept a mission they shouldn't have. It was they're just deserts to face their lord's rage now. Even their lord didn't dare to harm Gu Ruoyun. The culprits behind this were too reckless. If their lord failed to give Miss Gu a proper explanation, the Darkeen Palace definitely would not be able to suffer her older brother's anger. Seeing as you've shown a proper attitude, I won't hold this matter over your head. However, if I find out that you're sheltering the people of the Darkeen Palace, then get ready for a lifetime of fear. After she finished speaking, Gu Ruoyun glanced at Zhuoshangshan and walked out without turning back. Behind her, Zhuoshangshan gazed at the girl's slender figure, a bitter smile hanging on his lips. Xiao Yun'er's temperament is rather similar to Gu Shengxiao's. They won't let themselves get taken advantage of. These two are really a pair of siblings. Xingyi, go now and investigate. I don't want Xiao Yun'er to have any misunderstandings about me, but... However, within these four nations, there probably wasn't any other person who would dare to threaten him besides her. Within the inner palace, in a bedroom, Imperial concubine Ling looked at the elder sitting behind a screen. Her heart was worried sick as she asked, "Elder Lu, I heard that there's a formation set up over the compound that Gu Ruoyun lives in. The men from the Darkeen Palace will be fine, right?" The white-robed elder called Elder Lu smiled haughtily. "I've already asked around about it, so there's someone who's proficient at formations amongst the people I sent this time. At Gu Ruoyun's level, even if she found someone to deploy a formation for her, it would likely just be a common one. Then I'll be at ease." Imperial concubine Ling sighed in relief before malice flashed across that noble and poised countenance, a sneer at the corner of her lips. "Gu Ruoyun, I wonder how you'll feel once you receive the declaration of death from the Darkeen Palace. You'll probably faint from fright. This is what you get for making me your enemy. 3 years ago, I've already pledged my life to avenge this grudge." Something bad. Imperial concubine, something bad has happened. Suddenly, a hasty shout sounded from outside the room. Following that, a man in an Imperial Guard's uniform quickly ran in and hurriedly made a greeting. He reported anxiously, "I was observing the situation from outside the entrance. Those people entered the compound a long time ago and never came out. However, just now, the people inside threw a bunch of corpses out and cremated them right outside the entrance." "What did you say?" Imperial concubine Ling's face instantly warped. Without waiting for her to continue speaking, the elder by her side hit the table with a bang. His expression was extremely ugly as he said, "Gu Ruoyun, you've actually made our Darkeen Palace fail a mission. It looks like I have to carry the mission out personally this time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 182, Zhuoshangshan's Rage Awakens, 3. Chapter 182, Zhuoshangshan's Rage Awakens, 3. Upon hearing this, Imperial concubine Ling's unhappiness turned into a tranquil calm. That's right, even though those people have died, there was still the powerful Elder Lu. Gu Ruoyun definitely wouldn't be able to continue living. Elder Lu, since that formation is so formidable, what if Gu Ruoyun hides in the compound once she finds out that the Darkeen Palace is trying to kill her? Humph. Elder Lu harumphed, "I've checked up on her situation early on. This Gu Ruoyun is a sentimental sort of person. I just have to capture someone close to her, and she wouldn't be able to stay hiding in there. Since she's chosen to kill the men from my Darkeen Palace, she has to pay for it, an eye for an eye." The Darkeen Palace seemed mighty in the eyes of the common people mainly because of this. If a person failed to execute the mission, then someone stronger than him would continue with the mission until the target died. Thus, a person who had been sent a declaration of death by the Darkeen Palace definitely wouldn't be able to live for more than half a month. "Thank you for taking the trouble, Elder Lu." Imperial concubine Ling was inwardly overjoyed. It also showed on her face as she thanked the elder. "However, Elder Lu, could you hand Gu Ruoyun over to me to torture after you cripple her? She has killed so many people of my Ling family, I won't be able to rest easy if I don't avenge them personally." "There's no problem with that." Elder Lu nodded. "I'll capture someone close to her tomorrow and force her out." From the start, he had never taken Gu Ruoyun seriously. Even if 100 Herb Hall had a martial king in residence, but that early-stage martial king good-for-nothing wasn't even fit to match blows with him. Seeing that Elder Lu's face was full of confidence, Imperial concubine Ling's joy was displayed in her eyes. It was as if she could see Gu Ruoyun kneeling while begging for mercy in front of her. How satisfying. "Father, Ling Shi, Ling Yu. Just you wait. I'll send your enemy to hell to atone for her crimes." When the time comes, I'll cripple all her limbs, snap the tendons in her legs, break her spiritual ocean and make her a piece of crap you can bully. While thinking of it, she burst out into wild laughter. The tears in her eyes mixed with her malice and hatred towards Gu Ruoyun. However, Gu Ruoyun had never expected that Imperial concubine Ling would hold such hatred towards herself. The entire Ling family had been destroyed by her hand, so as someone of the Ling family, it was within reason that Imperial concubine Ling held such an enormous grudge. It was only because 100 Herb Hall was too powerful that Imperial concubine Ling didn't dare to touch her. If she was given the chance, she would surely stab Gu Ruoyun in the back. In the early morning, at daybreak. On a street not far from 100 Herb Hall, a young boy about 10 years of age was gazing curiously at the stalls around him, finding it to be novel. He said, "Moyu Jie, where are you taking me to?" The girl he called Moyu was the Devil Sect's right protector and the hall master of the pill hall. After she had created the Devil Sect, Gu Ruoyun had passed on the art of refining pills to Moyu and left the management of the pill hall to her. Gu Ruoyun had taken a shine to Bai Chuan's talent in cultivation, but his talent in refining pills was equally high, so she had entrusted him to Moyu. "Xiao Chuan, I'm going to bring you to our headquarters. Master has a new mission for you." Moyu smiled. Looking at the little Shota's soft and tender cheeks, she couldn't resist reaching out to pinch them. Bai Chuan's expression turned dark. He couldn't understand why all these women were so perverted, they all liked to pinch his face. Except Gu Ruoyun. That fellow only had cultivation on her mind. It was as if there was nothing else in her head other than cultivating and developing her power base. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, Zhou Shangchen's Rage Awakens, 4. Chapter 183, Zhou Shangchen's Rage Awakens, 4. Moyu abruptly halted her steps and gripped Bai Chuan's hand tightly. She looked at the elderly man blocking their way with a cautious gaze. The elder was dressed in a white robe and standing with his hands behind his back. He looked like an immortal to the bone, except for that arrogance and viciousness in his muddy pupils. "Who are you?" Moyu's slender brows furrowed as she carefully pushed Bai Chuan behind her. The elder looked coldly at the two of them and said, "You're from 100 Herb Hall? Who is Gu Ruoyun to you?" "Master?" Moyu froze for a moment. This man was looking for Master? Her heart sunk. "Why are you looking for her?" "It looks like I've found the right people," the elder smiled. He spoke with an aloof tone. "Since that's so, I'll trouble the two of you to be my guests at the Darking Palace." Bai Chuan bit his lip and leaned against Moyu's body. A rare glint of panic appeared in his wide, obstinate eyes. It was clear that even he had detected this elder's bad intentions. "Be a guest at the Darking Palace?" Moyu sneered, "And what if I reject your invitation?" No matter what, Moyu wouldn't let this old fellow use her to threaten Master, but... As for why she hadn't denied her connection with Gu Ruoyun, that was because the Darking Palace had already come looking for them, so they had definitely done some investigation. Even if she had denied it, they wouldn't have believed her. "Ha, that's not up to you to decide. Even if you don't want to, you'll have to come with me today." The elder burst out into laughter. At the same time, an endless surge of power suppressed Moyu. The Martial King's pressure was like a rock pressing heavily onto her body, causing her fair face to turn terribly pale. "Little girl, a wise man submits to circumstances. As long as you come with me, I won't hurt you." Moyu's face was completely pale, but her gaze was full of sympathy, as if the elder in front of her was the one to be pitied. "Trying to use me to threaten her is your biggest mistake. Xiao Chuan, run quickly. Report to her. Tell her that the people from the Darking Palace have made their move. When they had started following Master, they had all secretly made a vow to use whatever they had learned to repay her. Thus, how could they allow anyone to use them to threaten their master? Once she sacrifices herself, Master and her brothers and sisters of the Devil Sect would definitely take revenge for her. When the time comes, the pitiable one would be this old fellow here. Thinking of that, Moyu smiled mockingly, her taunt clearly showing in her gaze. "Stop right there." The elder's face turned frosty. His body turned into a brisk wind as he chased after Bai Chuan. With a bang, a punch landed on Bai Chuan's back and that little figure abruptly crashed into a stall at the corner of the street. The little Shota's face was pale and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He stared fiercely at the elder with an unyielding gaze. "You old fart. What are you trying to prove by attacking a little child?" Moyu flew into such a rage, even her body started trembling. "Is this how your Darking Palace does things? You won't even let off such a young child?" Elder Lu sneered. "Are you trying to deceive me? This little fellow is close to Gu Ruoyun. She even broke ties with the Crown Prince of Azure Dragon Country for him a few days ago, so this kid must mean a lot to her. I wasn't too sure if Gu Ruoyan might come with just you alone. If I take this kid away, I believe that she'll definitely appear. You? Mo Yu was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She only hoped that someone would see this scene and return to report to Gu Ruoyan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, Zhou Shangchen's Rage Awakens, 5. Chapter 184, Zhou Shangchen's Rage Awakens, 5. Little girl, he's in my hands now, so you had better not fight me. It's useless to fight back. Elder Lu's muddy pupils narrowed slightly as he said heartlessly. You're not allowed to touch him. Seeing Elder Lu walk towards Bai Chuan, Ma Yu's eyes turned red and she rushed forward recklessly. Master had entrusted this little guy to her, proving the trust that Master had for her. She couldn't betray that trust, so she absolutely couldn't let that old fellow touch him, even if she had to put her life on the line. Absolutely not. You're thinking too highly of your abilities. Elder Lu harumphed as an imposing aura welled up from his body. With a bang, Ma Yu's slender body was thrown away before she could even reach him. A strong power battered her body, causing her to spit out fresh blood. The elder didn't let her off and an overwhelming Tathagata palm appeared in front of her, pressing her down viciously. Bang, dot. The pain of her bones being pulverized caused veins to pop out on Ma Yu's forehead. Her fists were clenched tightly. From the start to the end, she didn't let out a single sound or beg for mercy. She only stared dead on at Elder Lu, her eyes full of hatred and anger. You're useless now. Elder Lu shook his head. Actually, he had intended to use Luoyin as bait at the start. Who didn't know about the friendship between Luoyin and Gu Ruoyan? Unfortunately, Luoyin wasn't even in Azure Dragon Country these past few months, so he could only go for his second choice. Although Ma Yu also stayed by Gu Ruoyan's side, Elder Lu wasn't able to dig out the true relationship between the two, so he didn't think much of it. However, this little Shota was different. Gu Ruoyan had made things difficult for the Crown Prince in a very public setting just for this kid. This was something that many people knew of. If he used this kid, then he could definitely threaten that woman. However, Bai Chuan hadn't spoken a single word from the start. He only angrily glared at Elder Lu with his unyielding resolve. His little figure looked extremely tenacious right now. Come with me. Elder Lu grabbed Bai Chuan and instantly flew far away. In midair, he left only a single message. Go back and tell Gu Ruoyan that I'll be waiting for her at the Ling household. Ha ha. If you come too late, then just be prepared to bury this kid. On the streets, a woman covered all over in blood left an eye-piercing red trail behind her as she crawled with difficulty. When 100 Herb Hall came into view, a spark of hope lit up in the woman's dull eyes. Bai Chuan had been captured by the Darkeen Palace. She had to notify Master. Otherwise, who knew what the Darkeen Palace might do? Upon thinking of that, an unknown strength filled her and she moved, bit by bit, towards 100 Herb Hall while grabbing onto the ground before her. Seeing that she was about to reach 100 Herb Hall, although she had been close to fainting a few times, she still held onto her consciousness. It was hard to imagine what kind of willpower she had to crawl all the way here with all the bones in her body shattered. No. I can't faint here. Bai Chuan could be in danger. Mo Yu bit onto her lip. Piercing pain flared up all over her body every time she tried to crawl a step, like daggers stabbing into her body. 3 more steps. Just 3 more steps and I'll be there. As long as I reach 100 Herb Hall, they'll be able to inform Master. Elder Lu had taken Bai Chuan away, but didn't send anyone to inform Gu Ruoyan, purely to torture the little girl who had dared to speak out before him. Even though so many people had been watching just now, none of them had helped Mo Yu. The Darkeen Palace was much too fearsome. Who would dare to make an enemy out of them? Wasn't that just digging their own graves? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, Zhou Shangchen's Rage Awakens, 6. Chapter 185, Zhou Shangchen's Rage Awakens, 6. Miss Ma Yu, what happened to you? What in the world happened? Just as Ma Yu was about to lose all her strength and collapse, she heard an anxious voice call her name. Upon recognizing it, she finally relaxed and let her body fall to the ground. Quick, go find Master. After saying so, she closed her eyes. There was fresh blood staining Ma Yu's entire face. It was so heavy that she looked like she had been pulled out from a pool of blood. Shopkeeper Zhao turned pale with fright and rushed to call out orders. Men, help carry Miss Ma Yu into 100 Herb Hall. I'm going to look for eldest Mississippi. As the shopkeeper of 100 Herb Hall, how could he not know how important Ma Yu was to Gu Ruoyun? As the right protector of the devil sect, she had made countless contributions to the sect in the past 3 years. It could be said that Xu Wenfeng and Ma Yu were the elders of the devil sect. Furthermore, as the right-hand woman of Gu Ruoyun, Ma Yu had become a martial king together with Xu Wenfeng not too long ago. This was something that others did not know of, but shopkeeper Zhao did. What kind of person had wounded her to such an extent, and how strong was he? A chill passed through shopkeeper Zhao's heart. After hurriedly ordering the servants to carry Ma Yu inside, he then rushed to report to Gu Ruoyun. Luckily, Gu Ruoyun had intended to come to 100 Herb Hall at this time anyway, so before he reached the compound, he actually bumped into her on the streets. After finding out that Ma Yu had been severely injured, an imposing, chilly aura began to rise from out of Gu Ruoyun's body. She didn't say much more and followed shopkeeper Zhao back to 100 Herb Hall. Upon seeing Ma Yu's bloodstained appearance, Gu Ruoyun's heart felt like it was being squeezed by a fist. An intense rage built within her chest and exploded outward, rapidly filling every nook and cranny of the room with a dense cloud of killing intent. Who was vicious enough to beat Ma Yu up like this? With great alarm in her heart, Wei Yi meticulously examined Ma Yu's injuries. Shifu, it looks as if she was squashed by an enormous mountain. All the bones in her body have been shattered, and even her meridians have been broken. I can heal her external injuries, but I can't do anything about the broken meridians. Even though Wei Yi was called the Ghost Doctor, she wasn't omnipotent. She could revive someone on the brink of death, but she had no way to mend broken meridians. Even if she managed to heal them, Ma Yu would have to start cultivating from the very beginning again. This was something a person like Ma Yu would probably find hard to accept. Gu Ruoyun didn't say anything. She brought out a pill from her lapels and fed it to Ma Yu. Her gaze was serene, so serene that it was like the calm before the storm. Ma Yu coughed twice before she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Gu Ruoyun in front of her, she hurried to report, "Master, they took Xiao Chuan. They want to use Xiao Chuan to force Master out of hiding." "Who are they?" Gu Ruoyun asked as she lifted her gaze. Her tranquil expression appeared unshakable. However, even though it didn't show on her face, everyone knew that Gu Ruoyun was currently very angry. In the entire devil sect, who didn't know that their master was very protective? Could she remain indifferent if someone tried to force her out by using this kind of method? Definitely not. It was the Darkeen Palace. Ma Yu gritted her teeth as she spoke. Darkeen Palace? Gu Ruoyun sneered. A great storm was brewing in the depths of her eyes as she said, "Very well, Darkeen Palace. Wei Yi, go grab that bastard Zhuoshanchen from the guest house. Ask him what happened to the promise he made me last night. I'm going to catch that person from the Darkeen Palace right now. Shopkeeper Zhao, come along with me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 186, Zhuoshanchen's Rage Awakens, 7. Chapter 186, Zhuoshanchen's Rage Awakens, 7. Shopkeeper Zhao helplessly shook his head. Master was probably the only one who dared to treat the fourth prince of Vermilion Bird Country in this manner. What a pitiful fellow. Although it wasn't his fault this time, Zhuoshanchen was still related to Darkeen Palace. Even he couldn't escape the consequences. Within the guest house, a man dressed in pink was lying indolently against a chair. Looking at the fine liquor and delicacies placed before him, his lips unconsciously raised into his signature devilish smile. Wouldn't it be great if Xiao Yuner could join me in this feast of fine delicacies and good liquor? What a pity, she probably won't want anything to do with me until this prince finds out who is trying to kill her. Bang! The door was abruptly kicked open. The man frowned and a wave of killing intent burst out from his body. His beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. However, when he saw the face of the seductive woman standing at the door, his smile grew even more pronounced and his glare faded. The ghost doctor was here? Perhaps Gu Ruoyun was behind her? Thinking of that, he hurriedly scanned behind Wei Yi, but he didn't see that familiar figure. You don't have to look anymore, Shifu didn't come. Wei Yi rolled her eyes. Rather, she told me to inform you that your Darkeen Palace provoked her first, so don't blame her for not giving way on account of your friendship. Zhuoshanchen frowned. What happened? Xiao Yuner had promised to give him time, and she would definitely keep to her word. Had something else happened? Wei Yi sneered. One of your Darkeen Palace's elders hurt someone close to my Shifu for the sake of forcing her out. He even took Bai Chuan away. That friend of ours was heavily beaten by him. Her bones are all shattered, her meridians broken, and she's close to death. Clatter. In a momentary lapse of attention, Zhuoshanchen dropped his fan. It landed in a wine jar in front of him, completely forgotten with the situation at hand. A trace of panic arose on his beautiful face, and followed closely behind it was a look filled with immense tension and anger. Which damned bastard is behind this? They are clearly trying to cause a misunderstanding between this prince and Xiao Yuner. If this prince finds the culprit behind this, I'll definitely burn him to ashes. Zhuo Shangchen had been thoroughly frightened. What should he do now that Xiao Yuner was mad at him? It was all that damned bastard's fault. He wouldn't be able to rest easy until that damned bastard was dead. Ghost Doctor, bring me to Xiao Yuner. I want to explain everything to her. This matter really had nothing to do with me, I really don't know anything. Xingyi just returned after I sent her back to find the culprit who accepted this mission. I didn't think that something would happen so quickly. I'm innocent. Zhuo Shangchen's expression was full of aggrievement. He had always done as he pleased. He never thought that he would end up losing all his dignity in front of this pair of siblings. Tell that to Shifu yourself. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. Shifu is very angry right now, so you had better prepare yourself, said Wei Yi, sneering. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Shangchen tensed even more. Then take this prince to see Xiao Yuner, quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be too unbearable. Out in the busy street, Gu Ruoyun flew towards the Ling household at the fastest speed possible. On the way there, the eye-catching fresh blood on the ground pierced right into her heart. Looking at the long trail of red, she couldn't imagine how Mo Yu had managed to return to report. What kind of willpower did she have to crawl back bit by bit like this? In that time between her defeat and finding shopkeeper Zhao, how much pain had she borne? Gu Ruoyun's heart hurt. In her heart, her subordinates were not pawns that could be easily sacrificed at any time, but comrades who had built up the entire devil sect together with her. However, now her comrade had been severely injured, and it had happened right under her nose, and she hadn't even been the one to discover it. I don't care what kind of place you come from. Anyone who dares to lay a single finger on her will suffer 100, no, 1,000 times the pain she suffered. Gu Ruoyun quickened her pace. A powerful killing intent rose from her body as she charged toward the Ling household, stirring the air like the onset of a hurricane. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, Zhuo Shangchen's Rage Awakens, 8. Chapter 187, Zhuo Shangchen's Rage Awakens, 8. Currently, in the Ling household, Elder Lu was sitting on a chair with a grave, indifferent expression. The current head of the Ling family, Ling Yihui, stood to one side as he trembled, not even daring to look at this mighty elder. 3 years ago, the previous Ling family head, Ling Yi, died at the hands of Qian Bei Yi. His younger brother, Ling Yihui, succeeded him. At first, Ling Yihui had wanted to take revenge for his brother and nephew, but the servant girl of Darkeen Palace had come out to stop them. Due to his fear of the Darkeen Palace's power, Ling Yihui had not dared to make a move. He had even gone to the point of making sure that no one in the family would breathe a word about revenge. He hadn't expected that the imperial concubine would actually find an elder of Darkeen Palace willing to execute their plan. However, even so, Ling Yihui felt uneasy inside. He had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. Great Elder, will Gu Ruoyun really come? Ling Yihui was apprehensive. To be honest, he was hoping she didn't come. That girl had changed so much after almost being beaten to death by her own grandfather. No one had been able to find out what she had been up to, especially in these past 3 years. His brother and nephew were already dead. He didn't want to bury the rest of the Ling family along with them for the sake of this grudge. Humph. Elder Lu harumphed, if she wants this kid back alive, then she'll definitely come. While speaking, his turbid eyes swept towards the tied-up little Shota. The hidden danger in those eyes made a chill run down the little Shota's back. However, that cute, fair baby face didn't show a lick of fear. His black pupils were calm and even obstinate as he stared at Elder Lu. Bai Chuan didn't know if Gu Ruoyun would come for him. After all, they were facing the monstrous Darkeen Palace this time. If his father were here, he might have had a chance at survival, but even though Gu Ruoyun was the ghost Dr. Shifu, she was just a normal person in the end. Most normal people would go to great lengths to avoid these organizations. Thus, she probably wouldn't come. Bai Chuan's pupils dimmed. He nibbled his lip, feeling an unconscious burst of disappointment in his heart. Even his family had been close to abandoning a good-for-nothing like him. He couldn't expect more from a stranger, especially one who he had only met by chance. How could she possibly place herself in danger for someone like him? No matter where he was still a burden who could be abandoned at any time. You don't have to. Bai Chuan raised his head and stared straight at Elder Lu. He had thought of telling them not to wait for Gu Ruoyun anymore, since they had no strong ties between them. However, before he could finish speaking, a clear, cool voice rang out from behind them. His tiny little body stiffened in surprise. Since the Darking Palace is looking for me, why not ask for me directly? You not only hurt my people, but you didn't even let off a little child. So this is how some people of Darking Palace act. Dressed in green with a waterfall of black hair, the young woman's figure blew in like a gust of wind, carrying with it the tranquil scent of medicinal herbs with her. The scent was one of the few that could instantly ease the anxiety carried by a person's heart. However, rather than being put at ease, Bai Chuan's heart was doing somersaults in his chest. He hadn't thought that this woman would come for him in the end. She had come to save him. Gu Ruoyun was taking on such a big risk for someone she had only known for a few days, whereas the old farts and his family had wanted to abandon him just because he wasn't able to have a breakthrough. Had it not been for his daddy protecting him, he probably would have been chased out of the Bai family by now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, Zhou Shangchen's Rage Awakens, 9. Chapter 188, Zhou Shangchen's Rage Awakens, 9. Shopkeeper Zhao, help me look after him. From the time she arrived till now, Gu Ruoyun didn't take a single look at Bai Chuan. Her back stood straight and tall. It was the delicate back of a woman, but it looked like it could carry the weight of the world. Bai Chuan's heart, which he had previously thought might leap out of his chest, settled down. It felt as if everything would be fine as long as she was around. Understood. Shopkeeper Zhao nodded and pulled Bai Chuan off to the side. When he looked at the figure in front of him, a deep sense of anxiety began to gnaw at his heart. Dressed in robes of green, her black hair fluttering in the wind, Gu Ruoyun's face was like sculpted stone. When her gaze landed on the elder, that immovable image broke as she deliberately smiled at him. You're from Darking Palace? That's right. Elder Lu sneered and said, I'm an elder of Darking Palace. Someone has put a price on your life. Although our Darking Palace holds no grudge with you, since we've accepted our employer's mission, you have to die. On the mainland, most martial kings wouldn't touch ordinary people, especially if they were from a sect or a faction, as such organizations were under the three great authorities' watch. However, the Darking Palace was an exception. As long as someone gave them enough money, they would accept the mission. Furthermore, they weren't within the jurisdiction of the three great authorities. Thus, the Darking Palace didn't have to act in the shadows like the weapon refining sect. If they wanted to kill someone, they would do it in broad daylight. They even send a declaration of death beforehand to let their target prepare. Gu Ruoyun sneered, you don't have any objections if I take Bai Chuan away, do you? He's just a tool. Since he has fulfilled his purpose, he's useless now, but Elder Lu's eyes narrowed slightly. You, on the other hand, cannot go with him. If you leave, I can't fulfill my mission. This time, Imperial Concubine Ling had offered a good reward for this commission. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to personally come and complete this mission. Rest assured, I have no intention of leaving. Gu Ruoyun's smile grew even more pronounced. However, those clear eyes of hers were full of killing intent as she said, that's because I'm not done clearing our debts. Gu Ruoyun stepped forward. The second her foot touched the ground, a powerful killing intent burst out from her small form. In contrast to the volcanic force of her rage, Gu Ruoyun's face was like a layer of frost. Furthermore, you don't have to explain anything. I know that this was all done by Imperial Concubine Ling, or you wouldn't have been at the Ling household. In the entire Ling family, she's the only one with enough power to hire an assassin from Darking Palace. However, you made one fatal mistake, you didn't come straight at me. Instead, you went after my people. Thus, you have to die here. I'll send both you and Imperial Concubine Ling to an early grave. Bai Chuan's eyes were caught by Gu Ruoyun's murderous expression. His breath caught, his heart was beating so hard it felt like it was knocking against his rib cage. For some reason, right then and there, he had a feeling that, just maybe, he wouldn't regret following her. It was only at this moment that Bai Chuan finally, fully pledged his allegiance to Gu Ruoyun. Oomph, what a wild boast. Bang! Elder Lu's expression turned cold. He slammed the table, stood up, and with a single step, leapt towards Gu Ruoyun. The force of his movements kicked up a storm of wild winds inside the courtyard. In contrast to that show of strength, Gu Ruoyun's clothes merely fluttered. Before her, wind was simply wind. Since the beginning, her expression hadn't changed at all. Gu Ruoyun, calm as water, was still smiling. That smile of hers seemed to be mocking Elder Lu for overestimating his capabilities. Boom! Just as Elder Lu was about to kill Gu Ruoyun in rage, a white light abruptly shot out from in front of her. An enraged roar rang out, shocking Elder Lu into retreating a few steps. Yun Yao, kill him. Gu Ruoyun's eyes were cold as she commanded Elder Lu's execution. Yes, master. The white tiger replied, turning to her prey at an unhurried pace. With a smile full of ridicule, she began to walk towards Elder Lu, one elegant step at a time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, Zhuoshangshan's Rage Awakens, 10. Chapter 189, Zhuoshangshan's Rage Awakens, 10. A layer of white mist gathered on the ground of the courtyard. In that haze, the white tiger was like a divine beast who had come treading on clouds. Her charisma was as boundless as the sky above, each curve of her body drawing the mortal gaze and enticing worship. A spiritual beast? A martial king spiritual beast? Her power seems to be comparable to mine. That is to say, she's a mid-stage martial king. Although there was just one stage between a mid-stage martial king and an early-stage martial king, that single stage made a huge difference. This was why Elder Lu hadn't considered Elder Yu's prowess an issue. In his eyes, Elder Yu was just some rubbish that he could easily fight off. Of course, there were exceptions when spiritual weapons were brought into play. Even though Ma Yu was also a newly made martial king, if she had a spiritual weapon, she wouldn't have necessarily been beaten by Elder Lu. However, she hadn't brought a spiritual weapon with her at that time, so she didn't have the power to fight back in front of Elder Lu. A martial king spiritual beast? Ling Yihui was absolutely terrified. He almost collapsed to the floor. He had already told her not to mention revenge anymore, that their brother was already dead. Wasn't it good to live a peaceful life? Had the imperial concubine gone crazy? Would she only be happy if she dragged the entire Ling family down to their graves with her? At that moment, the frightened Ling Yihui scolded the imperial concubine Ling 100 times over in his heart. He wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead before gritting his teeth and saying, "Go report to the imperial concubine that Elder Lu has failed. Tell her not to drag our Ling family down. I don't want the entire Ling family line to be ruined at the hands of a woman." Ling Yi had tried to defeat Gu Ruoyun, but he had been rendered a cripple at the hands of a Qi level 6 Gu Ruoyun. His brother had tried to take revenge for his grandson, but he had been killed by the silver-haired man by Gu Ruoyun's side. Ling Yu was too stupid and colluded with outsiders to try to assassinate Gu Ruoyun, and look what had happened to her. Hadn't they all ended up dying without even a grave marker to remember them by? How was it that the imperial concubine still hadn't understood that Gu Ruoyun was untouchable after all that had happened? That woman had limitless potential and a countless number of strong backers by her side. She wasn't someone they could provoke. Did the imperial concubine want to walk down the road to ruin again? Even if she was courting her own death, she shouldn't drag them down with her. He only wanted to live the rest of his life peacefully. He didn't want to participate in any matters of revenge. Back then, Ling Yihui hadn't become the family head because he had been too cowardly. However, he was the only one here who could see through everything that had happened. If he had been the family head from the start, the Ling family wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Gu Ruoyun, I finally understand why so many people have fallen by your hands. Even the weapon refining sect couldn't do anything to you. Elder Lu narrowed his eyes and sneered, "You don't have any abilities of your own, but you have many strong people by your side. You've even managed to tame a martial king spiritual beast. Perhaps I was too careless for this mission. However, the men from our Darkeen Palace would rather die standing than kneel like dogs. Since I've accepted this mission, I have to carry it out to the end. Since my subordinates weren't able to kill you, then it's up to me to do so. If I happen to die, the next one to come after you might even be our master. Despite his young age, our master is extremely strong. He's not someone you can stand up to. So if you die at his hands, that'll be your fortune." Elder Lu's pride was obvious throughout his entire monologue. He didn't show any hint of cowardliness in front of the white tiger Yun Yao. The spirit of the Darkeen Palace would always live on. When one died, the next would follow until the mission was complete. This was why the Darkeen Palace occupied such a high position on the mainland, infamous to the point that everyone knew their name. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, Zhuoshangshan's Rage Awakens, 11. Chapter 190, Zhuoshangshan's Rage Awakens, 11. Elder Lu believed from the start to the end that the young woman before him would definitely feel fear at the thought of such a monstrous creature coming after her without pause. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Gu Ruoyun's expression didn't change at all. She remained indifferent, her eyes calm, as if what he was narrating had nothing to do with her. Even Elder Lu couldn't help but admit that he would definitely want to take Gu Ruoyun in as a disciple if he hadn't accepted the mission first. This girl had a steady mind. Even if she couldn't match up to Master's accomplishments, she couldn't be too far off. However, there was no abandoning any mission that the Darkeen Palace accepts. Thinking of that, traces of pity and regret showed on his elderly face. Old fellow, Junyao smiled, what are you talking so much rubbish for? No matter how much you jabber away, I, Junyao, will kill you today, . Ha ha. Elder Lu laughed crazily, you're a great king of the spiritual beasts, and you can even speak. Why are you helping an ordinary human? The forest is where you should stay. Speaking honestly, Elder Lu was extremely jealous of Gu Ruoyun. How had a martial general like this girl managed to make a martial king spiritual beast submit? He wasn't willing to accept this. He had no chance of victory if he were to fight with this spiritual beast. It wasn't until this moment that Ling Yihui suddenly realized that this white tiger had actually spoken. Heavens! Could this fellow get any scarier? If his heart wasn't strong enough, he probably would have been frightened to death by these people. Old fart, stop dragging out the time. Why don't we start our battle? Yunyao didn't look at the other people in the courtyard. She snorted coldly, before her enormous body streaked across the sky and her ferocious claws reached out towards Elder Lu. Elder Lu's pupils dilated. With a bang, he raised the sword in his hands and blocked the tiger's claws. However, it was as if two sharp weapons had collided, sparks flew in all directions with a fizzle. The battle between two martial kings was extremely exciting. However, at this moment, the Ling family didn't have the inclination to admire it. That was because they knew that there was still an Elder Yu residing in 100 Herb Hall. He might not be able to defeat Elder Lu, but if he decided to join the battle at this moment, then Elder Lu wouldn't have any chance at victory. Actually, what they didn't know was that the Ghost Doctor had also recently broken through to Martial King. Adding Xuanfeng and Bao Bao onto that, there were now more than just one or two Martial Kings by Gu Ruoyun's side. Furthermore, she still had her last trump card, Zixi. Gu Ruoyun still hadn't seen that man's true power, even up till now. However, judging from Yunyao's attitude in front of Zixi, it could be seen just how powerful he must be, whether it was at his peak or now. He was so strong that it defied sense. Gu Ruoyun's gaze was focused on the battle before her. A cold glint flashed across her eyes as she said impatiently, Yunyao, is that all you've got? You're taking so long just to handle a simple mid-stage martial king? Yunyao almost somersaulted right into the ground. She really wanted to cry. My master, did you think that I was the same divine beast white tiger as before? Ever since I was beaten up by that bastard, I haven't been able to recover. Right now, I'm just a mid-stage martial king. No matter what, she couldn't let her master look down on her. Otherwise, if her master didn't want her anymore, she might get burned to ashes by that Zixi. Thinking of that, Yunyao charged towards Elder Lu again. At this moment, within the Imperial Palace, when Imperial concubine Ling heard the message from the Ling family, her body went limp and she collapsed on the floor. Gu Ruoyun, is it really impossible for me to kill you? No, I can't believe it. No matter what, you have to die. She closed her eyes and turned to the Ling family servant kneeling before her, go back. Yes, Imperial concubine. Very quickly, the Ling family servant was sent out by the palace maids and Imperial concubine Ling was left alone in her sleeping chamber. After a long time, she opened her eyes and said, Great Azure Dragon, I let you hide here to recover from your wounds back then, and you promised that you would do one thing for me. Right now, I want you to help me kill Gu Ruoyun, please? She hadn't been willing to use this trump card at first, but now she was forced to bring it out. This was all Gu Ruoyun's fault, she definitely wouldn't forgive her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191, The Azure Dragon, Tianxiong, 1. Elder Lu stepped backwards in retreat, drawing out a long shadow on the ground. He breathed heavily as he looked at the white tiger walking towards him with a heavy gaze. Although Yunyao's strength wasn't like before, she was still one of the divine beasts who had guarded the four directions in the past. When it came to battle experience, she had enough of it to drown Elder Lu. Thus, Elder Lu had fallen to the losing side. He started smiling with derision and disdain. Gu Ruoyun, you can't even begin to imagine how many martial kings we have in our Darkeen Palace. Even if I can't kill you today, you'll suffer the pursuit of those martial kings from now on. Do you really think that you could escape this disaster? Actually, Elder Lu was purposely saying this to scare Gu Ruoyun so that he could kill her the moment the white tiger stopped paying attention and let down her defenses. Unfortunately, Gu Ruoyun's gaze was still as serene as a lake. She looked at Elder Lu with an indifferent gaze, as if his words didn't even matter. Just as Elder Lu was about to think of some other method, the woman's apathetic voice slowly resounded in the quiet courtyard. Yunyao, it's getting late, we should be going back. The meaning in her words was that it was time for this old fellow to die. When Elder Lu heard that, he thought Gu Ruoyun had been scared off by his threat and wanted to escape. He was about to harumph and mock her again, but at that moment, the white tiger stretched out her neck and charged over when Elder Lu's defenses were down. Bang! Yunyao raised her tiger claws and smacked the old fellow away. Her enormous body sat heavily on Elder Lu's body, almost making him spit out blood. His face was ashen as he shouted angrily, "You're cheating! You didn't say anything before attacking. That's unfair." If he hadn't let down his defenses, how could this white tiger have gotten that attack in? Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun rolled her eyes. "Didn't I tell you now that it was getting late? It's time to go home." Abruptly, Elder Lu spat out a mouthful of blood. His muddy eyes no longer held his earlier haughtiness, but were now filled with rage. He stared at Gu Ruoyun with hatred. He was going to be angered to death by this damned girl. If anyone heard that, they would have thought that she was calling back her spiritual beast. Who would have expected that spiritual beast would act without a word? Was she even giving him a fair chance to fight back? Unfair? Yunyao sneered and raised her arm. When you took away someone by master's side, did you ever think about fairness? When you faced someone whose power was below yours, and attacked someone who wasn't prepared, did you ever think about fairness? In this world, it's the law of the jungle. The winners are the kings. As long as you can clinch victory, all's fair in war. Elder Lu was so angry that his body was trembling. It was like an enormous mountain was pressing on him, making it so that he couldn't breathe or even move a muscle. "Gu Ruoyun, you're really not afraid of my Darkeen Palace?" He gritted his teeth and spat out word by word. Gu Ruoyun cast a glance at him before saying indifferently, "Yunyao, let go of him." "Yes, master." Yunyao lifted up her foreleg, a sneer still on her lips. What was so impressive about that Darkeen Palace? The two people by master's side wouldn't even bat an eye if 100 martial kings came at them. Did this fellow really think that his Darkeen Palace could save him? Thinking of that, Yunyao's sharp claws slashed towards Elder Lu's neck, but at this moment, an enormous power descended from midair, accompanied by the howl of a dragon, shaking up the entire sky. Yunyao's claws stopped a meter away from Elder Lu's neck as she looked up towards the dark clouds suddenly encompassing the sky. In that instant, a mix of emotions flashed across her face: joy, surprise, excitement, and nostalgia. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192, The Azure Dragon, Tianxiong, 2. Who here is called Gu Ruoyun? Within the layers of clouds, a deep, hoarse voice rang out, carrying a powerful force that no one could defend against. Amongst those present, no one knew what had happened, but all of them held fear in their eyes. Even Elder Lu had stiffened in shock. His eyes scanned the layers of dark clouds in the sky warily. "May I ask what Sire is here for?" Elder Lu asked with a darkened gaze. "I'm here to kill Gu Ruoyun. As for those who have no business here, scram." That voice was filled with killing intent, striking like a thunderbolt out of the blue into the hearts of everyone present. Following that, a dragon's roar resounded, making the entire sky shake. Since the start, the events in the courtyard had already drawn the gaze of others. Countless onlookers had gathered outside the Ling family home at some point, and they all looked towards the person hiding in the clouds with shock. No, perhaps it wasn't even a person. Gu Ruoyun is done for this time. She actually provoked someone as strong as that. This expert seems really strong, no one's going to be able to save her now. The crowd wasn't just listening to the threats of the speaker, but the howl from those clouds had clearly come from a huge dragon. Dragons naturally stood at the top of all living beings and had the power to unleash Armageddon on the world. Even if Gu Ruoyun had many experts at her side, they definitely wouldn't be a match for this huge dragon. Elder Lu had thought that his life had come to an end. After hearing the Azure Dragon's words, joy sprang up in his heart. He turned to the clouds in the sky and said, "Sire, that woman standing not too far away from me is Gu Ruoyun. She's the one you have to kill, please, kill her right now." "Thank you." The Azure Dragon's deep voice carried through the clouds. Following that, as everyone was watching the sky, a blue light shot down from the heavens and charged towards Gu Ruoyun. "Tianxiong, if you dare to hurt her, I'll never forgive you." Yunyao had been immersed in the pleasant surprise of reuniting with an old friend and hadn't been paying attention to what was happening in the surroundings. However, upon recovering her senses, she saw that the Azure Dragon had shot an attack at Gu Ruoyun and immediately turned anxious. If anything happened to Master, those two men would never let the Azure Dragon live. That stupid guy. She had been standing here for so long, but he still hadn't seen her. Yun. Yunao, is that you? After a long while, a voice trembling with endless disbelief rang out from the clouds. Damn it! It's too late. Seeing that blue light falling towards Gu Ruoyan, Yunao was extremely worried. She abruptly roared and turned into a bright light, pouncing towards Gu Ruoyan. However, that blue light was faster than Yunao. Just when she was about to reach Gu Ruoyan, it was clear that it was too late. In that moment, despair leaped into her eyes. The Azure Dragon was too powerful. Under that might, the martial general ranked Gu Ruoyan was completely defenseless. She couldn't even move. Thus, Elder Lu smiled in relief. His mission had finally been completed. However, in the second between life and death, arms wrapped tightly around Gu Ruoyan and pulled her into an embrace. Dressed in a red robe, the silver-haired man's perfect face was expressionless. His blood-red lips were tilted at a murderous angle, and his crimson pupils seemed to reflect the many lives he had taken. His whole person exuded a bewitching aura. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, The Azure Dragon, Tianxiong, 3. Chapter 193, The Azure Dragon, Tianxiong, 3. This was the second time she had seen Shen Beiyi like this. The first time was when she had been coerced by Ling Yi. The second time was right now, as if this man would appear whenever she was in danger. Gu Ruoyan couldn't help but suspect whether he was always following her around. However, for some reason, her heart would unconsciously feel safe around him. As if there was nothing that couldn't be resolved if he was around. Bang! The blue light struck Shen Beiyi fiercely, then disappeared without a trace, shocking Elder Lu to the point that he couldn't speak. He simply stared foolishly like an idiot. How had such a strong attack ended up like a tiny needle before this man? It seemed like it hadn't even tickled, he had blocked it just like that. Furthermore, this man didn't have any spiritual chi in his body, he couldn't feel any chi fluctuations coming from him. Someone who could make him feel this way was either a good-for-nothing or so strong that he could conceal his power within his body. Going by what had just occurred, it was clearly the latter, but this man was a martial emperor at the very least. Yunao relaxed, but she quickly got tense again. She turned to the clouds and said, Tianxiong, what are you still hiding in there for? Come out right now. She hoped that Master wouldn't hold the Azure Dragon's mistake against him for her sake. Yunao, is that really you? Joyful surprise was clear in his voice as he spoke. Following that, everyone watched as an enormous Azure Dragon burst out from behind the clouds. It was only when he appeared that they knew what the words "a domineering ruler above all" were meant to describe. Very quickly, the Azure Dragon's body transformed while in the sky, and a tall body appeared shortly after in midair. The dark clouds dissipated, revealing the clear blue sky. A man dressed in azure clothing appeared before them, looking elegantly handsome with features pleasing to the eye, although he wasn't as stunning as Chen Beiyi or Zixi. He was like bamboo, standing straight and proud above the world. However, upon seeing the azure-dressed man's eyes, Yunao froze in shock. Tianxiong. Your eyes. The man startled for a moment before covering his dim, colorless pupils with a bitter smile. My eyes were blinded back then, and I've been hiding here to recover all these years. Actually, with my eyes gone, I know that my strength will never reach its peak again, no matter how much I cultivate. Tianxiong was different from the other divine beasts. His eyes were his source of power. If his eyes were blinded, then he would never be able to reach his peak again. Back then, the person who had captured him had used cruel measures to force him to become his mount. He had refused to obey even till death, so in extreme rage, that person had blinded him. Although it seemed like he had great power just now, he actually didn't have much strength. However, even that amount was more than enough to deal with one Gu Ruoyan. Unfortunately, that move had used up all the power he had recovered over the years, and he was now a good-for-nothing. The four divine beasts had never liked to owe favors to humans, so he had listened to Imperial Concubine's request and used up all his energy. Yunao walked forward a few steps and transformed into an elegant woman in front of the stunned eyes of the crowd. She raised her hands and caressed the face she had been pining for night and day. She didn't seem to realize that tears were raining down her cheeks. Tianxiong, rest assured. I'll cure your eyes, I definitely will. From his position at the peak, he had fallen to such a state, how could Yunao's heart not ache for him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194, The Azure Dragon, Tianxiong, 4. Gu Ruoyan had been watching the two of them expressionlessly since the start of the astonishing turn of events. Many thoughts turned around in her head. No matter how she looked at it, the relationship between these two didn't seem as simple as comrades, they seemed more like a couple. If she could take in the Azure Dragon, then she would be able to trample Rushot over the 4 countries from now on. As for his blinded eyes, perhaps Zixi had some way to help him recover them. While the two beasts were in the midst of their joyful and tearful reunion, a sudden burst of killing intent coming from behind Yunyao made her body stiffen. Yunyao, watch out! Tianxiang hurriedly pulled Yunyao behind him, his face full of caution. No matter what, he couldn't let anyone hurt her again. Tianxiang, Yunyao shook her head and said, I'm fine, but you might be in trouble. When we went our separate ways back then, I was also heavily injured. Luckily, I met Master, and now I have the possibility of fully recovering from my injuries. Master? Tianxiang stared blankly for a moment. Yunyao, you're the one who had the most pride amongst the 4 of us, why would you willing serve a human? Did they use some method to force you? Tell me, I won't let anyone hurt you. Tianxiang, you're mistaken. Master treats me very well. She's helping me recover from my injuries, and she won't force me to do anything I'm not willing to do. Furthermore, you just tried to kill my master. While speaking, Yunyao carefully glanced at the silver-haired man next to Gu Ruoyun. Her heart trembled. She could feel the killing intent exuding off of that guy. If Tianxiang tried to do anything else, he would probably be turned into ashes on the spot by the hand of that man. Xiao Yuner, shall we eat dragon meat tonight? Xianbei's eyes landed on Tianxiang, and he added on in a ruthless tone, if you eat this dragon, your strength will grow by leaps and bounds. Everyone knew that dragon meat was a top-grade supplement. However, not many people on this mainland dared to hunt dragons. Although there were extremely few dragons around, every one of them had the power to decimate the earth. Master! Thump! Yunyao instantly knelt in front of Gu Ruoyun, without a trace of her original elegance and pride. Tianxiang doesn't recognize Master, so someone must have bewitched him into killing Master. Could Master let him off on behalf of how I saved Master just now? I will be endlessly grateful, and will vow loyalty and devotion to Master for the rest of my life. Honestly speaking, Gu Ruoyun hadn't intended on slaughtering this dragon at all. A powerful, living dragon was of more use to her than some nourishing dragon meat. Furthermore, this was the legendary Azure Dragon Tianxiang they were talking about. However, she wasn't going to let him off that easily. If Qianbei hadn't reached her in time, she would have been lying dead on the ground. Yunyao, you're my contract beast, so helping me is one of your responsibilities. However, you tried to use this point to talk terms with me. The young woman's tone was as calm as the wind, but it made Yunyao's heart twist fiercely. She bit her lower lip gently and didn't speak, only her eyes begged Gu Ruoyun for mercy. Yunyao, what are you doing? Tianxiang was astonished. You don't have to beg this human for my sake. Humans are too cunning. If they want to kill me, then let them. I, Tianxiang, will never bend my knee. You shut up. In her anxiety, Yunyao roared angrily at him, frightening Tianxiang so much that he hurriedly closed his mouth. His handsome face was full of aggrievement. His heart had simply ached for Yunyao upon hearing her beg this woman for mercy for him, yet she had acted so fiercely towards him. He would rather die than bend and scrape for favor like Yunyao was doing. How could someone as proud as her act so humbly towards a human? Furthermore, it was all for his sake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, The Azure Dragon, Tianxiang, 5. Chapter 195, The Azure Dragon, Tianxiang, 5. Master, if I make the Azure Dragon sign a contract with you, would you be willing to forgive him? The Azure Dragon has been blinded, so he doesn't have any power right now, but I believe he'll recover someday. As the leader of the 4 divine beasts, he'll definitely be a strong helper for you. Oh, no, I mean, besides Master Zixi and Master Qianbei, of course. Upon feeling Qianbei's bloodthirsty gaze and Zixi's overwhelming pressure transmitted via the contract, Yunyao hurried to amend her words. How could she have possibly forgotten about those 2 great gods? Gu Ruoyun remained cool and collected on the outside, but she was secretly delighted by this development. This was exactly what she had been aiming for. Of course, making the Azure Dragon her contractual spirit beast sounded much better as a suggestion when it came from Yunyao instead of her. As expected, the Azure Dragon seemed to be too scared to raise his objections. His expression was extremely conflicted, and his unwillingness was written all over his face. All right. While Yunyao's heart was hanging by a thread, Gu Ruoyun finally spoke up. On your behalf, I'll give him another chance. As if she had only agreed to this because of Yunyao, her expression looked even more unwilling than the Azure Dragon's. The corners of shopkeeper Zhao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. After a few years of service at Gu Ruoyun's side, he had already grasped the essence of her personality. This fellow had clearly taken a shine to the Azure Dragon from the very start, But no one could have possibly guessed it if they were looking at her now. Gu Ruoyun was currently showing such a resigned expression, it was like she was taking a loss by keeping the Azure Dragon, but out of the goodness of her heart, if it was for Yunyao, then. Tianqiong felt extremely put out. He was a formidable and renowned divine beast, the Azure Dragon. However, right now, this little human was clearly disdaining him right in front of his face. Was there any divine beast who had ever suffered such tragic indignity before? Xiao Yuner, aren't I enough? Xian Beiyi said, aggrieved, I can do anything you want me to. And I can protect you far better than anyone else can. Why do you need to take in this dragon? I think it's better if you eat him and raise your own strength instead. But he couldn't tolerate letting someone who had tried to kill Gu Ruoyun stay by her side after the fact. If he hadn't been secretly following her, then this young woman would have left him forever. Thinking of that possibility, Xian Beiyi felt a throb of pain as anxiety gripped his heart. How could Gu Ruoyun not know what Xian Beiyi was thinking? Warmth suffused within her chest as she patted Xian Beiyi's shoulder. Xiao Yi, Yunyao is my contract beast. I can't ignore her feelings. Furthermore, this wasn't the Azure Dragon's fault. I'm only interested in the person behind this. She smiled gently and turned to look at the dazed Elder Lu. Before that, we have some unfinished business. Elder Lu's senses abruptly came back to life, and he quivered as he watched that smiling woman. Unbidden, a wave of fear swelled within his heart, but he quashed it viciously. Gritting his teeth, he bit out, Gu Ruoyun, if you kill me, then you have to be prepared for an endless wave of experts coming to kill you. From what I can see, this Azure Dragon is all bark and no bite. Even his bark is powerless right now. At first, I thought that the silver-haired man beside you was very strong, but now that I've seen the Azure Dragon's true strength, I obviously made a mistake in reading his strength. He's not a martial emperor at all, he's at the same level as me at the most. As for why I can't sense his power, perhaps he carries some sort of treasure on him that can mask it. So, how long do you think you can fend off Martial King after Martial King? Yun Yao was enraged. All of this had happened because of this old man. If it hadn't been for him and the mastermind behind him, Tianqiong wouldn't have almost killed Master by mistake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, The Azure Dragon, Tianqiong, 6. Chapter 196, The Azure Dragon, Tianqiong, 6. If it hadn't been for Master's pity for her, Xian Beiyi would have definitely killed Tianqiong. They were the main culprits. Old fellow, I don't care if you're an elder of Darking Palace, and I don't care who the mastermind behind you is. Today, you must die. If you manage to leave here with your life, then even the gods will be angered. Boom! Strong killing intent surged towards Elder Lu. The woman became a blur of yellow, graceful and elegant as her face filled with her desire for murder. Just as she was about to reach Elder Lu, his sharp eyes caught a figure in pink rushing in from outside the courtyard. Full of great surprise and joy, he shouted, "My lord, save me!" His lord was here. They were done for. Ha ha ha. Elder Lu's face was a frightening sight. The lines of his face were all etched with malevolence, contorting into a demon hungry for slaughter. In his eyes, the people before him were practically dead men walking. The man Elder Lu had shouted for remained sitting on his softwood chair. His almond-shaped eyes were two narrow slits, his smile was perpetual and light. And even though they had practically sprinted all the way here, the girls carrying his sedan showed no signs of exertion, their faces were calm and expressionless. Upon seeing the young woman sheltered in Xian Beiyi's arms, the man's eyes flickered. Then his gaze landed on Elder Lu's delighted face. "My lord, please save me." Elder Lu shouted again at the man. This incomparably beautiful man was his last hope. As long as his lord was here, no one was going to be able to kill him. Although Elder Lu was a trained assassin, he was still afraid of death. Furthermore, he held a high position of authority and hadn't enjoyed the fruits of his labor yet. How could he be willing to perish in the hands of a little girl? However, very quickly, Zhou Shangqian retracted his gaze and looked instead towards Gu Ruoyun, eyes filling with grief. "Xiao Yuner, this matter has nothing to do with me. I've already sent Qingyi to investigate the culprits who accepted this mission, I just hadn't thought he would act so quickly. This fellow is one of the men under my Darking Palace, so I'll definitely fulfill my promise to you and give you an answer for your grievances." Gu Ruoyun sneered and remained silent. If Darking Palace had simply tried to assassinate her, perhaps she wouldn't be this angry right now. However, Darking Palace had seriously injured her right-hand woman. This was something she wasn't able to tolerate. "Zhou Shangqian, I told you earlier that Darking Palace was trying to kill me, and I gave you time to find the culprits. I also told you that they had better not touch the people by my side, or else I would make them pay an appropriate price, even if it takes the rest of my life. The determination in the young woman's voice resounded with Zhuo Shangchen, causing his heart to tremble a little. Without his conscious bidding, his almond-shaped eyes were affixed on that delicate face of hers. Although her strength hadn't reached a point where she could be called an expert, her heart was already tough and tenacious, matching the bearing of Gu Tian and his wife back then. Elder Lu stiffened in shock as he watched the interaction between the two. His astonishment began to give way to a chilly feeling that was steadily engulfing his heart, making him so cold that he shivered. His lord was acquainted with Gu Ruoyun? Furthermore, they didn't seem like normal acquaintances from the way they were talking. He had actually accepted a mission to assassinate his lord's friend. With his lord's temper, he probably wasn't going to escape calamity this time. Elder Lu's old face was as pale as ash when his thoughts finally connected. His lips started to tremble as the utmost level of despair began to creep onto his face. When Zhuo Shangchen glanced at Elder Lu, his expression turned absolutely serious. Elder Lu, our Darking Palace has a rule that must be followed before accepting any mission. We have to investigate the target's background thoroughly. This time, you've touched someone you shouldn't have. I can't protect you anymore. Since you were the one to turn your blade against the wrong person, give your lifeblood to absolve your sins. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, The Azure Dragon, Tianxiong, 7. Chapter 197, The Azure Dragon, Tianxiong, 7. Elder Lu's body trembled as his eyes slid shut. After a long moment, he opened them and began to speak with a dull gaze. I understand, my lord. The lifetime of service I have given, the great pains I have taken to advance the Darkeen Palace. I have served the Darkeen Palace's interests from beginning to end. Regardless of my past contributions, my lord has ordered me to absolve my sins with my own lifeblood. My lord has already given me due dignity for one of my station. I have been loyal, and still I must leave the world like this, but because of my loyalty, I will obey. After saying so, Elder Lu drew his sword and placed it against his own neck. He shut his eyes once again, but just as the blade was about to fall, a young woman's clear voice abruptly rang out. Yunyao, stop him. Whoosh, dot. A white flash whizzed by and the sword in his hands fell to the ground with a clatter. Just as he raised his head in astonishment, he saw an indifferent face appear before him. I don't know the concept of repaying a grudge with kindness and forgiveness, or even taking an eye for an eye. I only know that those who incur my grudge must suffer my pain 10 times over. Didn't you cripple Moyu? You even made her suffer such pain. If I let you die this easily, how will I be able to face Moyu? How will I be able to face Bai Chuan, whom you took away to threaten me? Gu Ruoyun sneered and coldly ordered, Yunyao, capture him and hand him over to Moyu. She'll be the one to take care of him. No matter what punishment she chooses, whether it's death by 1,000 cuts or using horses to pull his limbs apart, it will be just what he deserves. After she finished speaking, she turned an indifferent gaze onto Zhuo Shangchen. Zhuo Shangchen, I've always treated you as a friend. Even when I found out that the Darkeen Palace was out to kill me, I trusted you because you're my brother's friend. However, that person from Darkeen Palace hurt the people close to me. I wouldn't be able to face myself if I let him die so easily. If Darkeen Palace wants to take their anger out on anyone, then let it be me. Don't harm the innocent anymore. Furthermore, you should know that I would never act against someone who hasn't provoked me first. This old man is guilty and deserves to be punished. Xiao Yuner, do you mean you don't trust me anymore? Zhuo Shangchen was full of grief as he said, your side has always been my side. The only reason I wanted him to settle his own death was because I didn't want to cause too much trouble for you, but since you don't want to let him die that easily, I'll hand him over to you to deal with as you like. Looking at Zhuo Shangchen's beautiful face, Gu Ruoyun's expression softened a little. Zhuo Shangchen's gesture had already proven that he would stand by her side no matter what happened. Thank you, Gu Ruoyun said, I know this has nothing to do with you, so I don't blame you. However, if there's a next time, Zhuo Shangchen, I'll break all ties with you. Furthermore, I won't let the Darkeen Palace off the hook. Now that the matter of the Darkeen Palace had been settled, it was time for her to work on more important business. Xiao Yi, help me bring this old man back to 100 Herb Hall. A smile was peeking through Gu Ruoyun's eyes as she spoke to Qian Beiyi. She continued with an order to her spirit beasts, Yunyao, Tianxiong, let's go. There are still some matters we have to resolve. The accomplices had been settled. Their next target was the mastermind. She hadn't expected that Imperial concubine Ling had been so patient to wait 3 whole years without any movements. So she actually colluded with the Darkeen Palace in secret. However, Imperial concubine Ling could never have expected that Zhuo Shangchen was the lord of Darkeen Palace. No one is allowed to speak of anything that happened here.
After Gu Ruoyan left, Zhou Shengchen withdrew his gaze and swept his eyes over each stunned member of the Ling family. Following that, he opened his fan with a wave and sneered, "If my identity gets exposed, this prince will eliminate the entire Ling family." Ling Yihui shuddered and hurriedly promised, "Fourth prince, please don't worry.
We don't know anything at all."
Even in his wildest dreams, he couldn't have possibly imagined that the fourth prince of Vermilion Bird Country would turn out to be the lord of Darkeen Palace. No wonder the Darkeen Palace had helped Gu Ruoyun back then, it was because of him.
Author's note: the female lead is about to leave Azure Dragon Country. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, Evil Gets Its Just Desserts, 1. Chapter 198, Evil Gets Its Just Desserts, 1. Your Majesty, there's trouble.
Within the imperial study, Emperor Lang Wujing was in the middle of a discussion with one of his ministers when an eunuch rushed in without announcing his presence. He looked like a terrifying monster had chased him the entire way to the study. Upon seeing Lang Wujing's displeased expression, the eunuch hurriedly said, "Your Highness, that Gu Ruoyun from the Gu family has invaded the palace."
What? Rage bled across Lang Wujing's imperial countenance. With an ashen face, he said, 3 years ago, we didn't hold her accountable for her crimes no matter how brazen she acted, even though she killed the family members of imperial concubine Ling. However, now Gu Ruoyun is using the support of 100 Herb Hall to run roughshod over this Azure Dragon Country. She no longer respects us. Well, we shall see how 100 Herb Hall is going to protect her this time.
To be honest, although he didn't trust the Ling family, they were at the very least imperial concubine Ling's family, as well as important figures in court.
Gu Ruoyan had killed them as she liked and had not left any room for mercy.
In the end, because of Elder Yu from 100 Herb Hall, he hadn't pushed the issue with her. However, this time, even if 100 Herb Hall tried to step out, they wouldn't be able to protect her. How would they continue to stand firm in this world if they did something so heinous as shelter a woman who went against the emperor? He didn't believe that 100 Herb Hall would willingly become the scorn of everyone in the world for the sake of a single woman. After thinking for a bit, he continued speaking, "Servants,
summon General Luo and General Gu here.
We must punish that woman for her crimes today."
No matter what, Lang Wujing was the emperor of a country.
If he didn't take any action after someone had just trampled all over him, how could he retain his dignity in the future? This Gu Ruoyan didn't know what was good for her. She dared to act so impudently in Azure Dragon Country. Onlookers in the imperial city watched as Gu Ruoyan led a group of people in charge towards the imperial palace, brimming with killing intent.
They burst out into fervent discussion.
Following that, they saw General Luo and General Gu leading their troops as they sprinted towards the imperial palace.
It was obvious, then, that carnage would soon reign in the imperial city.
Within the imperial gardens, Gu Ruoyan watched the imperial bodyguards surround her, her gaze cold as ice. A sneer appeared on her face before, devoid of all emotion, she shouted, "Scram!"
Boom! A strong burst of chi energy directly struck the chests of the imperial bodyguards. In an instant, the entire group was thrown into the air, blood trickling from their mouths.
However, even more imperial bodyguards ran in from all directions, surrounding Gu Ruoyan again. Suddenly, a mighty, domineering shout came from behind the bodyguards, vibrating with unconcealed anger. "Gu Ruoyan, you've got some nerve. I tolerated your actions because you were in the employ of 100 Herb Hall, but now you've crossed the line, committing treason against your emperor. Even if Elder Yu comes, he won't be able to protect you." The cold aura coming off Gu Ruoyun's body continued to grow even more pronounced. However, her expression remained as indifferent as it was upon her arrival. Her clear pupils surveyed the figure walking out from behind the bodyguards. He was dressed in imperial yellow, looking quite the sight. Anyone else would have trembled in fear at the emperor's personal appearance, but not Gu Ruoyun.
"I have no business with you.
Hand over imperial concubine Ling, or else I won't mind flooding the imperial palace with blood."
Lang Wujing was completely enraged now.
An endless amount of anger gushed out from his heart like a raging waterfall. As he gnashed his teeth together, Lang Wujing said, "Gu Ruoyan, you killed Ling Yi and Ling Yu, and you crippled the sole scion of the Ling family. That's already enough to be considered a serious crime. However, now you actually have the nerve to come into the imperial palace and make demands of us. 100 Herb Hall won't be able to defend you this time. You've gone too far. Did you think that Elder Yu would still defend you after you've acted so impudently?" Lang Wujing was the ruler of a nation, yet he had lowered himself to making such threats. One of the reasons was that he was completely infuriated by Gu Ruoyun. Another reason was that none of the organizations within the 4 countries were allowed to interfere with the imperial family. This was a rule that everyone understood. Misfortune would surely fall upon 100 Herb Hall if the three great authorities found out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 199, Evil Gets Its Just Deserts, 2. Chapter 199, Evil Gets Its Just Deserts, 2. I'll tell you once more, scram.
Gu Ruoyun's cold gaze alighted on every single person in front of her as she spoke, expressionless.
Good, very good.
Long Wujing was agitated and indignant that he was put in such a state. He sharply ordered, "Men, capture this woman."
Upon hearing the emperor's order, all the bodyguards began to move.
However, before they could reach Gu Ruoyun, the aura on her body burst out without warning, forming a hurricane barrier around her.
With a loud rumble, all the guards rushing at her were thrown back.
Her black tresses danced under the influence of the wild winds. Everyone fell back, leaving that green-clad figure standing loftily in their center. In that moment, Lang Wujing felt that the person standing before him was the real monarch.
That superior aura was something that even Shi Yun of the weapon refining sect hadn't shown.
However, this woman who was acting like a sovereign king now had been a good-for-nothing trampled by others just 3 years ago.
Gu Ruoyun, what are you doing?
It was at this moment that a voice full of disbelief rang out from behind Gu Ruoyun. General Luo could never have imagined that it was Gu Ruoyun who was trying to murder their emperor. His puzzlement was interlocked with the complex feelings arising in his heart.
He didn't want to go against Gu Ruoyun.
However, as the general of a nation, he had to protect his emperor's safety.
However, he believed that Gu Ruoyun was someone who would always return favor for favor. Why would she charge into the imperial palace for the sake of murder? What exactly had happened? Very well, Gu Ruoyun. You've become even bolder. Even His Majesty isn't off limits to you now.
You're seeking your death. Old Man Gu reacted very differently from General Luo. He abruptly flew into a flurry of rage and waved his hand.
With grinding teeth, he bit out, "Soldiers, listen to me. Capture this treasonous woman for this general."
Gu Ruoyun, I didn't know how I was going to deal with you at first, but now that you've given me this chance, let's see who's going to help you this time.
Gu Ruoyun hadn't even spared a glance at Old Man Gu.
Her gaze was instead directed towards General Luo, who had a complicated look on his face. She said, 3 years ago, I promised you that I wouldn't touch the imperial family no matter how strong I get.
However, that's only if they didn't provoke me first. Actually, Gu Ruoyun didn't want to be at heads with General Luo.
It wasn't just because he was Luo Yin's father, but also because General Luo was the only one who spoke up for her when she was in dire straits. However, if General Luo tried to stop her, she would have no other choice.
She wasn't going to let imperial concubine Ling off, no matter what. General Luo sighed and said, "Ruoyun, could you tell me what happened? I believe you're a reasonable girl. I've always treated you like a niece. If you're not the one in the wrong in this matter, Uncle will honor the agreement we made and won't participate in this matter. General Luo, you're a general of this country. There's a scoundrel threatening His Highness's life right now, and you're just going to stand by and watch?" Old Man Gu sneered. It was a rare chance to drag General Luo down. How could he just let it pass? However, upon hearing his words, it would be hard for anyone to believe that he was Gu Ruoyun's very own grandfather. It was as if Gu Ruoyun was a sworn enemy of his, and every night before bed he would wish an early death upon her. General Luo simply ignored him and looked at Gu Ruoyun. He asked, "Ruoyun, tell me everything. Even if I have to abandon this post as a general, I can't let my niece be wronged like this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 200, Evil Gets Its Just Deserts, 3. Chapter 200, Evil Gets Its Just Deserts, 3. While facing General Luo, Gu Ruoyun's expression slowly relaxed.
Just as she was about to speak, her sharp eyes caught an elegant figure striding into the area. That person was just as poised and dainty as before, and exquisite makeup covered up her originally pale face. Upon seeing Gu Ruoyun, she paused for a moment. A vicious glint flashed across her eyes.
This woman was still alive. She had already brought out the Azure Dragon, but she was still alive. It wasn't fair. It was preposterous that an evil woman like her wasn't dead yet. "This concubine greets your majesty."
Imperial concubine Ling walked to Long Wujing's side, brimming with good humor as she sincerely made her greetings.
"This concubine heard that someone wants to assassinate your majesty, so I specially came over to see who would be so daring."
After saying so, her fierce gaze swept towards Gu Ruoyun. Her naturally elegant face immediately turned frigid as maliciousness darted across her beautiful pupils.
"Imperial concubine Ling?
With a whoosh, an icy cold look was directed at Imperial concubine Ling.
Gu Ruoyun sneered, "You came just in time.
You paid off the Darkeen Palace to assassinate me, but they hurt the people by my side instead and even kidnapped a child to threaten me.
As the mastermind, how should we settle this grudge between us?"
Imperial concubine Ling's expression abruptly changed. She glared ferociously at Gu Ruoyun before turning to face Ling Wujing, speaking in an aggrieved tone, "Your Majesty, this concubine has been unjustly accused. All these years, this concubine has been helping your Majesty manage the imperial harem. How could I have had the time to plan such a scheme?
It's clear that Gu Ruoyun hasn't had enough, even after killing my father and nephew. She's trying to kill the entire Ling family.
Such a vicious woman should be hacked into pieces and die without a whole corpse.
Otherwise, she'll probably think that no one in Azure Dragon Country is able to restrain her and she won't accord the proper respect due to your Majesty at all." But
these words targeted the sore spots in Long Wujing's heart.
He smiled coldly and said, "General Gu, General Luo, what are you waiting for? Capture this woman immediately."
"Understood." Old Man Gu's sinister gaze swung towards Gu Ruoyun, a sneer hanging on his lips. "Gu Ruoyun, it's not that I want to kill you, but you've gone too far. Don't blame grandfather for not taking mercy on account of our blood ties." After he finished speaking, he ordered the soldiers to surround Gu Ruoyun.
General Luo hesitated, but he didn't follow the orders. This made Lang Wujing burst out in rage. "General Luo, how daring of you! How dare you disobey our orders? Have you grown tired of holding your post as general?" Thump!
General Luo knelt to the ground on one knee, his military seal held tightly in one hand.
With his head lowered, he spoke, "Your Majesty, Gu Ruoyun is your servant's niece.
Even without that relationship, your servant believes in what she said. It was Imperial concubine Ling's fault in this matter, but your Majesty is protecting Imperial concubine Ling truthfully. It's hard for your servant to obey your orders. Gu Ruoyun is in the wrong for intruding into the Imperial Palace, but that was a mistake made later on. If your Majesty wants to hold someone accountable, your Majesty should first deal with Imperial concubine Ling. The same laws apply to both princes and paupers, let alone a concubine of the Imperial harem. If your Majesty refuses to give a proper explanation, then your servant would rather hand over this military seal and retire to his hometown." His actions proved that he would stand on Gu Ruoyun's side, no matter what happened.
"Very well." Lang Wujing's smile looked like a grimace in his extreme anger.
"General Luo, since you've made your choice, we will grant your wish. Old General Gu, take his military seal. From now on, you're the only general of Azure Dragon Country, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.